Two radioactive waste treatment facilities in Ukraine have been damaged. The UN's nuclear watchdog said it has received reports from Ukraine. One facility in Kiev was hit by a missile and another in Kharkiv was also damaged, but no signs of leakage have been reported. The IAEA has called an emergency board meeting to discuss the situation. Meanwhile, Kiev has agreed to hold talks with Moscow at Ukraine's border with Belarus. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made a statement on Sunday. He had earlier rejected Russia's offer to hold talks in Belarus, suggesting alternative locations, including Budapest and Warsaw.
Олександр Лукашенко звернувся до мене, щоб українська.
Alexander Lukashenko called for a meeting of the Ukrainian and Russian delegations on the Pripyat River. I emphasize without any conditions. I would say frankly, as always, I do not really believe in the outcome of this meeting, but let them try.
The Kremlin said on Saturday that Kiev had refused to talks, causing Russian forces to continue operations in Ukraine. Another development here, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he's put the country's deterrence forces on high alert. He said senior officials of key NATO member states had issued what he called aggressive statements against Russia.
Dear colleagues, you see that not only are the Western countries engaged in unfriendly actions towards our country in the economic field, I'm talking about the illegitimate sanctions everyone knows about very well. But the top NATO member countries' officials allow themselves aggressive statements towards our country as well. That's why I'm ordering the defense minister and chief of the general staff to switch the Russian army's deterrent forces onto a high alert mode of combat standby duty.
The United States and NATO are calling Moscow's move to put its deterrence force on alert, quote, dangerous and unacceptable. The White House says it has not ruled out imposing more sanctions on Russia's energy sector. The White House said Russia was responding to an imaginary threat, with Moscow repeatedly condemning the West of ignoring its key security concerns. The European Union has announced a series of measures on Russia, including financial sanctions and closing its airspace to Russian flights. Ross Cullen has more details from Paris.
There's been an increase as the days have gone on with these meetings of EU foreign ministers, EU finance ministers agreeing on different sanctions package, and every time they have agreed on a sanctions package it has been deeper and tighter, placing some restrictions on the Russian central bank. That's the latest moves that we've seen with these two sanctions packages. We could well see that sanctions package agreed on Monday, very early this coming week, if EU foreign and finance ministers can agree on the next package. That's the overall European Union position, but there are interesting specific national positions. We have seen Germany has had a long holdout when it comes to its long-held tradition of not exporting lethal weapons to conflict zones. Well, that has changed. Also, Germany didn't want any sanction that could impact Nord Stream 2, the pipeline bringing gas from Russia to Germany. Well, we heard earlier, a few days ago, that position was changed. So Germany carrying out these U-turns as well. It was one of the last holdouts for that SWIFT. France saying it's going to be closing its airspace to Russian aircraft Sunday evening. And we have already seen many European Union and non-EU states closing their airspace to Russian aircraft. One Aeroflot plane was en route to Belgium. Brussels closing its airspace, so it had to do an about turn and head back to Russia. So that is something that is taking place state by state. We're seeing more of them hour by hour saying that they'll be closing their airspace to Russian aircraft. So that is one such move that is taking place kind of organically over the last 48 hours or so.
In another development, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen announced export restrictions and sanctions on Belarus for facilitating Russia's military operations in Ukraine. Russia's central bank says it has sufficient resources to stabilize the Russian financial sector and secure its operations. This follows the move by the US and some European countries to exclude some Russian banks from the SWIFT payment system as part of sanctions for Moscow's military operation in Ukraine. The Russian central bank said in case of any scenarios, money transfers within the country are guaranteed by Russia's own financial system equivalent to SWIFT. Russia developed its own payment system in 2014 that has 23 foreign banks connected to it. Its own system facilitated some 20% of Russia's domestic currency transfers as of May last year. The UN Refugee Agency says some 368,000 people have fled fighting in Ukraine. For the ones who are waiting to leave, many are converging on the western city of Lviv. Oleski Przmyski reports.
So there are thousands of people here. They're just coming, and you could see lines of people coming away from the railway station and coming to the railway station. So those who are just arriving in Lviv, they are coming from Kiev, Kharkiv, southern parts of Ukraine, and they're trying to seek refuge here in, so-called western capital of Ukraine, Lviv. We don't have the official information, official statistics yet on how many of those have already arrived, but as the Poland border authorities already informed, more than 150,000 people, 150,000 Ukrainians crossed the Poland border within the last couple of days. And this is only Poland we're speaking about. So there are also long lines of people trying to get to Romania, Slovakia, Hungary, so Moldova, every country that Ukraine is bordering with. But the question is how many more of them gonna be coming here? Because when you see the pictures from Kiev and Kharkiv, you understand that there will be more and more refugees, and we have the official UN data that was saying that we expect more than 5 million refugees from Ukraine because of the war with Russia.
People in rural Hungary have come together to help Ukrainians fleeing over the border. Lucy Huff reports.
As you can see behind me, I'm just standing in front of a major makeshift centre that's been erected for the welcoming of those who've made the long and very difficult journey across the border. In their numbers, mostly women and children, given that, of course, Ukrainian men without a foreign passport, aged between the ages of 18 and 60, are prevented from leaving the country. So these people have come either by foot or by car. They're stopping here for some refuge, for some warmth, for some water, to receive some basic supplies from the volunteers who are working here on the ground. We have the Red Cross as well as other organizations working to support these people. We've got people also driving from major cities such as Budapest to offer free transportation to those in need, particularly those young children, some babies in prams that have been forced from their homes in Ukraine. For them, what happens next is the big question. A lot of people that we've been speaking to here are saying, we really want to go home, but there was no choice but to flee, given the situation on the ground, given the violence. But many people separated from their fathers, from their husbands, so a deeply difficult situation. But these people now finally in safety on European soil. The question, of course, is what happens next.
The United Nations Security Council has just voted to send the Ukraine issue to the UN General Assembly for a special emergency session. For more on that, let's cross live to our correspondent Nick Harper in Washington, D.C. Nick, tell us more about UN General Assembly's agenda on this.
Well, this is the fourth time that the UN Security Council has come together in the past week to look at the matter of Ukraine. Of course, this is the 15-member body that looks at peace and security. It's the UN's most powerful body, and it achieved a rare occurrence on Sunday afternoon, managing to vote on bringing together an emergency session of the UN General Assembly. So bringing together all 193 countries of the United Nations. That meeting will take place on Monday. It's a rare occurrence because in the last 70 years there have only been 11 such emergency sessions for the UN General Assembly. It's something that doesn't happen all the time, so certainly a very important event. Now, this meeting of the UN Security Council was a procedural vote, the 15 members of them voting on this. It wasn't something that could be vetoed. You may remember that earlier in the week, Russia, one of the veto powers that sits on on the UN Security Council was able to strike down a resolution condemning its action. The vote on Sunday afternoon was a procedural one. They weren't able, therefore, to veto it. And by getting enough countries to support it, it was approved. And therefore, the UN General Assembly will be meeting later on Monday. A very historic moment to look at the matter and look at the situation in Ukraine.
Nick, we know China, India and the United Arab Emirates abstained from the vote to convene this special session in the UNGA. What are their concerns over this move?
Yeah, that's right. Of those 15 members, there were 11 who voted yes. There was one no vote. That was from Russia. And like you mentioned, China, India and the United Arab Emirates abstaining from the vote. Their main concern was that they feel that voting on such measures does nothing more than just raise tensions in an already very tense and volatile situation. They say instead the UN Security Council should be focusing on matters of peace and therefore pushing peace talks. It was something that China said that it supported, these talks taking place between Ukraine and Russia. They also said that the Security Council should be prioritising peace over aggravating tensions. Let's have a listen to what China's permanent representative to the United Nations had to say about the matter.
We believe the top priority now is for all parties to exercise the necessary restraint to prevent the situation in Ukraine from getting worse. China supports and encourages all diplomatic efforts conducive to a peaceful settlement of the Ukraine crisis and welcomes the earliest possible direct dialogue and negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. At the same time, China also supports the European side and Russia in conducting equal-footed dialogue on European security issues and upholding the principle of indivisible security so as to eventually form a balanced, effective, and sustainable European security mechanism. Actions taken by the UN should help cool the situation and facilitate diplomatic situations and restrain from aggravating tensions.
I think those final words there from the permanent representative to cool the situation and not to aggravate tensions very much is what is at the heart of China's decision to abstain from that vote. Things still go ahead to the General Assembly on Monday. Bear in mind, though, that even all 193 countries get a chance to vote on it. Whatever they decide is non-binding. It cannot be enforced. So in many respects, it is just a symbolic statement. It puts political pressure on, in particular if there are a majority of countries condemning Russia, but it isn't a vote, a decision that can be enforced in any way.
Thank you very much. Our correspondent Nick Harper in Washington, D.C. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has spoken by phone to his German counterpart Annalena Baerbock about the military operations in Ukraine. He said all countries' legitimate concerns should be taken seriously and China will support all efforts that are conducive to de-escalation and a peaceful solution. Earlier this week, Wang Yi talked by phone to top diplomats of Britain, France and the EU, clarifying China's basic position on this. He said China stands firmly for respecting and safeguarding the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries and abiding by the purposes and the principles of the UN Charter. This also applies in the case of Ukraine. China advocates common, comprehensive, cooperative and sustainable security. He adds that Russia's legitimate security demand should be addressed properly given 5 consecutive rounds of NATO's expansion eastward. He said, present situation is something China does not want to see. The Chinese side supports and encourages all diplomatic efforts conducive to the peaceful settlement of the Ukraine crisis, and China believes the UN Security Council should play a constructive role in resolving the Ukrainian issue and that regional peace and stability as well as the security of all countries should be the priorities.
Events have consequences. Words create impact.
Unprecedented scenes that we saw.
The cleanup operation is now well and truly underway.
Parts of southern Europe remain in a state of emergency.
Context gives meaning. People make history.
Well, Saturday marks the end of the local state of emergency.
But authorities are still on high alert.
So now we've actually become the border on this road.
A complex world demands a comprehensive view.
But with the cleanup efforts more or less under control,
the economic impact is bound to ripple.
On CGTN, I'm Yang Xinmeng coming to you live in Beijing, and you're now watching our special coverage on the Ukraine crisis. We're also live streaming to you through all CGTN digital platform on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and Weibo. So feel free to tune in anytime throughout the day. Now, joining me here is Mr. Huang Yinan, our CGTN commentator. Great to have you with us. And we are day 5 into this conflict. So today we are going to wrap up some of the latest information of the Ukraine crisis. Just hours before we came on live, the latest news was that Ukrainian and Russian delegations once again postponed their talks in Belarus. So first, 黄老师，我们现在目前接到的最新消息是说，俄乌双方代表又一次推迟了他们原定于在今天凌晨2点钟在白俄罗斯举行的这个会谈。您能不能简单给我们分析一下这个为什么又一次推迟这个谈判呢？
具体原因呢，这可能是俄罗斯和乌克兰双方呢，可能在某些问题呢。还没有
For more details about the reasons
意见，我是指这个
I
会
believe
谈的
that
一些
the
进度
both
和安
sides they
排。
have not
另外
yet
呢，
reached the
考虑到
consensus
这个
about
谈判
details,
的重要
for
性，因为
example,
毕
the
竟是
process
俄罗
and
斯采
also
取
the
军事行动以来。
topics and etc. the other content about the conference, and also after the official outbreak of these tensions is the first time for the two sides to have the official meeting, because days ago the Ukrainian side has mentioned that they will sever all diplomatic ties with Russia. And last night, the reporters of CGTN have already reached the region for that talks, and it's near the river of Pripyat. And for further details, because it's confidential, so we cannot have the briefing about the details. And according to the reporters of CGTN, the journalists from all parties have been united to one designated place in order to guarantee the confidentiality of the meeting. Again and again, this talk between the two sides have been delayed, and according to the latest developments and information we've received, the meeting will be held in the morning of today, Beijing time. Before this, there are already 2 rounds of negotiation. For that, 2 rounds of talks about the organization of this negotiation, and refused twice by President Zelensky. After the latest talks, Zelensky has refused about the negotiation due to the consideration about the selection of the places. And this time they have both decided to have this organization at the border of Belarus and Ukraine. And why this selection of Belarus? Traditionally, Belarus is playing the role of intermediary agent between Russia and Ukraine due to historical reasons. All the 3 countries belong to the East Slovakia ethnic group. And when there's the escalation situation between Russia and Ukraine, Belarus will also play the role of the mediator. And in the previous rounds of the mediation, starting by 2014, with the escalation of tensions in the Donbas region, Belarus has been playing that role of mediator. And you can also tell that fact from the agreement of Minsk. And this time, Belarus is also playing its role, and the president of Belarus has also expressed his willingness to play that important role of mediator. Could you please share with us the demands and also the requirements from the both sides? According to the limited information we have received, this round of negotiation would take place with no preconditions. That is a quite positive information. Usually when there is an outbreak of military conflict, we can expect to see some preconditions in order to get the two parties on the negotiating table. But this time, both sides, they are very honest and open, and they have agreed to start this round of talks with no preconditions attached. And as to the demands of the Ukrainians, it's very clear, first of all, to stop the current attacks and also the ceasefire. And for the part of the Russian side, for their demands, in general, it will be based on the two requirements of Vladimir Putin, the demilitarization and the Nazification of Ukraine. Could you please give us some prediction about the possible outcomes resulting from this coming negotiation? This is a highly sensitive issue, the situation of Ukraine. So it's very difficult to draw a conclusion or to make a prediction currently at this moment about this talks. For the first round of negotiation, it's more in the nature of contacts between the two sides. So you cannot definitely say that there will be very clarified results, and also we cannot make sure that this time, by only one round of the negotiations, we can expect to see already a definite consensus about the ceasefire or the other decisions. And for the delegations, and maybe they have not yet the right to already make the decision, you always have to refer to the presidents of the both sides to make the final decision. There are also high-level officials of different size of the delegations. For McKinsey, his ministerial level delegates. And according to our understanding, that will be a ministerial level meeting that is at the contact level. And we have the counterparts at the same level from both sides to join the delegation in the negotiations. And this time, we think that the Ukrainian side is not that satisfied about the selection of the place because they preferred, for example, Warsaw and a meeting in Poland. Considering the relationship between Ukraine and Poland, maybe that relation between Belarus and Russia is much more closer, and they also have the long origins of friendly relations. And according to Maxar of the U.S., they have already captured some satellite images. Currently, Russian troops, they are deploying on the outskirts of Kiev, and they are moving towards the outskirts area, about 40 miles away from the capital city, Kiev. Could you please give us more explanations about this process? I could give you an explanation about the last 24 hours of progress of the troops. And days ago, due to the consideration of the Russian side, they believe that Ukrainians would agree about the talks, so they would like to create a very favorable public opinion environment. However, the Ukrainians, they have refused several times in negotiation. That's why yesterday we have witnessed that escalation of the tensions and also the increase of the attacks. Sometimes there are also the retaliation attacks. And until earlier this morning, Beijing time, there are still the shots and crossfires. And of course, we have to admit that already there are the casualties for both sides, but the situation may be more severe to the side of Ukraine. And every day there are spokespersons from both sides coming out to deliver the latest numbers of the casualties. But for the Russian side, there's no exact number of the casualties. Usually for the parties engaged in the attack, they will not brief about their own numbers of the casualties. They will just talk about the casualty numbers of the other side. So that is a tradition. Now let's turn back to this map. And the focus of our attention should be, first of all, the capital city, Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, and around this area of Kiev, Russian troops, they are coming from the direction of Belarus. They're coming from the northern side towards the south. And they are approaching the capital city, Kiev. As you have mentioned before, the Russian troops, they are just 40 miles away from the capital city. And you have to notice that different sections of the troops from the Russian side, they are at different progress stage. And some of the frontal lines, they have already reached the internal part of Kiev. And there's also the crossfire very close to the center of the city, about a dozen of kilometers from the presidential residence. And you can understand that a lot of the troops from the Russian side, they are approaching the capital city now. And also from the southern side and also from the eastern direction, they are also moving towards the capital city. And they have also reached the city very close to the capital. And that city currently at risk is towards the southwestern part of Kiev, and they are already completing their encirclement of the capital city, Kiev. And another key area of the fight is taking place near Kharkiv. As you can see, the Russian troops from Belgrade, they are moving towards the southern part, and they are moving into the depth. And some other troops, they have made a bypass via Kharkiv, and they are reaching Dnipro. Their strategic targets are very clear. Currently, they are encircling without attacking Dnipro. And there are also signs of entrance of the Russian troops into the city of Dnipro. And also there are some other squads reaching the river. They would like to get united with another groups, the other groups of the Russian part coming from the direction of Crimea. And Ukrainian troops, they have been eliminated by the riverbank area. And for the front line at the southern side, there's greater progress with the Russian troops. They have several strategic tasks. First of all, they would like to seize this water source, and they have already settled this issue for this Kherson region. After the encirclement and also the union of the troops, they have occupied this area. And there is also a dam. Today, they have already taken control of the dam area, and from now on, there's enough clear water supply for the population living in Crimea. And there's also the landing force by the side of Odessa. And by the borderline between Ukraine and Moldova, we can also wait to see extra troops coming from the Russian side. And when they come inside, they can also get united with the existing troops. And a great number of the population living in this area that speak Russian. We can estimate that number, a proportion of population speaking Russian, maybe as high as 70%. And we believe that in this part of the region, the defensive power of the Ukraine troops is very weak, so no big obstacle for the further progress of the advancement of Russian troops. And also for the major ports near the Black Sea, there is the city of Odessa. And for the other sea, there is also other major cities of ports. There are also troops of Russian side moving towards the eastern part. And from that city, that state of Donetsk, there's the arrival of the Russian troops, and some others have also reached Mariupol. For this whole area of Donbass, there is already the blocking status.
当然，这个从战略意图上来讲，首先我判断呢，俄罗斯
is under the pressure of being encircled by the Russian troops, and they would like to clear this channel. Crimea is a peninsula. They would like to clear this pathway. Currently, Russian troops, they have taken over this area. In the southern region of Ukraine, Kherson is under control of the Russian power, and Melitopol is also under control of Russian troops because this city has been abandoned previously by the Ukrainian troops. Ukrainian troops have been evacuated in order to move towards the capital city to protect a bigger target.
乌克兰语翻译的这个说法，其实它并不是一个营级建制，它是那里边有2个师，相当于6个旅，大约有3万人。
There are also 2 divisions in the southern part of Ukraine. Once there's the union of the forces, then you can see clearly the intentions of the Russian troops. They would like to kill those 2 divisions of the troops of Ukrainian side by this city of Mariupol. And through that river pathway, there are some evacuation actions of the Ukrainian troops, and however, we have witnessed some more crossfires in that region, and a lot of troops have been mobilized, and until today, there are a 3rd round of attacks on the way, and 50,000 soldiers have been mobilized during the very first round of the attacks. And towards the western side, relatively stable situation, and there's not as many moves of the Russian troops as the other regions. It's already the day 5 of this Russian-Ukrainian tensions. And the tension has been escalated, and also the fights are very fierce. In the northern part, the defensive power of the Ukrainian side, they are working diligently against the attacks, and there are more casualties to the side of Russia. And for Kiev city and also the outskirts region, they have already entered into the phase of the street attacks, whether they will be more street-level attacks in the downtown areas of Kiev, we have to wait and see. We have also noticed that today, Vladimir Putin has ordered the country's deterrence forces onto the highest state of alert. Is it a decision taken after the situation of yesterday with the mounting numbers of their casualties? Some people say that the Russian side, they are showing their cars in the hands. I don't totally agree with them. If that is the showcase of the cars in the hands, it's not a necessary move to show to the side of the Ukrainian troops and government. It's more like a power showcase to the NATO. And of course, there is constant support coming from the NATO side to Ukraine. And with the escalation of the tensions in this land, NATO's involvement and engagement in the Ukrainian-Russian tensions could be interpreted into different forms. Currently, there's no deployment of troops of NATO within the borders of Ukraine, and there's no dispatchment of the troops. But still, there are other forms of the support, for example, the aids, financial aids, and also the information in forms of the satellite assistance. And according to a diplomat, the IAEA Council will organize a meeting about the Ukraine situation on Wednesday. And this is also due to the decision of Vladimir Putin of the deterrence forces, right? Yes, currently, we cannot exclude the possibility of the further escalation of the situation with that deterrence forces already on the highest state of alert. And another reason behind that is that within the framework of UN, it's already in the stage of extension of diplomatic and military gaming. In the previous session of the Security Council, China, UAE, and India have abstained from the voting, and 11 countries have voted yes, Russia voted against. And I believe that moving on, there will be more sessions and meetings in the Security Council of the UN. And according to the information sources, this decision of Vladimir Putin to call his country's deterrence forces on the highest state of alert is to fight against unlawful sanctions. Could you please give us more explanations about the sanctions? Already, Russia has suffered from rounds of sanctions imposed by the Western countries, and today the sanctions have gone into the financial sector. For example, several banks of Russian side have been expelled from the SWIFT system. And before that, there are also some other proposals from the Western powers about the sanctions on Russia. However, they have not yet reached a consensus. And until yesterday, we can understand that the sanctions from the Western powers have been escalated. And some more European countries have declared that they will close down their skies against Russia. And of course, between the two sides, there are also escalation of the sanctions and also countermeasures. And I believe that we as media, we should also keep a close eye on this development of the sanctions. And for the Russian media, their operation have also been banned totally in the area of Europe. And for the sanctions related to the energy side and also transportation side, they also deserve our attention. For the energy side, there are suspensions of the countermeasures. You know that for the energy area-related sanctions, it's like a double-edged sword. If the European market is importing the natural gas from the Russian side, is relatively more cheap. And if they find a replacement from the other countries, it will be much more costly. And after the outbreak of the Ukrainian tension, there's about an increase of 50 to 60% of the natural gas prices in the market. But I believe that there will be continuous gaming on this line. And according to the Western media, the deterrence forces onto the highest state of alert is just a warning signal given by the Putin side towards Ukraine. I agree that the biggest effect of this deterrence forces onto the combat alert will only be used more like to give the warning, and it's also like a rhetoric from the diplomatic level, because once it's escalated to a strategic nuclear war, then nobody can afford to see the consequences. And for the moves of the Russian side, they would like to showcase their muscles and their power towards Ukraine and also the third-party countries. They are warned not to take further actions to get involved into the tensions between Russia and Ukraine. And the latest information about the UN Security Council, they have green-lighted an emergency meeting of the UN General Assembly. For that emergency meeting of the UN General Assembly, it's a rare case. And the permanent representative, the ambassador of China to UN, has abstained from the vote. Could you please share with us the position of China and also the origin and background of the Russian-Ukrainian tension? That is a very huge question. For the issue of Ukraine, we have this consistent position. It also corresponds to our constant diplomatic policies. We always oppose the principle of using dialogues and negotiations to resolve the regional conflicts and tensions. And China always respects the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries. At the same time, we also recognize that we have to respect the security concerns of all the countries in Europe, and we also hope that we could continue to play a constructive role. We are also looking forward to a constructive role played by UN. We have to be very vigilant in the current situation. We urge all parties to exercise restraint, and our position includes also the fact that we oppose the further expansion eastwards of NATO because we believe the security of one nation or one entity should not be realized at the cost of the security of the other nations in the region. And the position of China is very clear. We oppose the eastward expansion of power of NATO. And for the second part of the question, we'd like to elaborate a little bit why this escalation of this Ukrainian tension. Because historically there have been already a lot of conflicts, but this time there's a very obvious escalation of the tensions. And personally, I believe that the root cause comes with this eastward expansion of NATO. NATO is more like a military bloc. It's created during the Cold War. Back then, the NATO or the US side and the other Western powers, they believe that there's the heavy threatening factors coming from the Soviet Union. They have decided to create the NATO, and later on, Soviet Union disappeared, and there's no more a bloc of the Warsaw Pact. However, NATO continues to exist, and the Western powers would like to continue to upgrade the power of NATO, responsible not only for the guarantee of security in Europe, but also for the world as a whole. And we have also witnessed in history the actions and military actions of US in Afghanistan and also in Iraq. And Afghanistan tensions have also involved forces from the European countries. And this time, the continuous eastward expansion of the forces of NATO really imposed great threats to the Russian part. And we have also received some first-hand information sent back by our reporters in the region. The fleeing of the residents in Ukraine, they are queuing up at the border site. Moldova has also established temporarily an emergency use camp for the humanitarian aid, and they will be used for the refugee protection at the borderlines of Ukraine. There are also blocks and barriers against the influx of refugees. Of course, we can understand that sometimes for the entrance and also the accommodation of the refugees, there is a process to go through. And currently, Poland has recognized the entrance of the refugees. They allowed the entrance of refugees. According to the latest numbers, there are about 368,000 refugees fleeing the country. The first group of refugees from the Donbas region, they have already reached neighboring areas in Russia, and some have been transported to the Far East or to the areas very near to the capital city, Moscow. And towards the eastern, towards the western side of Ukraine at the borderline. It's more like the refugees outside this Donbas region. They are fleeing the country and moving towards the west. If there is the further escalation of the situation, we can expect to see about 2 million or even up to 4 million refugees, and that would be a huge number. And today, the possibility to reach 4 million refugees is relatively low, because the total population of Ukraine is just 40 million. If there would be 4 million refugees, that is about 1/10 of the population. And with the influx of the refugees, what will be the impact on the destination countries for the accommodation of the refugees? First of all, that is the financial burden. And usually with the refugees flooding in, there will also be some troubles and problems for society. They should find a place to accommodate refugees and also to relocate those refugees and help them to get integrated into the local society. The most important problem is not with the accommodation of the refugees. The more important issue is to ensure that they could go back to their motherland and to reconstruct their home. That is more like an action of humanitarian spirit. So politicians should showcase their wisdom and also their energy to put an end as soon as possible to this tension in Ukraine. And after the ending of this tension, how big is the possibility for the refugees to go back to their motherland? If we can stabilize the situation, then it's highly probable for the refugees to go back to the country of Ukraine. And in the short term, I believe that it's very difficult for us to see an total end of this situation of tensions between Russia and Ukraine. The possibility is there, but we have to wait and see the calendar. How long should we wait to see the ending of the situation? Because it's possible for the current tensions to continue to be escalated. And judging by yesterday's attacks and also the crossfire, the momentum is moving towards escalation. I could also add up some more extra information. There are several obvious characteristics of the escalation of tensions. First of all, at the political and diplomatic level, the two delegations are ready to sit down by the negotiation table around noon in Beijing time. About 2 p.m. Beijing time, we can wait for the beginning of that talks, because that meeting will take place in the early morning today, local time. And according to the signals already sent out from the two sides, we can already read some information about the escalation possibility. According to Medvedev, if the Western powers don't show any signs of willingness, then there's also no need for the Russian party to stay in this friendly attitude towards them and remain in diplomatic ties with them. And other signs are also telling us the possibility of about escalation. An official, high-level official of the European Union mentioned that there's also the possibility for them to include Ukraine as a member of the EU. And they have never expressed such an opinion before, and now it's said. There's also a very clear message delivered. And considering the special scenario in place, EU can possibly include EU. Another report, Ukrainian mother tells a story as she flees conflict-affected city.
We took all the cash that we had, and I left it with my mom because I understand it's like she needs it. Probably more than me.
Her mother, 2 grandmothers, and her pregnant sister stayed behind in Kramatorsk. She doesn't know when she'll see them again.
Maybe it's the first time in my life when I don't have anything, and I don't know what we will do tomorrow.
Ukrainians in general don't know what tomorrow will bring. in cities and towns across
像
the
类似的
country
这
they're
个场
pulling
景
out
不
cash
仅仅出现
filling
在
up
这
gas
个
tanks
像基辅
and
啊，这个
fleeing
包括像哈尔科夫啊，
to
包括像其他一些大城市都出现这种情况。人们在这种情况下呢，首先是在这个食品店前面排起长队是吧，采购食品，主要呢是这个饮用水，另外呢饮。
Similar situations have been witnessed in large cities, for example, around Kiev and in Kharkov. People are queuing to withdraw the money from the banks.
Zelensky says Ukraine-Russia dialogue is possible and inevitable. Russia's response: disarm Ukraine's military and we'll talk. Anticipating seeing Russian tanks roll through the city in the coming days, residents here are preparing as best as they can. Driving into a terrifying unknown, a carload of now displaced Ukrainians soothes themselves by singing the national anthem.
All my life it's like destroyed. I have nothing. Maybe like I honestly I think I won't come back home.
The concept of home for all Ukrainians
对，尤其是对于军事冲突地区呢，因为在这个爆发军事冲突的时候啊，很多这个居民的住宅会被毁掉啊，所以呢，再重新安置这些人，重返家园。
In the areas of conflicts, a lot of people will lose their homes, and when the fight comes to an end, it's very difficult for them to reconstruct. Of course, we know that the civilians will pay the highest price, but it's not limited to the group of Ukrainians. There are also other nationalities of people living there, for example, Chinese people. Could you please share with us more information about Chinese citizens, residents living there? We have already read a letter written by the ambassador of China in Ukraine. It has delivered a very sincere message, and we can see that heavy sense of responsibility showcased by the embassy of China. And China will also take the next move in order to evacuate Chinese compatriots, including the students and also business persons and workers, in a safe way and evacuate them and get them back to the motherland. When there is the outbreak of conflict, in this case especially, it's very sudden, and embassy should play a very important role. And I believe that currently the Chinese embassy in Ukraine, they're working very hard in order to enable this evacuation plan. Previously, I've noticed that a lot of students from China studying in Ukraine, they have received a lot of attention. They will attach the national flag on the surface of the vehicle, and they have also drawn the national flag, and they were singing the national anthem, and through social media they share the daily message with their family members, and today they are applying for a seat in evacuation plane. And it is also suggested that the Chinese citizens keep a low profile once they are still living in Ukraine. And I think that everyone now living in Ukraine and waiting for the evacuation moves should do their best to cooperate with the authorities in order to get back to the motherland. We also know today there are a lot of social media individual accounts through which sometimes misinformation or disinformation can be distributed, and some negative information can be distributed in a very vast sense, and it can to some extent harm the process of the governmental efforts to evacuate the people. And we should always have this high level of confidence in the capacity of our government and authorities to protect us wherever we are in the world. In other areas of the world, like in the Middle East and also northern part of Africa, Chinese government has already succeeded with several rounds of evacuation. So this time there will be no exception. And another report about life in the shelter. This video clip is made by one Chinese student. With no doubt, the military conflict will bring a huge disaster to the civilians' life. And I'd like to give you an example. Now in Beijing, it's really peaceful environment when we take the buses. When there's a problem with the bus, and the drivers will apologize. And ordinary people will be really angry because there is the accident of the car and they cannot get to their destination in time. But in this case, please imagine what is happening in those areas of conflicts, how life is going on with those civilians trapped in the shelters. We have already mentioned this issue of refugee. We have to carry out humanitarian assistance. We have to pay attention to each individual. For example, we mentioned that there are about 350,000 refugees fleeing the country. And for Poland, they have already received 150,000. And that is not a single figure. Behind each figure, there's one living life. So we really hope that we can resort to the dialogue and peaceful negotiation to solve the problems. More news coming up. NATO countries, they have offered humanitarian aid to Ukrainian sides. They have also offered the military aid. For example, U.S. has offered a value of 350 million of military aid, and UK has sent the royal troops to reach the Eastern European side. Australia, financial support via NATO to Ukraine, and France would increase the troops by a number of 1,500 towards the eastern part of the area of NATO. Netherlands will send 200 missiles to Ukraine, and Germany 1,000 bazooka and also 500 surface-to-air missiles, and also there are assistance from Belgium, Czech Republic, Spain, and European Union. And this time, as we have witnessed until now, there's no direct dispatchment of the troops inside the territory of Ukraine. And they are doing this military aid in an indirect way, and they are indirectly involved into this Ukrainian crisis. And there are also some points I would like to point out here. First of all, the NATO military aid. The time of the arrival of this military aid, this is a serious topic. For example, some countries have taken this decision and they have declared publicly. It doesn't mean that immediately their weapons will be delivered to the side of Ukraine. It's like we order something online. We first of all will do the payment, and we have to wait for a certain period of time before receiving the weapons. So it takes time for the Ukrainians to receive the weapons and the arms. And the second question is, through which channel could the Ukrainians receive the weapons? Currently, the skies are closed, and also the air forces have been eliminated for the side of Ukrainians by the Russian forces, and it's very hard to do the delivery through the airborne channels. And the bigger possibility is to deliver the weapons through the ground channels. And there is also the declaration from the Russian side, all the attempts from the third-party countries or entities trying to deliver the weapons into the Ukrainian territory will be attacked by the Russian side. Today, China believes that we should always seek negotiation possibilities and also the peaceful dialogue. We also hope that all relevant parties and also a UN included should play a constructive role. We should start to add fuels on the flames and try our best to avoid escalation of the situation. Because when there's the adding up of the weapons delivered by the side of NATO and other Western powers towards the Ukrainian side, of course, correspondingly, there will be more troops sent by the Russian government. And for this tensions, there will be more consequences spilling over to the other areas, and some other neighboring countries will also be involved. And finally, there will be the possibility of the spilling over effect. And this escalation of situation will also touch upon and bring the negative impacts on the neighboring regions. And some other countries, they have also expressed their willingness to play the role of mediator. And for example, yesterday in a talk with the Israeli Prime Minister, Israeli Prime Minister has mentioned that they would like to play the role of mediation. So how high is that possibility that they come out to do the job of mediator? China supports all parties to resort to the dialogue and negotiations to solve the problem and handle the current situation. And that is very clear. And for any third party, if they could join in the mediating work, it's quite effective and constructive. For Israel or for the other Western countries, until now, there are no signs of practical moves. Until now, they are still working on a diplomatic level. And why this time it's Israel? One direct reason, obvious reason, is that Israel has kept very good relations both with Ukraine and also Russia. And Israel is a close ally with US, and they also have strong ties on the diplomatic and economic level, and it will be a very good option. And for Belarus, according to the Western parts, they are very close to Russia, so maybe Israel will be a better choice in comparison with Belarus. So that is a preliminary judgment. So to play the role of mediator, we have to find a country that is relatively neutral and that is in good relations with both sides, Russia and Ukraine. And currently, with this proposition, still we can tell some positive signs. In about a few hours, in Gormeli, there will be the negotiations going on between the delegations from Russia and Ukraine. We hope to see the results of this negotiation. And once again, this is the first round of negotiations. We cannot expect to see a lot of tangible results, for example, the evacuation of the troops and the settlement of the refugees and also the ceasefire. But it's always a good thing to have this first round of negotiations in place. Another report about refugees at shelter on Russian-Ukrainian border. On day 2 of the tensions, already there are refugees arriving in Russia.
Hello again, this is Dmitry from CGTN correspondent in Russia. We are in Rostov on Don, and now we're preparing to go to PVR place where I accommodate refugees or evacuees. So now I have permission to go there, and we were. sometimes we saw cars with this DPR state numbers.
Сейчас смотри, сейчас будет мост, жилой комплекс «Капитал» или как-то так. Туда не попадем, потому что это выезд на Батайск.
We started recording the conversation with the refugees, the evacuees from Donbass. People very, very glad to be here.
Надо, везут печенье детям, коробками, все раздается. Низкий поклон Ростову, мэру огромное спасибо, всему персоналу, нашему.
For the moment, if you can hear, we can hear the sound of heavy aircraft.
对，这个是有历史原因的啊。另一方面呢，我觉得我们在这个评价这个地区的时候呢，如果仅只使用亲俄呢，可能还显得比较简单一点啊，因为实际上并不是亲俄这样简单啊，因为这个它有很多历史原因。我觉得主要原因有这样几个，一呢是这个在历史上这个。顿巴斯地区呢，就是以俄语居民为主的，而且这个地区呢是在俄国爆发十月革命之后成立了乌克兰苏维埃社会主义共和国之后被划进乌克兰。当时呢，这个做法的主要设想呢，就是苏联政府采取了一种相对平衡的民族政策，就是在很多民族共和国呢有意识的把一些俄语地区的居民呢划入到这个共和国里面，用于平衡当地的人口比例啊。这个政策我觉得是可以理解的，就是说，比如像在乌克兰，是吧？一方面呢，大力推行乌克兰化，就是鼓励当地的苏联时代的党政机关呀和这个学校呢，包括日常交往呢，使用乌克兰语，推广乌克兰文化。这个是当时的苏联的这个民族政策，是吧？这个有明确规定的。另一方面呢，又把一些俄语区的这个地区呢划进了乌克兰里面，就达到一个人口的平衡。所以这就造成了传统上的这个乌东地区呢以俄语这个居民为主。另一方面呢，乌克兰这个国家长期经济发展这个结构呢，导致了乌东地区呢和这个俄罗斯呢关系比较密切。因为我们知道乌克兰的地处东欧平原，是吧？有丰富的这个黑土，是吧？世界三大黑土带之一。那么乌克兰北部和这个西部地区这个农产品和其他一些工业品出口的主要这个国家呢，就是欧洲的国家，这个是长期以来形成的这个历史联系。那么东部地区呢，由于它是重工业地区，这个地区呢有这个世界上这个数一数二的大煤矿、煤田，是吧？就是所谓顿巴斯煤田，大型冶金企业，这个。航空工业、机械制造业都非常发达。那么在苏联时代，由于产业分工呢，这地区就不予人使用。但是呢，这些企业呢，它又不是说完全不合作啊，它是要和这个俄罗斯境内的其他企业呢保持一种合作关系。
And those industries are not working alone, and their growth cannot be realized without the collaboration from the Russian side. That's why the eastern part of Ukraine has kept this very close relations with Russia. And you can see why the Donbas region feels very close to Russian side. Ukrainian foreign minister said they have received hundreds of applications from the other countries' civilians, saying that they would like to voluntarily join the troops of Ukrainian government to fight if the other countries' civilians can join the battle. What is the impact on their countries of origin? Actually, it will not have a significant impact on their countries of origin, because when those civilians from the other countries join the troops of Ukraine, that is more like in the form of employed soldiers, employed fighters. For example, some veterans, they can choose to go to Ukraine and join the fight with the status of employed fighter. This will not harm the relations at the diplomatic level between the countries. This is more like a showcase of the attitude of the people and to show their support. For the sanctions we have mentioned, apart from the financial ones, military ones, there are also other areas impacted. For example, the airlines. Some more countries from Europe, they have declared the skies closed for Russia. We have mentioned just now several Russian banks have been kicked off the system SWIFT, and there's the same mentality behind this sanctions related to the closing down of the skies towards Russia. For the SWIFT system, of course, they cannot use the system within the banks already on the blacklist, but they can try to make some bypasses, and they have created their own system of the payments, and it's also being welcomed by the neighboring countries. But to what extent Russian today with their own payment system can help to sustain the normal operation of their financial system, we have to wait and see. And as to this airline problem and also the measures to close down the skies, we hope those are temporary measures only, because it will bring a lot of barriers to the traveling of ordinary people. And this shutdown of airlines and flights can be considered as a form of diplomatic measures, because the normal diplomatic relations, apart from the dialogue at a diplomatic level, it also incorporates the exchanges of the people and also the traveling between the countries. If they have to make the bypass today, it will be much higher expenses for the travelers. For example, if people traveling from Russia, they would like to reach another destination, today they cannot go through the skies of certain countries. They have to make the detour. And there are also sanctions coming from the sports area. According to the latest decisions of IOC, in the intercontinental matches and in other competitions, there will be no chance for Russia to have this right to be the host party of the games. And what other forms of sanctions will you suggest that are possibly coming in the near future? I hope that the situation will not continue to escalate, because furthermore sanctions will do no good to the side of Russia and also to the relevant countries. Escalations of tensions will also bring even higher the level of the military tensions. And today, the sanctions from the Western countries imposed on Russian government have been spilled over from financial and economic area to sport, to aviation, and also to media operation. Moving forward, people-to-people exchanges will also be damaged, and maybe in the end, there will be the possibility of the severing of diplomatic ties. Looking back into the history, even during the days of the Cold War, the two sides have not severed their diplomatic ties. They have maintained the normal operation of people-to-people exchanges and also the traveling and also the flights. Today's sanctions about the suspension of flights and also the punishment from the circle of sports, I I believe that it's for the moment only temporary measures, and nobody would want to see these measures continue to be applied, and because longer hours of application of those sanctions will do a huge damage. And we also have this timeline. Belarus to take part in Russia-Ukraine talks. Earlier, Belarusian president has promised to Zelensky that until the end of the talks, they will not use armed forces. This is a guarantee from the side of Belarus, because previously the Ukrainian government has a huge level of concerns for the security of their delegation members for the selection of the side for negotiations. Ukrainian government has explained only for one part of the reason behind that. And against this background of the Russian-Ukrainian tensions, every detail counts, considering the individual positions and also the sovereign positions. They have to reflect their own intentions and demands from all the details accessible. Imagine that the next round of negotiations take place in Russia. That is a huge damage to the image of Ukrainian government, because it's like a treaty signed under coercion. And today the selection of the city in Belarus is not that satisfying for the Ukrainian side, because previously they have insisted the negotiations taking place in Warsaw or in another city out of Belarus. They would like to have a high point in the negotiation. Indeed, every time when there is a delay for the organization of the negotiations, it's due to the declarations of the Ukrainian government. And they are talking about the complexity of the situation. They have to take a lot of measures to guarantee the personal security of their members in the delegation. Of course, I can also understand their concerns. And today, Russian-Ukrainian tensions have already received the attention from the rest of the world. And Russia is one of the major countries in the world, and Ukrainian region is a hotspot region. And they are applying for the membership of the NATO and also of EU. There are a lot of topics to consider in this round, and they have to make sure that all the details can be taken care of. And for the host of the negotiations, the Belarus, they have to shoulder a lot of responsibility. We sincerely hope that a lot more tangible results could be yielded at this round of negotiations, and we really don't want to see some artificial factors perpetrating the normal organization of these negotiations. We hope that all parties engaged would help to engage in guaranteeing the organization of this negotiation. CGTN reporter revisits relief center for Ukrainians in Hungary. Let's look at together the video clip. Some part of the current territory of Russia came from the original territory of Ukraine, dating back to the Soviet Union. We have witnessed cases of this. For example, from Hungary and from Poland, some of the territory also have been put into annexation to Ukraine. And today we can also find refugee camps in the borderlines shared between Ukraine and Poland and Hungary. And according to the latest updates, 3 missiles hit Ukraine's Kiev. Not far from the capital city, other cities are also hit by the Russian missiles. And according to the Russian spokesperson, they are hitting only the infrastructure for military purposes. For example, the military airports and the military headquarters. They are targeting only on the military infrastructure. EU to ask states to grant asylum to Ukrainian refugees for up to 3 years. That is a prediction of EU, and they cannot exclude the possibility of a continuous war, a long-term war in this region. But we sincerely hope that both sides could put an end to these tensions and have their intentions realized. But judging by the current situation, in especially some spots of the country, the fights are really fierce, and we cannot exclude the possibility of a long-term tension. Ukrainians can stay visa-free in European Union for up to 90 days, and they can move freely between member countries. Previously, this has been proposed to the Ukrainians. They can enjoy this visa-free stay in the EU member countries for 90 days, and with the escalation of the situation, European Union will propose even more preferential policies for the refugees of Ukraine. And 4,000 U.S. Army troops in Europe, tour of duty extended. That is a normal development of the case. In this round of Russian-Ukraine tensions, the power of U.S. in Europe has significantly increased, and there is also obvious signs from the stock market of U.S. side. And Europe, they have become more dependent on the armed forces of U.S. Previously, Scholz and Emmanuel Macron have also held a lot of talks, but they have not succeeded in avoiding this outbreak of tensions. So you can see that actually this event has been shrinking the room for diplomatic mediation in this area. Zelensky discusses EU membership with von der Leyen.
Von der Leyen European Union 是吧？这个已经是很明确的表态了。
好，我们再看下一条，这个是美国和法国已经敦促自己的这个。
U.S. France urge citizens to leave Russia.
这个是在机场的一个图片，因为很多航班都已经停航了。
对，此前呢，
俄罗斯也向自己的航空公司发出类似的这个警告信息，
对，
要求欧洲的俄罗斯公民尽快离开法国。
has also issued the same urge towards their citizens living in Europe.
我们都可以说它并不是建设性的信号，是吧？
With all those signals,
相反呢，这个很多信号都是暗示
we know that they are not delivering a very positive message, and there are also signs of a possible escalation of the situation. But nobody can say it for sure how the situation will turn out in the next days. Thank you very much, Mr. Huang, for joining our special program.
Watching the latest information of the Ukraine crisis. Thank you so much, Mr. Huang. I appreciate your perspective and insights, and I'm going to wrap up the special coverage on the Ukraine crisis now, but do stay with us because we'll have more coming in your way.
Конфронтация в Европе. И хотя Байден проводит внешне принципиально иную линию по отношению к своим европейским союзникам по НАТО, нежели Трамп вообще проводил очень циничную линию и считал, что раз США господствует в НАТО, то это надо всем признать, и всем нужно подчиниться и перестать играть в игру о том, что мы вместе вырабатываем какие-то решения. Он пытался поставить все очень четко, примитивно просто. Вот есть США, мы решение принимаем, вы выполняете. Байден играет другую игру, что якобы это вот есть некий союз равноправных государств, и вместе осуществляется общенатовская политика. На самом деле у США есть в современном мире стратегические интересы. Эти интересы тесно связаны с сохранением их конкурентных преимуществ. Свои возможности, свои конкурентные преимущества США пытаются теперь сохранить, в том числе за счет Европы.
Говорят, что наши уже в Харькове.
То есть полностью уже под контролем, да?
Неизвестно, но по крайней мере там есть наша часть.
В ту сторону? А вы сами поделили? Да, а сюда просто...
За родственниками. Там родственники говорят, что есть волнение, так сказать. У нас родственники откуда? Из Донецка.
А что они говорят, кстати, сейчас? Какая у них ситуация?
Ну, как бы это, типа, шум, ну они старички, там, 86 лет, они хотят спокойной жизни, то есть они хотят подстраховаться и уехать.
当我们刚想拍摄一些画面，就是不知从哪里来的一辆军车突然出现在我们面前，下来2名持枪的俄边防军人，他们要求我们出示证件。我们此行的目的，严肃地告诉我们，在这里禁止拍摄，必须立刻返回。在返回的路上，我发现。
Россия заявляет, что народная милиция ДНР и ЛНР перешли в контрнаступление.
Чесно, не бачу таких. Хто готовий дати Україні гарантію вступу до НАТО. Чесно. Всі бояться. Я запитав сьогодні у 27 лідерів Європи, чи буде Україна в НАТО. Запитав прямо. Всі бояться. Не відповідають. А ми не боїмось. Ми не боїмось нічого. Не боїмось, захищаючи нашу державу. Ми не боїмось Росії. Ми не боїмось говорити з Росією. Ми не боїмось говорити про все. Про гарантії безпеки для нашої держави. Не боїмось говорити про нейтральний статус. Ми ж зараз не в НАТО. Але які при цьому у нас будуть гарантії?
Yeah, I'm downtown Kiev, live streaming for CGTN, Global Stringer, and we are going to take a break now. After the reporting, we were all around the city looking for some stories like the rocket that part of it landed in eastern Kiev. Then we were looking for some fighting in northern Kiev, and now we are back at my friend's place, the hotel where he's staying, and we are going to have a lunch. And hopefully in the afternoon it will be something to film, because today it seems it's a bit quiet. Well, not quiet. There are things happening, but for example, in northern part of the Kiev, we were going to the direction where there was supposed to be some fighting with the Russian forces, and technically we were stopped by some volunteer militia there, who were declaring it's a front line, and we need a special permission from the commander, who is not there, that to advance. But literally there was a lot of people, a lot of civilians with assault rifles, with AK-47s, so that something must have happened there, or that was the reason why they were calling it the front line. But further north, yesterday, 12 kilometers out, we had some attack on a Ukrainian military base, and this is halfway there. So technically, it is coming from the direction of Chernobyl, which is the suspected direction of the Russian attack. For CGTN, this is one of the main roads in downtown Kiev, and as you can see, there is almost nobody here. There are some few cars here and there, but this is one of the main ways through the center to going, either you're going north or west or east or south, you're crossing around here. So normally it will be rush hour on Friday. I mean, we are getting some cars here, but most of these people are probably leaving Kiev. So what happened today was the morning in Kiev started around 4:15. We had some impacts all around the city, which is supposed to be the Russian rockets. Some sources claim that the rockets were fired from airplanes. There are sources that claim that that these rockets were shot down from the sky by Ukrainian rockets. We have visited a place where one of the fragments of these Russian rockets landed in a very diverse concrete part of the city, where there is a lot of flat buildings that are 10-11 stories high. And what happened is that part of this fragment of this rocket that was shot down from the sky landed in between the balcony segment of the building, where the flats have balconies, and there was a children's playground. So thankfully it happened 4:15 in the morning, and it was a real miracle that nobody was hurt. I mean, nobody died. Like, people were hurt. Nobody died yet. We don't have any confirmation that is against this statement. But people in the most dense populated parts, this is the center. It's not that densely populated. more density you have on the outskirts of Kiev, where these rockets sort of landed, and people are escaping from that. As you can see, city is empty. Most of the people who are walking here right now are foreign journalists. And there you can see some people hauling some food. It looks like big rice bags, and it's pretty quiet, died down now. There are things happening around Kiev, but not specifically in the center. There was rumors of Russian forces fighting in the city of Kiev, so we try to find that, if it is true, the information, because you see, we see a rumor or something is coming up, and then we try to find out that if the information is correct. Then it happened to be on the north part of Kiev, where the local militia started putting checkpoints, not allowing journalists or anybody who is not living there to go further, calling it a front line. Calling it a front line inside Kiev. So if the fighting happened there, they say it was fighting, but if it was with Russian forces or what really happened, we couldn't really verify the information. But I've seen other information online that was actually saying there are Russian forces inside the Kiev city limits, which means that it will be the northern part, because they are coming from the direction of the Chernobyl, that was the nuclear plant with the disaster.
Well, we saw plenty of condemnation on display from the US president. He labelled President Putin's attack a brutal assault. He said that it was without provocation or justification, that it was without necessity. He also went on to detail how he thinks Putin chose war and must now bear the consequences. He laid out a whole raft of new sanctions. This is the fourth day running that the US has outlined new sanction plans. The ones detailed on Thursday, including blacklisting 4 major Russian banks, cutting off their ability to trade with the United States, freezing their assets here in the US, assets worth more than $1 trillion. Also targeting some major state-owned entities and companies within Russia. The US president said it would hit sectors including mining, energy, metals and transportation. The US is also restricting exports from the United States to certain technologies. President Biden said it will make it harder for Russia to build ships. And once again, we also saw on Thursday the US president saying that the Russian elite would be targeted. More oligarchs, families close to the Russian leader, have been blacklisted and sanctions placed upon them. The US president said that all of these things combined, outlined on Thursday and the 3 preceding days, would have a long-term impact on the Russian economy. He said it would have a major hit on Putin's long-term economic ambitions. The US president also raised fears during the course of his speech that it might not be just Ukraine that President Putin is after. He said Putin has a much larger ambition than Ukraine. He wants to re-establish the former Soviet Union, which is why the United States is sending extra troops to Eastern Europe. An additional 7,000 announced by the Pentagon within the last few hours will be heading to strategic positions around Ukraine.
Facing sanctions for a lot of years. The sanctions, active sanctions, began, I believe, 10 years ago. And they started not because of the situation in Ukraine. It was way before Ukraine. So Russia has been facing various kinds of sanctions: personal sanctions, economic sanctions, sanctions against economic entities and companies, stop lists so that people are banned from traveling. Besides that, besides sanctions, our country is experiencing a somewhat twisted phenomenon as abduction of people. A lot of our citizens were abducted in various parts of the globe, and then they were taken to the US and that later incarcerated. So we've been facing this situation for quite some time. That's one thing. Second, we got used to that. We are involved in import substitution. We're banned from purchasing Western technologies. We're engaged in producing our own goods in various economy sectors. So it wasn't our choice. We stood for universal cooperation, but once they used illegal unilateral sanctions, we started developing independently, where we have to make up for that. Third, given the illegitimate nature of the sanctions, these are unilateral sanctions that were not imposed by the Security Council of the United Nations, but by independent countries. We respond to them. We do not accept these sanctions, and we mirror these sanctions. We reciprocate them, and we have either symmetrical or asymmetrical responses. We impose sanctions as well.
Ms. Zarakova, I want to follow up about the SWIFT system because that's one of the very crucial international financial systems. And also we see there are division in the West and elsewhere in the world about whether Russia should be kicked out of that system. You know, how do you see that divide and division of opinions?
Well, we can say that these sanctions are illegitimate. They run counter the Western logics because the West has always asked Russia and China to join the global market, the WTO. It's sad that we should all play by the same rules, and sanctions show that some countries are exempt from the common rules. It is illegal, and I have already said that we have been facing sanctions for quite long, and we have been heard that we can be kicked out of the SWIFT system. So this is the reason why we have started to develop our own possibilities. Some of them have already been there. So we cannot be intimidated in a way like that.
And more on the possible negotiations. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said Russian President Vladimir Putin is ready to send a Russian delegation to the Belarusian capital of Minsk for negotiations with Ukraine. Russia will send representatives from its defense and foreign ministries and the office of the president. A top aide to Ukrainian President Zelensky also said on Friday that Ukraine wants peace and is ready to discuss the country's neutral status with regards to NATO. Russia has said its military operations in Ukraine were in response to the request for assistance by the eastern Ukrainian regions of Lugansk and Donetsk, which Russia recognized as independent earlier this week. President Putin said Russian troops were hitting back at nationalist elements in Ukraine that have been attacking residents of the largely pro-Russian regions for years.
The main clashes of the Russian army, as expected, are taking place not with the regular units of the armed forces of Ukraine, but with nationalist formations, which, as you know, are directly responsible for the genocide in Donbas and the bloodshed of civilians in the People's Republics. In addition, the nationalist elements embedded in the regular Ukrainian units not only incite them to provide armed resistance, but in fact play the role of retreat-blocking detachments.
Thank you for joining us on The World today. And we begin in Ukraine. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky insists he has not left the capital, Kiev. In a video filmed outside the presidential building, he also insisted he had not caught for Ukrainian forces. He denied claims by the Speaker of Russia's State Duma that he had fled for the western city of Lviv. Meantime, Moscow says it did not attack a residential apartment in Kiev. Video and photographs posted on social media showed people evacuated from the building. Heavy fighting is still underway around Kiev and several other cities on the third day of the war. Local officials say Russia is building up forces on the Ukrainian border in the Kiev region, and 71 people have been wounded in hospitals. Zelensky says Ukraine has derailed Russia's plan to take Kiev.
Все, что сейчас происходило все эти годы, было направлено Соединенными Штатами Америки и против России, и против Украины, против украинского народа. Его пытались сделать разменной монетой в больших геополитических играх. И против Европы. Посмотрите, ведь для США, по сути дела, оказалось выгодным сейчас усиление конфронтации в Европе. И хотя Байден проводит внешне принципиально иную линию по отношению к своим европейским союзникам по НАТО, нежели Трамп вообще проводил очень циничную линию и считал, что раз США господствует в НАТО, то это надо всем признать, и всем нужно подчиниться и перестать играть в игру о том, что мы вместе вырабатываем какие-то решения. Он пытался поставить все очень четко, примитивно просто. Вот есть США, мы решение принимаем, вы выполняете. Байден играет другую игру, что якобы это вот есть некий союз равноправных государств, вместе осуществляется общенатовская политика. На самом деле у США есть в современном мире стратегические интересы. Эти интересы тесно связаны с сохранением их конкурентных преимуществ. Свои возможности, свои конкурентные преимущества США пытаются теперь сохранить, в том числе за счет Европы. Больше Европы подчиняя себе, больше подчиняя себе ее экономику, ставят новые военные базы и фактически превращая Европу в абсолютно оккупированную Соединенными Штатами Америки территорию. Поэтому США, хотя сейчас и все говорят о том, что США теряют Украину, в известном смысле может быть. Но, тем не менее, США многие свои стратегические цели обеспечили. Они обеспечили ослабление Европы, они демонизировали Россию. В глазах западного обывателя они формировали дальше образ врага из нашей страны. И, опять-таки, разместили свои дополнительные военные контингенты в Европе с тем, чтобы дальше диктовать свою волю. Поэтому Европа в этой ситуации проигравшая сторона. Украина в этой ситуации проигравшая сторона, а Россия страна, которая предпринимает меры для того, чтобы исключить дальнейшее ухудшение для себя ситуации в противостоянии с НАТО. Поэтому мне кажется, что вот общая конфигурация отношений выглядит таким образом. Европа, конечно, ничего не выигрывает, но тем не менее Европа, как и Соединенные Штаты Америки, заявила о новой череде санкций в отношении нашей страны. Я считаю, что ресурс санкционного давления со стороны Запада серьезно ограничен. Многие санкции, которые они уже могли ввести, они ввели. Россия от этого не перестала существовать, хотя им бы это очень хотелось. Мы только что говорили о том, что Украину Запад рассматривал как разменную монету. Запад не собирается во имя Украины воевать. Во имя Украины Запад готов из России формировать в глазах западного обывателя образ врага. Это даст западным политикам, например, возможность увеличивать военные бюджеты и лоббировать интересы военно-промышленного комплекса своего. Это понятно, это факт.
This is a very, crucial moment for Ukraine, especially when the Russian government recognized the two republics as an independent state in the eastern part of Ukraine. I think this is actually a result of the competition between Russia and the United States, and the Ukraine leaders actually also played a very important role in such a tension. For example, Ukraine President Zelensky just had changed his mind early last year when President Biden took the office as the President of the United States, and he would like to get the United States and some other Western countries be involved in the dispute in eastern Ukraine and in Crimea with Russia. So this is actually a result of the competition between two major powers, and also a result of the policy taken by Ukraine government. And at this moment, I'm sure Zelensky, the Ukraine president, has already realized the importance not to take sides with any major power in such a game. So this is actually a very serious situation in Ukraine. And for the peace and stability, I'm sure Ukraine leaders should take a very, balanced policy toward the United States and toward Russia.
The U.S. concern is they want to meter out the sanctions on the theory that there'll be something left over to impose if there's actually more action by Putin, expansion of number of troops coming in, expansion of the zone, etc.
So how will the diplomatic dynamics between U.S. and Russia go on from this point? We know a summit has been cancelled, and even the meeting between Mr. Blinken and Mr. Lavrov was cancelled too.
Well, quite frankly, the situation is unclear. It looks like Putin has committed to either a buffer state solution or getting the security guarantees that he wants that NATO will not be on his doorstep. Until that is figured out by all sides, there's really not much to talk about. The U.S. was interested in a meeting simply to prevent any kind of action by Russia. That has already happened.
Говорят, что наши уже в Харькове.
То есть полностью уже под контролем, да?
Неизвестно, но по крайней мере там есть наша часть.
В ту сторону. А вы сами поделили? Да, а сюда просто.
За родственниками. Там родственники говорят, что есть волнение, так сказать. У нас родственники откуда? Из Донецка.
А что они говорят, кстати, сейчас? Какая у них ситуация?
Ну, как бы это, типа, шум, ну, они старички, там, 86 лет, они хотят спокойной жизни, то есть они хотят подстраховаться и уехать.
当我们刚想拍摄一些画面，这时不知从哪里来的一辆军车突然出现在我们面前，下来2名持枪的俄边防军人，他们要求我们出示证件。我们此行的目的，严肃地告诉我们，在这里禁止拍摄，必须立刻返回。在返回的路上，我发现。
Россия заявляет, что народная милиция ДНР и ЛНР перешли в контрнаступление.
It's day 5 of Russia's military operation in Ukraine. Ukraine's communication authorities are reporting blasts heard in its capital Kiev and its second largest city of Kharkiv early Monday. The Russian Defense Ministry says both sides have suffered casualties and captured soldiers from the other without specifying the numbers. It also said Russian forces have destroyed over 1,000 Ukrainian military targets. Those include 7 anti-aircraft missile systems and 3 attack drones. The ministry spokesperson said Russia has completely blockaded the cities of Kherson and Berdyansk in southern Ukraine. Peter Dickinson has more details.
That millions probably of Ukrainians spending the night in bomb shelters, in metro stations of major cities, in makeshift bomb shelters elsewhere, or perhaps even at home under the stairs or wherever they can shelter, under the ongoing barrages of Russian rockets. We've had Russian artillery strikes and airstrikes for 4 nights in a row, and of course this has been in parallel with ground operations of Russian forces advancing across the country on a number of fronts. Russia has moved in from the south, from Crimea, which are occupied in 2014, and has moved in and occupied a number of towns in that area and moved towards the city of Kherson, northwards. They've also moved outwards from the east, where they've also been since 2014, and towards the second city of Ukraine, Kharkiv, in the east. But the main attack, the main thrust, and what is widely seen as the decisive battle of the whole campaign is for the capital city, Kiev. Russian forces have been advancing on Kiev since Thursday. Ukraine has put up much stiffer resistance than anticipated, has inflicted significant costs. The Ukrainian authorities claim to have knocked out hundreds of Russian tanks, hundreds of armoured vehicles, dozens of jet planes and helicopters, and to have killed over 3,000, I think now actually in fact over 4,000 Russian troops while taking hundreds prisoner.
Ukraine has agreed to hold talks with Russia at Ukraine's border with Belarus. President Volodymyr Zelensky made a statement on Sunday. He had earlier rejected Russia's offer to hold talks in Belarus, suggesting alternative locations.
Олександр Лукашенко звернувся до мене, щоб українська Alexander Lukashenko called for a meeting of the Ukrainian and Russian delegations on the Pripyat River. I emphasize without any conditions. I would say frankly, as always, I do not really believe in the outcome of this meeting, but let them try.
On Friday, both sides expressed a willingness to negotiate. However, Ukraine backed off, saying Russia's preconditions for the talks were unacceptable. On Sunday, Russian President Vladimir Putin said he's put the country's deterrence forces on high alert. He said senior officials of key NATO member states had issued aggressive statements against Russia.
Dear colleagues, you see that not only are the Western countries engaged in unfriendly actions towards our country in the economic field, I'm talking about the illegitimate sanctions everyone knows about very well. But the top NATO member countries' officials allow themselves aggressive statements towards our country as well. That's why I'm ordering the defense minister and chief of the general staff to switch the Russian army's deterrent forces onto a high alert mode of combat standby duty.
The European Union has announced new measures on Russia, including harsh financial sanctions and closing its airspace to Russian flights. Ross Cullen has more details from Paris.
There's been an increase as the days have gone on with these meetings of EU foreign ministers, EU finance ministers agreeing on different sanctions package, and every time they have agreed on a sanctions package, it has been deeper and tighter, placing some restrictions on the Russian central bank. That's the latest moves that we've seen with these two sanctions packages. We could well see that sanctions package agreed on Monday, very early this coming week, if EU foreign and finance ministers can agree on the next package. That's the overall European Union position, but there are interesting specific national positions. We have seen Germany has had a long holdout when it comes to its long-held tradition of not exporting lethal weapons to conflict zones. Well, that has changed. Also, Germany didn't want any sanction that could impact Nord Stream 2, the pipeline bringing gas from Russia to Germany. Well, we heard earlier, a few days ago, that position was changed. So Germany carrying out these U-turns as well. It was one of the last holdouts for that SWIFT. France saying it's going to be closing its airspace to Russian aircraft Sunday evening. And we have already seen many European Union and non-EU states closing their airspace to Russian aircraft. One Aeroflot plane was en route to Belgium. Brussels closing its airspace, so it had to do an about turn and head back to Russia. So that is something that is taking place state by state. We're seeing more of them hour by hour saying that they'll be closing their airspace to Russian aircraft. So that is one such move that is taking place kind of organically over the last 48 hours or so.
In another development, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen announced export restrictions and sanctions on Belarus for facilitating Russia's military operation in Ukraine. Meanwhile, Russia's central bank says it has sufficient resources to stabilize the Russian financial sector and secure its operations. This follows the move by the US and some European countries to exclude some Russian banks from the SWIFT payment system as part of sanctions for Moscow's military operation in Ukraine. The Russian central bank said in case of any scenarios, money transfers within the country are guaranteed by its own financial system equivalent to SWIFT. Russia developed its own payment transfer system called SPFS in 2014. It has 23 foreign banks connected to it. Russia's Sputnik news agency said in a report last year that the use of the SPFS doubled in 2020 compared to a year ago, and that the proportion of domestic users reached over 20%. The UN Refugee Agency says some 370,000 people have fled fighting in Ukraine. For the ones who are waiting to leave, many are converging on the western city of Lviv. Oleksiy Przemysky reports.
So there are thousands of people here. They are just coming, and you could see lines of people coming away from the railway station and coming to the railway station. So those who are just arriving in Lviv, they are coming from Kiev, Kharkiv, southern parts of Ukraine, and they are trying to seek refuge here in, so-called western capital of Ukraine, Lviv. We don't have the official information, official statistics yet on how many of those have already arrived, but as the Poland border authorities already informed, more than 150,000 people, 150,000 Ukrainians crossed the Poland border within the last couple of days. And this is only Poland we're speaking about. So there are also long lines of people trying to get to Romania, Slovakia, Hungary, so Moldova, every country that Ukraine is bordering with. But the question is, how many more of them gonna be coming here? Because when you see the pictures from Kiev and Kharkiv, well, you understand that there will be more and more refugees, and we have the official UN data that was saying that we expect more than 5 million refugees from Ukraine because of the war with Russia.
The UN Security Council has voted to convene a special session of the General Assembly. Tony Waterman has more details from New York.
This was a procedural vote. That means that none of the permanent members of the Security Council were able to exercise their veto power. It needed 9 of the 15 members to be in favor. At the end of the day, what we saw was that 11 members voted in favor. There was 1 that voted against. Of course, that was Russia. And then there were 3 abstentions: China, India, and the UAE. This is the same lineup that we saw for that draft resolution on Friday. Now, after the vote took place, we did hear from the Chinese ambassador to the UN, who said that the world is witnessing a dramatic change in the situation in Ukraine, and that both sides need to exercise restraint when it comes to the situation to prevent it from getting worse. Take a listen.
China supports and encourages all diplomatic efforts conducive to a peaceful settlement of the Ukraine crisis and welcomes the earliest possible direct dialogue and negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. At the same time, China supports equal-footed dialogues between the EU and Russia on European security issues.
We also heard from the Ukrainian and also the Russian representatives. Take a listen.
This crisis broke out not as a result of the launch of the Russian special military operation in Ukraine, but much earlier, when for 8 years you turned a blind eye to the crimes perpetrated by the Ukrainian nationalists in Donbass.
As the Ukrainian people continue to bravely stand against Russian aggression, Russia's lies will be exposed, and Russia's contempt for international law will be confirmed.
On to other news now. China Media Group has launched a platform to provide tailor-made media convergence services along with some other international media outlets. The All Media Service platform provides services such as content exchange, communication and overseas reporting. It covers nearly 500 global media agencies. President of the China Media Group, Shen Haixiong, says with this new platform, the group hopes to explore new channels of global media cooperation. It keeps sticking to the truth in news reporting and work together to tackle challenges. That's it for this edition of The World Today on CGTN. I'm Pan Deng in Beijing. Coming up is Sports Scene. Stay tuned.
So we've been facing this situation for quite some time. That's one thing. Second, we got used to that. We are involved in import substitution, we're banned from purchasing Western technologies. We're engaged in producing our own goods in various economy sectors. So it wasn't our choice. We stood for universal cooperation, but once they used illegal unilateral sanctions, we started developing independently, where we have to make up for that. Third, given the illegitimate nature of the sanctions, these are unilateral sanctions that were not imposed by the Security Council of the United Nations, but by independent countries. We respond to them. We do not accept these sanctions, and we mirror these sanctions. We reciprocate them, and we have either symmetrical or asymmetrical responses. we impose sanctions as well.
Ms. Zarakova, I want to follow up about the SWIFT system because that's one of the very crucial international financial systems. And also we see there are division in the West and elsewhere in the world about whether Russia should be kicked out of that system. You know, how do you see that divide and division of opinions?
Well, we can say that these sanctions are illegitimate. They run counter the Western logics because the West has always asked Russia and China to join the global market, the WTO. It's sad that we should all play by the same rules, and sanctions show that some countries are exempt from the common rules. It is illegal, and I have already said that we have been facing sanctions for quite long, and we have been heard that we can be kicked out of the SWIFT system. So this is the reason why we have started to develop our own possibilities. Some of them have already been there. So we cannot be intimidated in a way like that.
And more on the possible negotiations. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said Russian President Vladimir Putin is ready to send a Russian delegation to the Belarusian capital of Minsk for negotiations with Ukraine. Russia will send representatives from its defense and foreign ministries and the office of the president. A top aide to Ukrainian President Zelensky also said on Friday that Ukraine wants peace and is ready to discuss the country's neutral status with regards to NATO. Russia has said its military operations in Ukraine were in response to the request for assistance by the eastern Ukrainian regions of Lugansk and Donetsk, which Russia recognized as independent earlier this week. President Putin said Russian troops were hitting back at nationalist elements in Ukraine that have been attacking residents of the largely pro-Russian regions for years.
The main clashes of the Russian army, as expected, are taking place not with the regular units of the armed forces of Ukraine, but with nationalist formations, which, as you know, are directly responsible for the genocide in Donbass and the bloodshed of civilians in the People's Republics. In addition, the nationalist elements embedded in the regular Ukrainian units not only incite them to provide armed resistance, but in fact play the role of retreat-blocking detachments.
Thank you for joining us on The World today. And we begin in Ukraine. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky insists he has not left the capital, Kiev. In a video filmed outside the presidential building, he also insisted he had not caught for Ukrainian forces. He denied claims by the Speaker of Russia's State Duma that he had fled for the western city of Lviv. Meantime, Moscow says it did not attack a residential apartment in Kiev. Video and photographs posted on social media showed people evacuated from the building. Heavy fighting is still underway around Kiev and several other cities on the third day of the war. Local officials say Russia is building up forces on the Ukrainian border in the Kiev region, and 71 people have been wounded in hospitals. Zelensky says Ukraine has derailed Russia's plan to take Kiev.
Все, что сейчас происходило все эти годы, было направлено Соединенными Штатами Америки и против России, и против Украины, и против украинского народа. Его пытались сделать разменной монетой в больших геополитических играх, и против Европы. Посмотрите, ведь для США, по сути дела, оказалось выгодным сейчас усиление конфронтации в Европе. И хотя Байден проводит внешне принципиально иную линию по отношению к своим европейским союзникам по НАТО, нежели Трамп вообще проводил очень циничную линию и считал, что раз США господствует в НАТО, то это надо всем признать, и всем нужно подчиниться и перестать играть в игру о том, что мы вместе вырабатываем какие-то решения. Он пытался поставить все очень четко, примитивно просто. Вот есть США, мы решения принимаем, вы выполняете. Байден играет другую игру, что якобы это вот есть некий союз равноправных государств, и вместе осуществляется общенатовская политика. На самом деле у США есть в современном мире стратегические интересы. Эти интересы тесно связаны с сохранением их конкурентных преимуществ. Свои возможности, свои конкурентные преимущества США пытаются теперь сохранить, в том числе за счет Европы. Больше Европы подчиняя себе, больше подчиняя себе ее экономику, ставят новые военные базы и фактически превращая Европу в абсолютно оккупированную Соединенными Штатами Америки территорию. Поэтому США, хотя сейчас и все говорят о том, что США теряют Украину, в известном смысле может быть. Но, тем не менее, США многие свои стратегические цели обеспечили. Они обеспечили ослабление Европы, они демонизировали Россию. В глазах западного обывателя они формировали дальше образ врага из нашей страны. И, опять-таки, разместили свои дополнительные военные контингенты в Европе с тем, чтобы дальше диктовать свою волю. Поэтому Европа в этой ситуации проигравшая сторона. Украина в этой ситуации проигравшая сторона, а Россия страна, которая предпринимает меры для того, чтобы исключить дальнейшее ухудшение для себя ситуации в противостоянии с НАТО. Поэтому мне кажется, что вот общая конфигурация отношений выглядит таким образом. Европа, конечно, ничего не выигрывает, но тем не менее Европа, как и Соединенные Штаты Америки, заявила о новой череде санкций в отношении нашей страны. Я считаю, что ресурс санкционного давления со стороны Запада серьезно ограничен. Многие санкции, которые они уже могли ввести, они ввели. Россия от этого не перестала существовать, хотя им бы это очень хотелось. Мы только что говорили о том, что Украину Запад рассматривал как разменную монету. Запад не собирается во имя Украины воевать. Во имя Украины Запад готов из России формировать в глазах западного обывателя образ врага. Это даст западным политикам, например, возможность увеличивать военные бюджеты и лоббировать интересы военно-промышленного комплекса своего. Это понятно, это факт.
This is a very, crucial moment for Ukraine, especially when the Russian government recognized the two republics as an independent state in the eastern part of Ukraine. I think this is actually a result of the competition between Russia and the United States, and the Ukraine leaders actually also played a very important role in such a tension. For example, Ukraine President Zelensky just had changed his mind early last year when President Biden took the office as the President of the United States, and he would like to get the United States and some other Western countries be involved in the dispute in eastern Ukraine and in Crimea with Russia. So this is actually a result of the competition between two major powers, and also a result of the policy taken by Ukraine government. And at this moment, I'm sure Zelensky, the Ukraine president, has already realized the importance not to take sides with any major power in such a game. So this is actually a very serious situation in Ukraine. And for the peace and stability, I'm sure Ukraine leaders should take a very, balanced policy toward the United States and toward Russia.
The U.S. concern is they want to meter out the sanctions on the theory that there'll be something left over to impose if there's actually more action by Putin, expansion of number of troops coming in, expansion of the zone, etc.
So how will the diplomatic dynamics between U.S. and Russia go on from this point? We know a summit has been cancelled, and even the meeting between Mr. Blinken and Mr. Lavrov was cancelled too.
Well, quite frankly, the situation is unclear. It looks like Putin has committed to either a buffer state solution or getting the security guarantees that he wants that NATO will not be on his doorstep. Until that is figured out by all sides, there's really not much to talk about. The U.S. was interested in a meeting simply to prevent any kind of action by Russia. That has already happened.
Говорят, что наши уже в Харькове.
То есть полностью уже под контролем, да?
Неизвестно, но по крайней мере там есть наша часть.
В ту сторону. А вы сами куда живете? Да, а сюда просто.
За родственниками. Там родственники говорят, что есть волнение, так сказать. У нас родственники откуда? Из Донецка. Вот.
А что они говорят, кстати, сейчас? Какая у них ситуация?
Ну, как бы это, типа, шум, ну они старички, там, 86 лет, они хотят спокойной жизни, то есть они хотят подстраховаться и уехать.
当我们刚想拍摄一些画面，就是不知从哪里来的一辆军车突然出现在我们面前，开来2名持枪的俄边防军人，他们要求我们出示证件，我们此行的目的，严肃地告诉我们在这里禁止拍摄，必须立刻返回。在返回的路上，我发现。
Россия заявляет, что народная милиция ДНР и ЛНР перешли в контрнаступление.
Чесно, не бачу таких. Хто готовий дати Україні гарантію вступу до НАТО? Чесно, всі бояться. Я запитав сьогодні у 27 лідерів Європи, чи буде Україна в НАТО. Запитав прямо. Всі бояться, не відповідають, а ми не боїмось. Ми не боїмось нічого. Не боїмось, захищаючи нашу державу. Ми не боїмось Росії. Ми не боїмось говорити з Росією. Ми не боїмось говорити про все. Про гарантії безпеки для нашої держави. Не боїмось говорити про нейтральний статус. Ми ж зараз не в НАТО. Але які при цьому у нас будуть гарантії?
Yeah, I'm downtown Kiev, live streaming for CGTN, Global Stringer, and we are going to take a break now. After the reporting, we were all around the city looking for some stories like the rocket that part of it landed in eastern Kiev. Then we were looking for some fighting in northern Kiev, and now we are back at my friend's place, the hotel where he's staying, and we are going to have a lunch. And hopefully in the afternoon it will be something to film, because today it seems it's a bit quiet. Well, not quiet. There are things happening, but for example, in northern part of the Kiev, we were going to the direction where there was supposed to be some fighting with the Russian forces, and technically we were stopped by some volunteer militia there, who were declaring it's a front line, and we need a special permission from the commander, who is not there, that to advance. But literally there was a lot of people, a lot of civilians with assault rifles, with AK-47s, so that something must have happened there, or that was the reason why they were calling it the front line. But further north, yesterday, 12 kilometers out, we had some attack on a Ukrainian military base, and this is halfway there. So technically it is coming from the direction of Chernobyl, which is the suspected direction of the Russian attack. For CGTN, this is one of the main roads in downtown Kiev, and as you can see, there is almost nobody here. There are some few cars here and there, but this is one of the main ways through the center to going, either you're going north or west or east or south, you're crossing around here. So normally it will be rush hour on Friday. I mean, we are getting some cars here, but most of these people are probably leaving Kiev. So what happened today was the morning in Kiev started around 4:15. We had some impacts all around the city, which is supposed to be the Russian rockets. Some sources claim that the rockets were fired from airplanes. There are sources that claim that that these rockets were shot down from the sky by Ukrainian rockets. We have visited a place where one of the fragments of these Russian rockets landed in a very diverse concrete part of the city, where there is a lot of flat buildings that are 10, 11 stories high. And what happened is that part of this fragment of this rocket that was shot down from the sky landed in between the balcony segment of the building, where the flats have balconies, and there was a children's playground. So thankfully it happened 4:15 in the morning, and it was a real miracle that nobody was hurt. I mean, nobody died. Like, people were hurt. Nobody died yet. We don't have any confirmation that is against this statement. But people in the most dense populated parts, this is the center. It's not that densely populated. More density you have on the outskirts of Kiev, where these rockets sort of landed, and people are escaping from that. As you can see, city is empty. Most of the people who are walking here right now are foreign journalists. And there you can see some people hauling some food. It looks like big rice bags, and it's pretty quiet, died down now. There are things happening around Kiev, but not specifically in the center. There was rumors of Russian forces fighting in the city of Kiev, so we try to find that, if it is true, the information, because you see, we see a rumor or something is coming up, and then we try to find out that if the information is correct, then It happened to be on the north part of Kiev, where the local militia started putting checkpoints, not allowing journalists or anybody who is not living there to go further, calling it a front line. Calling it a front line inside Kiev. So if the fighting happened there, they say it was fighting, but if it was with Russian forces or what really happened, we couldn't really verify the information. But I've seen other information online that was actually saying there are Russian forces inside the Kiev city limits, which means that it will be the northern part, because they are coming from the direction of the Chernobyl, that was the nuclear plant with the disaster.
Well, we saw plenty of condemnation on display from the US president. He labeled President Putin's attack a brutal assault. He said that it was without provocation or justification, that it was without necessity. He also went on to detail how he thinks Putin chose war and must now bear the consequences. He laid out a whole raft of new sanctions. This is the fourth day running that the US has outlined new sanction plans. The ones detailed on Thursday, including blacklisting 4 major Russian banks, cutting off their ability to trade with the United States, freezing their assets here in the US, assets worth more than $1 trillion. Also targeting some major state-owned entities and companies within Russia. The US president said it would hit sectors including mining, energy, metals and transportation. The US is also restricting exports from the United States to certain technologies. President Biden said it will make it harder for Russia to build ships. And once again, we also saw on Thursday the US president saying that the Russian elite would be targeted. More oligarchs, families close to the Russian leader have been blacklisted and sanctions placed upon them. The US president said that all of these things combined, outlined on Thursday and the 3 preceding days, would have a long-term impact on the Russian economy. He said it would have a major hit on Putin's long-term economic ambitions. The US president also raised fears during the course of his speech that it might not be just Ukraine that President Putin is after. He said Putin has a much larger ambition than Ukraine. He wants to re-establish the former Soviet Union, which is why the United States is sending extra troops to Eastern Europe. An additional 7,000 announced by the Pentagon within the last few hours will be heading to strategic positions around Ukraine.
Facing sanctions for a lot of years. The sanctions, active sanctions, began, I believe, 10 years ago. And they started not because of the situation in Ukraine. It was way before Ukraine. So Russia has been facing various kinds of sanctions: personal sanctions, economic sanctions, sanctions against economic entities and companies, stop lists so that people are banned from traveling. Besides that, besides sanctions, our country is experiencing a somewhat twisted phenomenon as abduction of people. A lot of our citizens were abducted in various parts of the globe, and then they were taken to the US and that later incarcerated. So we've been facing this situation for quite some time. That's one thing. Second, we got used to that. We are involved in import substitution, where we are banned from purchasing Western technologies. We're engaged in producing our own goods in various economy sectors. So it wasn't our choice. We stood for universal cooperation, but once they used illegal unilateral sanctions, we started developing independently, where we have to make up for that. Third, given the illegitimate nature of the sanctions, these are unilateral sanctions that were not imposed by the Security Council of the United Nations, but by independent countries. We respond to them. We do not accept these sanctions, and we mirror these sanctions. We reciprocate them, and we have either symmetrical or asymmetrical responses. We impose sanctions as well.
Ms. Zarakova, I want to follow up about the SWIFT system, because that's one of the very crucial international financial systems. And also we see there are division in the West and elsewhere in the world about whether Russia should be kicked out of that system. You know, how do you see that divide and division of opinions?
Well, we can say that these sanctions are illegitimate. They run counter the Western logics because the West has always asked Russia and China to join the global market, the WTO. It's sad that we should all play by the same rules, and sanctions show that some countries are exempt from the common rules. It is illegal, and I have already said that we have been facing sanctions for quite long, and we have been heard that we can be kicked out of the SWIFT system. So this is the reason why we have started to develop our own possibilities. Some of them have already been there. So we cannot be intimidated in a way like that.
And more on the possible negotiations. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said Russian President Vladimir Putin is ready to send a Russian delegation to the Belarusian capital of Minsk for negotiations with Ukraine. Russia will send representatives from its defense and foreign ministries and the office of the president. A top aide to Ukrainian President Zelensky also said on Friday that Ukraine wants peace and is ready to discuss the country's neutral status with regards to NATO. Russia has said its military operations in Ukraine were in response to the request for assistance by the eastern Ukrainian regions of Lugansk and Donetsk, which Russia recognized as independent earlier this week. President Putin said Russian troops were hitting back at nationalist elements in Ukraine that have been attacking residents of the largely pro-Russian regions for years.
The main clashes of the Russian army, as expected, are taking place not with the regular units of the armed forces of Ukraine, but with nationalist formations, which, as you know, are directly responsible for the genocide in Donbass and the bloodshed of civilians in the People's Republics. In addition, the nationalist elements embedded in the regular Ukrainian units not only incite them to provide armed resistance, but in fact play the role of retreat-blocking detachments.
Thank you for joining us on The World today. And we begin in Ukraine. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky insists he has not left the capital, Kiev. In a video filmed outside the presidential building, he also insisted he had not caught for Ukrainian forces. He denied claims by the Speaker of Russia's State Duma that he had fled for the western city of Lviv. Meantime, Moscow says it did not attack a residential apartment in Kiev. Video and photographs posted on social media showed people evacuated from the building. Heavy fighting is still underway around Kiev and several other cities on the third day of the war. Local officials say Russia is building up forces on the Ukrainian border in the Kiev region, and 71 people have been wounded in hospitals. Zelensky says Ukraine has derailed Russia's plan to take Kiev.
Все, что сейчас происходило все эти годы, было направлено Соединенными Штатами Америки и против России, и против Украины, против украинского народа. Его пытались сделать разменной монетой в больших геополитических играх. И против Европы. Посмотрите, ведь для США, по сути дела, оказалось выгодным сейчас усиление конфронтации в Европе. И хотя Байден проводит внешне принципиально иную линию по отношению к своим европейским союзникам по НАТО, нежели Трамп вообще проводил очень циничную линию и считал, что раз США господствует в НАТО, то это надо всем признать, и всем нужно подчиниться и перестать играть в игру о том, что мы вместе вырабатываем какие-то решения. Он пытался поставить все очень четко, примитивно просто. Вот есть США, мы решения принимаем, вы выполняете. Байден играет другую игру, что якобы это вот есть некий союз равноправных государств, и вместе осуществляется общенатовская политика. На самом деле у США есть в современном мире стратегические интересы. Эти интересы тесно связаны с сохранением их конкурентных преимуществ. Свои возможности, свои конкурентные преимущества США пытаются теперь сохранить, в том числе за счет Европы. Больше Европу подчиняя себе, больше подчиняя себе ее экономику, ставят новые военные базы и фактически превращая Европу в абсолютно оккупированную Соединенными Штатами Америки территорию. Поэтому США, хотя сейчас и все говорят о том, что США теряют Украину, в известном смысле может быть. Но, тем не менее, США многие свои стратегические цели обеспечили. Они обеспечили ослабление Европы, они демонизировали Россию. В глазах западного обывателя они формировали дальше образ врага из нашей страны и, опять-таки, разместили свои дополнительные военные контингенты в Европе с тем, чтобы дальше диктовать свою волю. Поэтому Европа в этой ситуации проигравшая сторона, Украина в этой ситуации проигравшая сторона, а Россия страна, которая предпринимает меры для того, чтобы исключить дальнейшее ухудшение для себя ситуации в противостоянии с НАТО. Поэтому мне кажется, что вот общая конфигурация отношений выглядит таким образом. Европа, конечно, ничего не выигрывает, но тем не менее Европа, как и Соединенные Штаты Америки, заявила о новой череде санкций в отношении нашей страны. Я считаю, что ресурс санкционного давления со стороны Запада серьезно ограничен. Многие санкции, которые они уже могли ввести, они ввели. Россия от этого не перестала существовать, хотя им бы это очень хотелось. Мы только что говорили о том, что Украину Запад рассматривал как разменную монету. Запад не собирается во имя Украины воевать. Во имя Украины Запад готов из России формировать в глазах западного обывателя образ врага. Это даст западным политикам, например, возможность увеличивать военные бюджеты и лоббировать интересы военно-промышленного комплекса своего. Это понятно, это факт.
This is a very, crucial moment for Ukraine, especially when the Russian government recognized the two republics as an independent state in the eastern part of Ukraine. I think this is actually a result of the competition between Russia and the United States, and the Ukraine leaders actually also played a very important role in such a tension. For example, Ukraine President Zelensky just had changed his mind early last year when President Biden took the office as the President of the United States, and he would like to get the United States and some other Western countries be involved in the dispute in eastern Ukraine and in Crimea with Russia. So this is actually a result of the competition between two major powers, and also a result of the policy taken by Ukraine government. And at this moment, I'm sure Zelensky, the Ukraine president, has already realized the importance not to take sides with any major power in such a game. So this is actually a very serious situation in Ukraine. And for the peace and stability, I'm sure Ukraine leaders should take a very, balanced policy toward the United States and toward Russia.
The U.S. concern is they want to meter out the sanctions on the theory that there'll be something left over to impose if there's actually more action by Putin, expansion of a number of troops coming in, expansion of the zone, etc.
So how will the diplomatic dynamics between U.S. and Russia go on from this point? We know a summit has been cancelled, and even the meeting between Mr. Blinken and Mr. Lavrov was cancelled too.
Well, quite frankly, the situation is unclear. It looks like Putin has committed to either a buffer state solution or getting the security guarantees that he wants that NATO will not be on his doorstep. Until that is figured out by all sides, there's really not much to talk about. The U.S. was interested in a meeting simply to prevent any kind of action by Russia. That has already happened.
Говорят, что наши уже в Харькове.
То есть полностью уже под контролем, да?
Неизвестно, но по крайней мере там есть наша часть.
В ту сторону. А вы сами поделили? Да, а сюда просто...
За родственниками. Там родственники говорят, что есть волнение, так сказать. У нас родственники откуда? Из Донецка. Вот.
А что они говорят, кстати, сейчас? Какая у них ситуация?
Ну, как бы это, типа, шум, ну они старички, там, 86 лет, они хотят спокойной жизни, то есть они хотят подстраховаться и уехать.
当我们刚想拍摄一些画面，这时不知从哪里来的一辆军车突然出现在我们面前，开来2名持枪的俄边防军人，他们要求我们出示证件。我们此行的目的，严肃地告诉我们，在这里禁止拍摄，必须立刻返回。在返回的路上，我发现。
Россия заявляет, что народная милиция ДНР и ЛНР перешли в контрнаступление.
Чесно, не бачу таких. Хто готовий дати Україні гарантію вступу до НАТО? Чесно, всі бояться. Я запитав сьогодні у 27 лідерів Європи, чи буде Україна в НАТО. Запитав прямо. Всі бояться, не відповідають, а ми не боїмось. Ми не боїмось нічого. Не боїмось, захищаючи нашу державу. Ми не боїмось Росії. Ми не боїмось говорити з Росією. Ми не боїмось говорити про все. Про гарантії безпеки для нашої держави. Не боїмось говорити про нейтральний статус. Ми ж зараз не в НАТО. Але які при цьому у нас будуть гарантії?
Yeah, I'm downtown Kiev, live streaming for CGTN, Global Stringer, and we are going to take a break now. After the reporting, we were all around the city looking for some stories, like the rocket that part of it landed in eastern Kiev. Then we were looking for some fighting in northern Kiev, and now we are back at my friend's place, the hotel where he's staying, and we are going to have a lunch. And hopefully in the afternoon it will be something to film, because today it seems it's a bit quiet. Well, not quiet. There are things happening, but for example, in northern part of the Kiev, we were going to the direction where there was supposed to be some fighting with the Russian forces, and technically we were stopped by some volunteer militia there who were declaring it's a front line, and we need a special permission from the commander, who is not there, that to advance. But literally there was a lot of people, a lot of civilians with assault rifles, with AK-47s, so that something must have happened there, or that was the reason why they were calling it the front line. But further north, yesterday, 12 kilometers out, we had some attack on a Ukrainian military base, and this is halfway there. So technically it is coming from the direction of Chernobyl, which is the suspected direction of the Russian attack. For CGTN, this is one of the main roads in downtown Kiev, and as you can see, there is almost nobody here. There are some few cars here and there, but this is one of the main ways through the center to going, either you're going north or west or east or south, you're crossing around here. So normally it will be rush hour on Friday. I mean, we are getting some cars here, but most of these people are probably leaving Kiev. So what happened today was the morning in Kiev started around 4:15. We had some impacts all around the city, which is supposed to be the Russian rockets. Some sources claim that the rockets were fired from airplanes. There are sources that claim that that these rockets were shot down from the sky by Ukrainian rockets. We have visited a place where one of the fragments of these Russian rockets landed in a very diverse concrete part of the city, where there is a lot of flat buildings that are 10, 11 stories high. And what happened is that part of this fragment of this rocket that was shot down from the sky landed in between the balcony segment of the building, where the flats have balconies, and there was a children's playground. So thankfully it happened 4:15 in the morning, and it was a real miracle that nobody was hurt. I mean, nobody died. Like, people were hurt. Nobody died yet. We don't have any confirmation that is against this statement. But people in the most dense populated parts, this is the center. It's not that densely populated. More density you have on the outskirts of Kiev, where these rockets sort of landed, and people are escaping from that. As you can see, city is empty. Most of the people who are walking here right now are foreign journalists. And there you can see some people hauling some food. It looks like big rice bags, and it's pretty quiet, died down now. There are things happening around Kiev, but not specifically in the center. There was rumors of Russian forces fighting in the city of Kiev, so we try to find that, if it is true, the information, because you see, we see a rumor or something is coming up, and then we try to find out that if the information is correct, then it happened to be on the north part of Kiev, where the local militia started putting checkpoints, not allowing journalists or anybody who is not living there to go further, calling it a front line, inside Kiev. So if the fighting happened there, they say it was fighting, but if it was with Russian forces or what really happened, we couldn't really verify the information. But I've seen other information online that was actually saying there are Russian forces inside the Kiev city limits, which means that it will be the northern part, because they are coming from the direction of the Chernobyl, that was the nuclear plant with the disaster.
Well, we saw plenty of condemnation on display from the US president. He labeled President Putin's attack a brutal assault. He said that it was without provocation or justification, that it was without necessity. He also went on to detail how he thinks Putin chose war and must now bear the consequences. He laid out a whole raft of new sanctions. This is the fourth day running that the US has outlined new sanction plans. The ones detailed on Thursday, including blacklisting 4 major Russian banks, cutting off their ability to trade with the United States, freezing their assets here in the US, assets worth more than $1 trillion. Also targeting some major state-owned entities and companies within Russia. The US president said it would hit sectors including mining, energy, metals and transportation. The US is also restricting exports from the United States to certain technologies. President Biden said it will make it harder for Russia to build ships. And once again, we also saw on Thursday the US president saying that the Russian elite would be targeted. More oligarchs, families close to the Russian leader, have been blacklisted and sanctions placed upon them. The US president said that all of these things combined, outlined on Thursday and the 3 preceding days, would have a long-term impact on the Russian economy. He said it would have a major hit on Putin's long-term economic ambitions. The US president also raised fears during the course of his speech that it might not be just Ukraine that President Putin is after. He said Putin has a much larger ambition than Ukraine. He wants to re-establish the former Soviet Union, which is why the United States is sending extra troops to Eastern Europe. An additional 7,000 announced by the Pentagon within the last few hours will be heading to strategic positions around Ukraine.
Facing sanctions for a lot of years. The sanctions, active sanctions, began, I believe, 10 years ago. And they started not because of the situation in Ukraine. It was way before Ukraine. So Russia has been facing various kinds of sanctions: personal sanctions, economic sanctions, sanctions against economic entities and companies, stop lists so that people are banned from traveling. Besides that, besides sanctions, our country is experiencing a somewhat twisted phenomenon as abduction of people. A lot of our citizens were abducted in various parts of the globe, and then they were taken to the US and that later incarcerated. So we've been facing this situation for quite some time. That's one thing. Second, we got used to that. We are involved in import substitution, where we are banned from purchasing Western technologies. We're engaged in producing our own goods in various economy sectors. So it wasn't our choice. We stood for universal cooperation, but once they used illegal unilateral sanctions, we started developing independently, where we have to make up for that. Third, given the illegitimate nature of the sanctions, these are unilateral sanctions that were not imposed by the Security Council of the United Nations, but by independent countries. We respond to them. We do not accept these sanctions, and we mirror these sanctions. We reciprocate them, and we have either symmetrical or asymmetrical responses. We impose sanctions as well.
Ms. Zarakova, I want to follow up about the SWIFT system, because that's one of the very crucial international financial systems. And also we see there are division in the West and elsewhere in the world about whether Russia should be kicked out of that system. You know, how do you see that divide and division of opinions?
Well, we can say that these sanctions are illegitimate. They run counter the Western logics because the West has always asked Russia and China to join the global market, the WTO. It's sad that we should all play by the same rules, and sanctions show that some countries are exempt from the common rules. It is illegal, and I have already said that we have been facing sanctions for quite long, and we have been heard that we can be kicked out of the SWIFT system. So this is the reason why we have started to develop our own possibilities. Some of them have already been there. So we cannot be intimidated in a way like that.
And more on the possible negotiations. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said Russian President Vladimir Putin is ready to send a Russian delegation to the Belarusian capital of Minsk for negotiations with Ukraine. Russia will send representatives from its defense and foreign ministries and the office of the president. A top aide to Ukrainian President Zelensky also said on Friday that Ukraine wants peace and is ready to discuss the country's neutral status with regards to NATO. Russia has said its military operations in Ukraine were in response to the request for assistance by the eastern Ukrainian regions of Lugansk and Donetsk, which Russia recognized as independent earlier this week. President Putin said Russian troops were hitting back at nationalist elements in Ukraine that have been attacking residents of the largely pro-Russian regions for years.
The main clashes of the Russian army, as expected, are taking place not with the regular units of the armed forces of Ukraine, but with national...
will be held on the Pripyat. It's in Chernobyl that is taken by Russians, but the exact details of peace talks are still unknown. The presidential advisor Mikhail Podolyak says that for the moment only suggestions for future negotiations are discussed.
Right, Victor, I'm just out of curiosity because we've been trying to get you through some kind of video format for at least 2 or 3 days, but here we are again through a telephone line. How's internet access, electricity and telecommunications in Kiev right now?
It seems to be all right, but sometimes there is a bad liaison. You know what we can do. Well, that's all I can say.
Right, thank you very much and take care. Our correspondent Viktor Melnikov in the Ukrainian capital Kiev. As we have reported, a curfew in Kiev began on Saturday evening, which will last until Monday morning. A Chinese national living there shares his experience while the city is under curfew.
今天是2022年的2月27日早上11点50。
It's 11:50 a.m. February 27, 2022. The distant thunder of guns has just passed. Black smoke has begun to rise from nearby houses. Rapid gunfire was heard just now. I'm in the Dniprovsky district of Kiev, which is 1 kilometer north from the Dnipro River in Kiev. There is a curfew. No one can be seen on the road. Anyone walking on the road will be considered as suspected enemy personnel collecting or reporting intelligence. The thunder of guns started from 8 a.m. Fighting is underway in downtown Kiev.
It's estimated that more than 70,000 refugees from Ukraine have crossed into Hungary since Thursday last week. People in rural Hungary have come together to help those in need. Lucy Huff reports.
As you can see behind me, I'm just standing in front of a major makeshift centre that's been erected for the welcoming of those who've made the long and very difficult journey across the border. In their numbers, mostly women and children, given that, of course, Ukrainian men without a foreign passport, aged between the ages of 18 and 60, are prevented from leaving the country. So these people have come either by foot or by car. They're stopping here for some refuge, for some warmth, for some water, to receive some basic supplies from the volunteers who are working here on the ground. We have the Red Cross as well as other organizations working to support these people. We've got people also driving from major cities such as Budapest to offer free transportation to those in need, particularly those young children, some babies in prams that have been forced from their homes in Ukraine. For them, what happens next is the big question. A lot of people that we've been speaking to here are saying, we really want to go home, but there was no choice but to flee, given the situation on the ground, given the violence. But many people separated from their fathers, from their husbands, so a deeply difficult situation. But these people now finally in safety on European soil. The question, of course, is what happens next.
For more on the refugee situation, let's talk to our correspondent Oleksiy Przmyski in the western Ukrainian city of Lviv. Oleksiy, we've talked about this already on Sunday. It looks like Lviv now is kind of a transit hub for people trying to flee Ukraine. How's the situation right now?
Good day to you. So as far as you see, we're in a hotel right now because we are still having the curfew, which is gonna end from minute to minute. This night there was no air strike alarms sounded in the city, which we're used to being hearing for the last couple of days. So we spent it quite peacefully and calm. As for the general situation, there are just thousands and thousands of people who continue coming to Lviv from all other parts of Ukraine. Basically, last night before the curfew, if you would just go outside to the center of the Lviv city, you would just see hundreds of people walking, people eating and drinking in the restaurants and cafes, some of them which are already opening right now, because there hasn't been any machine guns, any shootings, any airstrike in Lviv for these last 3 days. And if you just turn off the news, you would never say that in 500 kilometers from this city, there is a real war and real machine gun, real strikes coming. So that's what the situation looks here. And as for those thousands of people, the official authorities not disclosing the exact number of how many refugees have already come to Lviv or other cities in the western part of Ukraine. They say that this information is secret now because it can be used by Russian army, so that is why they're not sharing it. But at the central railway station in Lviv, you can see that from day to day there are more and more people. So there are thousands inside the building and thousands waiting outside for their buses. Some of them are coming from eastern Ukraine to spend time in Lviv. Some of them just want to spend a couple of days here and then go to Europe. So let's just hear a couple of sound bites of those people, what they say and where they are planning to go.
When we got to the shelter, they were already full. So I came back to my house, but on the Friday, it got worse. That's where it got closer to my apartment, and I had no option. I had to leave. Yeah. We left everything there. My friends had their cars. They left everything. We left everything. I left everything too. Yeah. Right now, the most important thing is my life. Yeah.
Right now, we are going to border. So let me see if I can get to Europe through Hungary, and then I'll go to Poland to meet my family. Yeah. My family now they're on their way to Poland. Right now, she's supposed to be at the Poland border. They bought a train yesterday night, and the train got broken on the way.
I decided to go to Poland. I have some friends over there, and then to Turkey, as it's literally almost impossible to find a home and to stay in Kiev. It wasn't possible, and he's very scared.
Well, so I want to say that Europe is the dream destination for absolute majority of those people. But with each day, this dream can be less and less optimistic because of how many people actually are trying to get to the border. So as far as we know that the line to cross the border starts approximately 30, even now maybe more kilometers before the border control station. So to get to the border with Poland, you need to spend there more than 1 or 2 even days probably. We had information that some people who got there 2 days ago are still standing in the lines trying to cross. So we know that Poland already said that they have received more than 150,000 Ukrainian refugees during these couple of days, and this is the only Poland we're speaking about. As for the official information, there was the number of 370,000 Ukrainians that have already crossed the borders with European Union countries, and we are talking about also Romania, Hungary, Slovakia here. So this is how many people are there, and if you just open the map with the traffic online, you will see that there are just lines for 30, 40 kilometers straight to the border there, and people continue coming. There are volunteers here in Lviv who are trying to find shelter and accommodation, at least some beds for those who come first to Lviv and have no place to stay. But they say that there is no crisis yet. There are lots of food, water, so no shortages. But taking the news, taking what's happening in Kiev and Kharkiv, one might forecast that sooner or later there just won't be enough place for so many people. And also there was a forecast, official forecast by UN that is saying that due to the war in Ukraine, there can be at least 7 million refugees, 7 million Ukrainians who would be trying to flee to the European Union countries. And I mean, probably this amount might become a real test for the hospitality of Europe, which is right now saying that they're going to receive everyone, even without papers, without passports. So just asking people to cross the border and promising help to them. But well, that's the situation for now. So as I said, it's quite peaceful here as well, quite calm. But no one knows what's going to happen, not even in a day, but even in a couple of hours. So,
right. Alexei, I'd like to clarify one point you mentioned earlier. Earlier you mentioned that people from eastern Ukraine are coming into Lviv, which is in western Ukraine, trying to leave the country. Tell us, who are those people and why are they seemingly moving on the opposite direction?
Well, first of all, we're speaking about people from Kharkiv because it's also considered to be an eastern Ukraine. But yesterday, when we were filming at the railway station, we met people from Mariupol. We met people from the eastern Ukrainian territories that were unoccupied. So we're talking about the Donetsk and Lugansk region, those territories that haven't been occupied, and where there was Ukrainian armed forces before these war, this occupation started. So, majority of those people have never dreamed of living in Russia. At least that's what they're saying. So majority of those people, they are leaving because of the war, because they don't know what's going to happen, because they all seen the news from what was happening in Donetsk and Lugansk while these cities were occupied by so-called separatists. So, and that is why they're just coming here, because they believe that it will be much more peaceful for them here. So surely the majority of the refugees, they are coming from Kiev, but there are lots of those people who don't want to go to Russia, who don't want to go to Belarus, who are going to the western part of Ukraine, probably despite the fact that, it's pretty far away. And one of my friends who was just living not from the eastern part of Ukraine, but from Kiev, 2 days ago is still in the traffic. So you can imagine how long it takes for those people from, let's say, Mariupol, which is much, much further away from Kiev, to get here.
Thank you very much. Our correspondent Alexei Przmysky in the western Ukrainian city of Lviv. The UN Security Council has voted to convene a special session of the General Assembly. Tony Waterman has more details from the UN headquarters in New York.
This was a procedural vote. That means that none of the permanent members of the Security Council were able to exercise their veto power. It needed 9 of the 15 members to be in favor. At the end of the day, what we saw was that 11 members voted in favor. There was 1 that voted against. Of course, that was Russia. And then there were 3 abstentions: China, India, and the UAE. This is the same lineup that we saw for that draft resolution on Friday. Now, after the vote took place, we did hear from the Chinese ambassador to the UN, who said that the world is witnessing a dramatic change in the situation in Ukraine, and that both sides need to exercise restraint when it comes to the situation to prevent it from getting worse. Take a listen.
China supports and encourages all diplomatic efforts conducive to a peaceful settlement of the Ukraine crisis and welcomes the earliest possible direct dialogue and negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. At the same time, China supports equal-footed dialogues between the EU and Russia on European security issues.
We also heard from the Ukrainian and also the Russian representatives. Take a listen.
This crisis broke out not as a result of the launch of the Russian special military operation in Ukraine, but much earlier, when for 8 years you turned a blind eye to the crimes perpetrated by the Ukrainian nationalists in Donbass.
As the Ukrainian people continue to bravely stand against Russian aggression, Russia's lies will be exposed, and Russia's contempt for international law will be confirmed.
In Canada, some people took to the streets of Toronto on Sunday to call for peace in Ukraine. Protesters waved flags and chanted as they listened to speeches and marched through the streets. In Germany, more than 100,000 people gathered in central Berlin against the Russian military operation in Ukraine. Demonstrators have also rallied in the Netherlands, Italy and Spain. For more from the Russian side, let's cross live to our correspondent Stuart Smith in Moscow. Stuart, how about we start with the latest reported talks between Ukraine and Russia? Is Russia being optimistic?
I wouldn't say optimistic, but certainly willing to try to find some sort of way to get Ukraine talking. The meeting place has been arranged in Homel in Belarus, near the Ukrainian border. There was a delay on Sunday as the Ukrainian delegation tried to get assurances from Belarus that they would be safe, and also trying to leave the city of Kiev, which is now encircled, via Poland to get to Belarus. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that this period will be a crucial period in the next 24 hours. He says, as always, I do not really believe in the outcome of this meeting, but let them try. The reason behind his concern, his skepticism, is the Foreign Minister Dmitry Kuleba has says we will not capitulate, we will not give up a single inch of our territory, but that's exactly what Russia is asking Ukraine to do, to recognize Crimea as Russian, to recognize those newly self-declared autonomous regions of Ukraine as autonomous and independent, as Russia recently did, also to remove all Western weaponry from its territory, and then of course the big one, send a message to NATO to say that Ukraine is no longer interested in joining the NATO military alliance and would like to become a neutral country. To get to that point, Ukraine would need to make a number of concessions, even change its constitution, which is why there is, I think, little hope on the Ukrainian side that progress can be made.
Stuart, talking about the harsh Western financial sanctions against Russia, have people in Russia felt direct impacts from the latest Western measures?
Yeah, the latest ones especially. Opening on Monday morning, the ruble crashed 40%. It's a massive drop, and that latest round of sanctions, particularly focusing on Russia's central bank in particular, being absorbed there by the ruble, because what is now possible is that Russia won't have access to its hundreds of billions, or at least a proportion of its hundreds of billions in its reserve fund. People are definitely noticing, and those following the news are paying attention and trying to take measures, with people attempting in Moscow to try and withdraw US dollars or other currencies which are not falling to the same extent, but it is very, very difficult now in Moscow to find foreign currency and to change rubles into foreign currency, because most of the country is trying to do that with the fall in the ruble's value. For an insight into how this latest economic damage is being portrayed, consider yesterday evening on state television the presenter suggesting that isolationism may be the future here for Russia. He said, "We'll overcome it all, we'll endure it all, we'll rebuild our economy from scratch, an independent banking system, manufacturing and industry. We'll rely on ourselves." And again, on Sunday evening, that concern about nuclear war. Russia's state television presenter, they're talking about, why do we need the world if Russia won't be in it? Scary words for people in Russia, especially because right now the economy is looking very, very weak, very fragile, although the Russian central bank says it will take all required measures to ensure the economic stability.
Thank you very much. Our correspondent Stuart Smith in Moscow. So during the conflict in Ukraine, neither side says their security concerns are being respected. Now let's take a quick look at a development which has led to the crisis.
Ukraine has become a dangerous flashpoint between Russia and the US-led NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Russian President Vladimir Putin has warned NATO expansion to Ukraine and other former Soviet states is a red line that should not be crossed. Last December, Moscow submitted security proposals which included a Russia-US security treaty and a draft agreement between Moscow and NATO, ruling out memberships for Ukraine and other former Soviet countries. Russia sought to roll back the alliance's military deployments in Central and Eastern Europe. Russia did deny any plans to invade Ukraine. Since 1991, NATO has gone on a gradual but consistent eastward expansion, which Russia sees as a big threat. It's also worried about possible NATO missile deployments in neighboring nations.
In the
1990s, NATO promised us not to expand eastward. And what happened? We got scammed. They deceived us imprudently. NATO has expanded eastward 5 times since then. Missile systems are now deployed in Romania and Poland. What does that mean? We're not threatening them. We didn't go to the American border. We didn't go to the British border. They came to us. Now they say Ukraine is going to join NATO too.
But Washington and its allies have rejected such pledges to Russia, saying those former Soviet republics are independent, sovereign states with the right to choose to join any political blocs. And NATO chief Jens Stoltenberg has said the alliance is looking to step up efforts to strengthen its eastern flank, warning that the threat from Russia had become a new normal in Europe. Ukraine, at the center of the dispute, was part of the Russian sphere of influence for centuries, and the two countries have strong cultural, historic, and ethnic linguistic ties. But the western part of the country seems to be pro-Western, while the eastern part apparently leans more on Russia. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, the divide in Ukraine has become more pronounced, and Russia has significant influence in areas like Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea, while Ukraine has sought to retake those areas. Conflicts between Ukraine and Russia have taken a turn for the worse in the past 3 decades. Last year, Ukraine and NATO have held high-profile joint military exercises aiming to strengthen the ties between allies and partners and to demonstrate readiness in combating so-called threats in the Black Sea region.
For more insights into the fast-developing situation in the Ukraine conflict, we're joined in the studio by independent political and economics commentator Mr. Einar Tangen. Thank you very much for joining us. So how about we start with those Western military aid to Ukraine? How much can these military hardware help Ukraine to defend itself and maybe even stop the Russian advance? Because after all, we know that military hardware is not toys or some gadgets you can just pick up. It needs training, it needs a whole maintaining system to get them going.
In terms of regular army, Putin has a 5-to-1 advantage overall and a 2-to-1 in the field right now. Obviously, within cities, people can fight back. They can use Kalashnikovs, but they're not going to know how to use a Stinger missile. There are simpler like TOWs and things like that they can use, but I mean the idea that they're going to fight heavy armor, not possible. Molotov cocktails versus grenade launchers. I mean this is a knife to a gunfight. So at this time Russia has the advantage, and you're pouring gasoline on a fire. Yeah, obviously the Ukrainians want to defend themselves. They have that right. But how are you going to get those munitions in? Right now, Kiev is blockaded. So this idea that they're doing this seems to be more lip service than actually coming to the aid of Ukraine.
So far, have you sensed or seen a clear strategic endgame for Russia's special military operations in Ukraine?
Yeah, at first I thought that it would just be an action to try to take everything up to the Dnieper River. Basically put a lot of pressure. Kiev is on the other bank, having a pro-Russian stance there, perhaps a separate country, an East Ukraine versus a West Ukraine, separate nations. That would be enough. But when you start looking at the map, and you'll notice that Odessa has a red line where the Russians have come in, and you see other areas where the Russians are expanding. It seems that he also is interested in controlling access to the Black Sea from Ukraine. So it's quite possible that he'll try to create a smaller Western Ukraine that's in essence landlocked. It would be more dependent on Europe rather than less, and cut off from the Black Sea. Obviously giving a land bridge to Crimea. But a lot of this is going to depend on how stiff the resistance is in these cities by Ukrainians.
So whatever the Russian endgame is, do you think, looking at the situation in Ukraine right now, is it an utter failure for U.S. President Joe Biden? And how will the Democrats spin this, especially when the midterm elections are coming up?
Well, this is the really sad part, is that you have people dying, and you have people out there trying to spin things for their own political gain, whether it's in England with Boris Johnson, who's happy that Partygate isn't being mentioned right now while he runs around claiming that he's going to somehow defend Ukraine without actually defending it. In the U.S., you have similar things. You have a divided Republican Party, some saying, why are we involved? Others saying that it's our patriotic duty. The Democrats are trying to figure out how they can use this in the upcoming midterm elections, and meanwhile people die.
Yeah, what about NATO? Do you think the Russian special military operation and its strategic endgame will somehow stop its eastward enlargement?
No, I mean, everything depends on what happens in the field. I mean, negotiations are after you've achieved what you think you want, and you want to, in essence, settle whatever it is that you took. I mean, Putin has taken a massive risk here. He's risking international condemnation. This UN General Assembly meeting, the General Assembly can vote by a majority to override what was the Security Council has done. It's been very rare, only happened once before, but it could happen again given the height of things. So right now there's a time clock on everything, not only the military side but also the political side. Now, my understanding of it is you have three nations who are still hoping that there's a off-ramp, because at what point, even if the General Assembly takes action, what do? They don't have an army. They can't really go in and do anything. They can have condemnation. They can say we want more sanctions, et cetera, but Russia is still there. And this kind of fortress Russia mentality, which has developed, is not going to cure the world's problems. It's going to exacerbate them. So at this point, there have to be adults in the room who understand that this was a long-term problem. That was, in 2007, Putin said definitively, this is unfair, you've lied to us, I will not stand for it, unless there's change, I will work to destabilize and protect the interests of my country. Where was the leadership then, when it could have been diffused? So right now, I think it's a little disingenuous of certain countries, especially the U.S., to be claiming, oh my goodness, he just attacked out of nowhere. This has been a long-term coming. And right now, we need off-ramps.
Well, Mr. Tangen will be getting back to you very soon on this. You're watching Global Watch on CGTN. We're focusing on the Ukraine crisis. Stay tuned. Continue our coverage on the fast-developing Ukraine crisis. The European Union has announced measures on Russia, including harsh financial sanctions and closing its airspace to Russian flights. Ross Cullen has more details from Paris.
There's been an increase as the days have gone on with these meetings of EU foreign ministers, EU finance ministers agreeing on different sanctions package, and every time they have agreed on a sanctions package, it has been deeper and tighter, placing some restrictions on the Russian central bank. That's the latest moves that we've seen with these two sanctions packages. We could well see that sanctions package agreed on Monday, very early this coming week, if EU foreign and finance ministers can agree on the next package. That's the overall European Union position, but there are interesting specific national positions. We have seen Germany has had a long holdout when it comes to its long-held tradition of not exporting lethal weapons to conflict zones. Well, that has changed. Also, Germany didn't want any sanction that could impact Nord Stream 2, the pipeline bringing gas from Russia to Germany. Well, we heard earlier, a few days ago, that position was changed. So Germany carrying out these U-turns as well. It was one of the last holdouts for that SWIFT. France saying it's going to be closing its airspace to Russian aircraft Sunday evening. And we have already seen many European Union and non-EU states closing their airspace to Russian aircraft. One Aeroflot plane was en route to Belgium, Brussels closing its airspace, so it had to do an about turn and head back to Russia. So that is something that is taking place state by state. We're seeing more of them hour by hour saying that they'll be closing their airspace to Russian aircraft. So that is one such move that is taking place kind of organically over the last 48 hours or so.
In another development, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen announced export restrictions and sanctions on Belarus for facilitating Russia's military operations in Ukraine. Meanwhile, Russia's central bank says it has sufficient resources to stabilize the Russian financial sector and secure its operations. This follows the move by the US and European countries to exclude some Russian banks from the SWIFT payment system as part of sanctions for Moscow's military operation in Ukraine. The Russian central bank said that in case of any scenarios, money transfers within the country are guaranteed by Russia's own financial system equivalent to SWIFT. Russia developed its own payment transfer system called SPFS in 2014. It has 23 foreign banks connected to it. Russia's Sputnik news agency in a report last year said use of the SPFS doubled in the year 2020 compared to a year earlier, and that the proportion of domestic users reached over 20%. Now, for more insight into that, let's talk to Professor Liu Baocheng and Mr. Einar Tangen. Let me start to you with Professor. I believe you've read those sensational headlines in Western media calling the SWIFT ban a quote-unquote financial nuclear weapon, but is it really?
Well, the objective is really to cripple the Russian economy through destabilizing the financial system. However, the sanction has been rather experiencing with a sort of fatigue with Russia, because when Putin was there to decide on such sort of action, he was pretty much prepared for the possible coming sanctions anyway, and plus that, as you mentioned, that they already have their financial messaging system. So now the problem is that whether the Western Front, or particularly the neighbors across the Atlantic Ocean, are able to have a united response to such a sort of situation, as the Chinese saying that you may have to spare the rat in order to save the vase. So meaning that they all have a divergent stake in such sort of issue, therefore a divergent response, because right now the biggest hit could be the export from Russia of the energy, but now because of the dependence on it on the side of Europe, therefore they try to avoid such sort of issue. But how it's going to reverberate now? Of course, the Russia was suffering from the rupee value, and also the investors and particularly those rich people are being hurt. But how that's going to evolve and reverberate across the global financial system and also the commodity system, there's a lot that remains to be seen.
We know, Professor, currently Russia's energy sector is excluded from this SWIFT ban. If things get worse, do you think eventually it will be included?
Yes, I think there's a high possibility. It pretty much depends on how things can really develop. If the invasion shall continue and truce are unable to achieve, that the Europeans may be cornered to take a stance. And at the moment, it's more symbolic than substantial. And given the financial sanction, technological sanction, and the airspace sanctions, so these are really not enough to deter Russians' aggression. But as how the world is going to ally together, as Anna has mentioned, whether the UN Assembly are going to take some certain actions, but definitely the Russia will be operating in sort of isolation in an autarky economy. So the long-term impact, not only on Russia, but on the geopolitical relationship, and also on the traders and partners of Russia, could be something that is substantial, but the actual impact is still unfolding.
Right, Mr. Tangen, what do you make of this? Do you think the SWIFT ban and the potential waves it might cause on global markets will eventually backfire on the West?
Well, it already has. I mean, you're talking about two countries which are responsible for 1/4 of the world's wheat export. Then you start looking at energy. In Ukraine, there's been a tremendous amount of investment in the automobile industry, so they produce a lot of parts. That is obviously going to be interrupted. Then you get into the rest of the agriculture, barley, etc. Steel making, still a very huge part, big exporter to Europe. So this is a kind of poison chalice for the EU. If they go this route, they are going to inflict a tremendous amount of damage on their own economy at a time that it's trying to emerge from the post-pandemic times, and let us say many, many years of kind of economics malaise going sideways.
Ms. Tangen, do you think the West, led by the US, is conducting a hybrid warfare in its own terms against Russia right now? Because it's not only to the financial sector, it's not only to energy or some kind of infrastructure. We know that Russian IPs are being banned from online social media platforms and computer services, and there are bans on Russian news outlets. Do you think more moves, Western moves on this particular regard will continue?
Yes, they will, unfortunately, and that's what I was talking about. If you want to settle this, all right, eventually you're going to have an ability to talk. If you've silenced the other side, or they silenced you within their, quote, fortresses or put up their walls, how are you possibly going to find any kind of workable solution? So this isolation, I mean, this emotional rush to say, oh, we want to punish you, that sounds fine if you're a young person, but adults in the room have to understand that this situation has to be resolved. These are sovereign countries. And there is going to be no good if you have a prolonged military standoff and the threats of nuclear war going forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ina Tangen and Professor Liu Baocheng there. You're watching Global Watch on CGTN. Coming up.
Чесно, не бачу таких. Хто готовий дати Україні гарантію вступу до НАТО? Чесно, всі бояться. Я запитав сьогодні у 27 лідерів Європи, чи буде Україна в НАТО. Запитав прямо. Всі бояться, не відповідають, а ми не боїмось. Ми не боїмось нічого. Не боїмось, захищаючи нашу державу. Ми не боїмось Росії. Ми не боїмось говорити з Росією. Ми не боїмось говорити про все. Про гарантії безпеки для нашої держави. Не боїмось говорити про нейтральний статус. Ми ж зараз не в НАТО. Але які при цьому у нас будуть гарантії?
Yeah, I'm downtown Kiev, live streaming for CGTN, Global Stringer, and we are going to take a break now. After the reporting, we were all around the city looking for some stories like the rocket that part of it landed in eastern Kiev. Then we were looking for some fighting in northern Kiev, and now we are back at my friend's place, the hotel where he's staying, and we are going to have a lunch. And hopefully in the afternoon it will be something to film, because today it seems it's a bit quiet. Well, not quiet. There are things happening, but for example, in northern part of the Kiev, we were going to the direction where there was supposed to be some fighting with the Russian forces, and technically we were stopped by some volunteer militia there who were declaring it's a front line, and we need a special permission from the commander, who is not there, that to advance. But literally there was a lot of people, a lot of civilians with assault rifles, with AK-47s, so that something must have happened there, or that was the reason why they were calling it the front line. But further north, yesterday, 12 kilometers out, we had some attack on a Ukrainian military base, and this is halfway there. So technically, it is coming from the direction of Chernobyl, which is the suspected direction of the Russian attack. For CGTN, this is one of the main roads in downtown Kiev, and as you can see, there is almost nobody here. There are some few cars here and there, but this is one of the main ways through the center to going, either you're going north or west or east or south, you're crossing around here. So normally it will be rush hour on Friday. I mean, we are getting some cars here, but most of these people are probably leaving Kiev. So what happened today was the morning in Kiev started around 4:15. We had some impacts all around the city, which is supposed to be the Russian rockets. Some sources claim that the rockets were fired from airplanes. There are sources that claim that that these rockets were shot down from the sky by Ukrainian rockets. We have visited a place where one of the fragments of these Russian rockets landed in a very diverse concrete part of the city, where there is a lot of flat buildings that are 10, 11 stories high. And what happened is that part of this fragment of this rocket that was shot down from the sky landed in between the balcony segment of the building, where the flats have balconies, and there was a children's playground. So thankfully it happened 4:15 in the morning, and it was a real miracle that nobody was hurt. I mean, nobody died. Like, people were hurt. Nobody died yet. We don't have any confirmation that is against this statement. But people in the
most dense populated parts. This is the center. It's not that densely populated. More density you have on the outskirts of Kiev, where these rockets sort of landed, and people are escaping from that. As you can see, city is empty. Most of the people who are walking here right now are foreign journalists. And there you can see some people hauling some food. It looks like big rice bags, and it's pretty quiet, died down now. There are things happening around Kiev, but not specifically in the center. There was rumors of Russian forces fighting in the city of Kiev, so we try to find that if it is true, the information, because you see, we see a rumor or something is coming up, and then we try to find out that if the information is correct. Then it happened to be on the north part of Kiev, where the local militia started putting checkpoints, not allowing journalists or anybody who is not living there to go further, calling it a front line. Inside Kiev. So if the fighting happened there, they say it was fighting, but if it was with Russian forces or what really happened, we couldn't really verify the information. But I've seen other information online that was actually saying there are Russian forces inside the Kiev city limits, which means that it will be the northern part, because they are coming from the direction of the Chernobyl, that was the nuclear plant with the disaster.
Well, we saw plenty of condemnation on display from the US president. He labeled President Putin's attack a brutal assault. He said that it was without provocation or justification, that it was without necessity. He also went on to detail how he thinks Putin chose war and must now bear the consequences. He laid out a whole raft of new sanctions. This is the fourth day running that the US has outlined new sanction plans. The ones detailed on Thursday, including blacklisting 4 major Russian banks, cutting off their ability to trade with the United States, freezing their assets here in the US, assets worth more than $1 trillion. Also targeting some major state-owned entities and companies within Russia. The US president said it would hit sectors including mining, energy, metals and transportation. The US is also restricting exports from the United States to certain technologies. President Biden said it will make it harder for Russia to build ships. And once again, we also saw on Thursday the US president saying that the Russian elite would be targeted. More oligarchs, families close to the Russian leader, have been blacklisted and sanctions placed upon them. The US president said that all of these things combined, outlined on Thursday and the 3 preceding days, would have a long-term impact on the Russian economy. He said it would have a major hit on Putin's long-term economic ambitions. The US president also raised fears during the course of his speech that it might not be just Ukraine that President Putin is after. He said Putin has a much larger ambition than Ukraine. He wants to re-establish the former Soviet Union, which is why the United States is sending extra troops to Eastern Europe. An additional 7,000 announced by the Pentagon within the last few hours will be heading to strategic positions around Ukraine.
Facing sanctions for a lot of years. The sanctions, active sanctions, began, I believe, 10 years ago. And they started not because of the situation in Ukraine. It was way before Ukraine. So Russia has been facing various kinds of sanctions: personal sanctions, economic sanctions, sanctions against economic entities and companies, stop lists so that people are banned from traveling. Besides that, besides sanctions, our country is experiencing a somewhat twisted phenomenon as abduction of people. A lot of our citizens were abducted in various parts of the globe, and then they were taken to the US and that later incarcerated. So we've been facing this situation for quite some time. That's one thing. Second, we got used to that. We are involved in import substitution, where we are banned from purchasing Western technologies. we're engaged in producing our own goods in various economy sectors. So it wasn't our choice. We stood for universal cooperation, but once they used illegal unilateral sanctions, we started developing independently, where we have to make up for that. Third, given the illegitimate nature of the sanctions, these are unilateral sanctions that were not imposed by the Security Council of the United Nations, but by independent countries. We respond to them. We do not accept these sanctions, and we mirror these sanctions. We reciprocate them, and we have either symmetrical or asymmetrical responses. We impose sanctions as well.
Ms. Zarakova, I want to follow up about the SWIFT system because that's one of the very crucial international financial systems. And also we see there are division in the West and elsewhere in the world about whether Russia should be kicked out of that system. You know, how do you see that divide and division of opinions?
Well, we can say that these sanctions are illegitimate. They run counter the Western logics because the West has always asked Russia and China to join the global market, the WTO. It's sad that we should all play by the same rules, and sanctions show that some countries are exempt from the common rules. It is illegal, and I have already said that we have been facing sanctions for quite long, and we have been heard that we can be kicked out of the SWIFT system. So this is the reason why we have started to develop our own possibilities. Some of them have already been there. So we cannot be intimidated in a way like that.
And more on the possible negotiations. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said Russian President Vladimir Putin is ready to send a Russian delegation to the Belarusian capital of Minsk for negotiations with Ukraine. Russia will send representatives from its defense and foreign ministries and the office of the president. A top aide to Ukrainian President Zelensky also said on Friday that Ukraine wants peace and is ready to discuss the country's neutral status with regards to NATO. Russia has said its military operations in Ukraine were in response to the request for assistance by the eastern Ukrainian regions of Lugansk and Donetsk, which Russia recognized as independent earlier this week. President Putin said Russian troops were hitting back at nationalist elements in Ukraine that had been attacking residents of the largely pro-Russian regions for years.
The main clashes of the Russian army, as expected, are taking place not with the regular units of the armed forces of Ukraine, but with nationalist formations, which, as you know, are directly responsible for the genocide in Donbas and the bloodshed of civilians in the People's Republics. In addition, the nationalist elements embedded in the regular Ukrainian units not only incite them to provide armed resistance, but in fact play the role of retreat-blocking detachments.
Thank you for joining us on The World Today. And we begin in Ukraine. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky insists he has not left the capital, Kiev. In a video filmed outside the presidential building, he also insisted he had not caught for Ukrainian forces. He denied claims by the Speaker of Russia's State Duma that he had fled for the western city of Lviv. Meantime, Moscow says it did not attack a residential apartment in Kiev. Video and photographs posted on social media showed people evacuated from the building. Heavy fighting is still underway around Kiev and several other cities on the third day of the war. Local officials say Russia is building up forces on the Ukrainian border in the Kiev region, and 71 people have been wounded in hospitals. Zelensky says Ukraine has derailed Russia's plan to take Kiev.
Все, что сейчас происходило все эти годы, было направлено Соединенными Штатами Америки и против России, и против Украины, и против украинского народа. Его пытались сделать разменной монетой в больших геополитических играх, и против Европы. Посмотрите, ведь для США, по сути дела, оказалось выгодным сейчас усиление конфронтации в Европе. И хотя Байден проводит внешне принципиально иную линию по отношению к своим европейским союзникам по НАТО, нежели Трамп вообще проводил очень циничную линию и считал, что раз США господствует в НАТО, то это надо всем признать, и всем нужно подчиниться и перестать играть в игру о том, что мы вместе вырабатываем какие-то решения. Он пытался поставить все очень четко, примитивно просто. Вот есть США, мы решение принимаем, вы выполняете. Байден играет другую игру, что якобы это вот есть некий союз равноправных государств, и вместе осуществляется общенатовская политика. На самом деле у США есть в современном мире стратегические интересы. Эти интересы тесно связаны с сохранением их конкурентных преимуществ. Свои возможности, свои конкурентные преимущества США пытаются теперь сохранить, в том числе за счет Европы. Больше Европы подчиняя себе, больше подчиняя себе ее экономику, ставят новые военные базы и фактически превращая Европу в абсолютно оккупированную Соединенными Штатами Америки территорию. Поэтому США, хотя сейчас и все говорят о том, что США теряют Украину, в известном смысле может быть. Но, тем не менее, США многие свои стратегические цели обеспечили. Они обеспечили ослабление Европы, они демонизировали Россию. В глазах западного обывателя они формировали дальше образ врага из нашей страны. И, опять-таки, разместили свои дополнительные военные контингенты в Европе с тем, чтобы дальше диктовать свою волю. Поэтому Европа в этой ситуации проигравшая сторона. Украина в этой ситуации проигравшая сторона, а Россия страна, которая предпринимает меры для того, чтобы исключить дальнейшее ухудшение для себя ситуации в противостоянии с НАТО. Поэтому мне кажется, что вот общая конфигурация отношений выглядит таким образом. Европа, конечно, ничего не выигрывает, но тем не менее Европа, как и Соединенные Штаты Америки, заявила о новой череде санкций в отношении нашей страны. Я считаю, что ресурс санкционного давления со стороны Запада серьезно ограничен. Многие санкции, которые они уже могли ввести, они ввели. Россия от этого не перестала существовать, хотя им бы это очень хотелось. Мы только что говорили о том, что Украину Запад рассматривал как разменную монету. Запад не собирается во имя Украины воевать. Во имя Украины Запад готов из России формировать в глазах западного обывателя образ врага. Это даст западным политикам, например, возможность увеличивать военные бюджеты и лоббировать интересы военно-промышленного комплекса своего. Это понятно, это факт.
This is a very crucial moment for Ukraine, especially when the Russian government recognized the two republics as an independent state in the eastern part of Ukraine. I think this is actually a result of the competition between Russia and the United States, and the Ukraine leaders actually also played a very important role in such tension. For example, Ukraine President Zelensky just had changed his mind early last year when President Biden took the office as the President of the United States, and he would like to get the United States and some other Western countries be involved in the dispute in eastern Ukraine and in Crimea with Russia. So this is actually a result of the competition between two major powers, and also a result of the policy taken by Ukraine government. And at this moment, I'm sure Zelensky, the Ukraine president, has already realized the importance not to take sides with any major power in such a game. So this is actually a very serious situation in Ukraine. And for the peace and stability, I'm sure Ukraine leaders should take a very, balanced policy toward the United States and toward Russia.
The U.S. concern is they want to meter out the sanctions on the theory that there'll be something left over to impose if there's actually more action by Putin, expansion of a number of troops coming in, expansion of the zone, etc.
So how will the diplomatic dynamics between U.S. and Russia?
Decisive battle of the whole campaign is for the capital city, Kiev. Russian forces have been advancing on Kiev since Thursday. Ukraine has put up much stiffer resistance than anticipated, has inflicted significant costs. The Ukrainian authorities claim to have knocked out hundreds of Russian tanks, hundreds of armoured vehicles, dozens of jet planes and helicopters, and to have killed over 3,000, I think now actually in fact over 4,000 Russian troops, while taking hundreds prisoner.
Ukraine has agreed to hold talks with Russia at the country's border with Belarus. President Volodymyr Zelensky made a statement on Sunday. He had earlier rejected Russia's offer to hold talks in Belarus, suggesting alternative locations.
до мене, щоб українська.
Alexander Lukashenko called for a meeting of the Ukrainian and Russian delegations on the Pripyat River. I emphasize without any conditions. I would say frankly, as always, I do not really believe in the outcome of this meeting, but let them try.
On Friday, both sides expressed willingness to negotiate, but Ukraine backed off, saying Moscow's preconditions for the talks were unacceptable. On Sunday, Russian President Vladimir Putin said he's put the country's deterrence forces, which include the use of nuclear weapons, on high alert. He said senior officials of key NATO member states had issued aggressive statements against Russia.
Dear colleagues, you see that not only are the Western countries engaged in unfriendly actions towards our country in the economic field, I'm talking about the illegitimate sanctions everyone knows about very well. But the top NATO member countries' officials allow themselves aggressive statements towards our country as well. That's why I'm ordering the defense minister and chief of the general staff to switch the Russian army's deterrent forces onto a high alert mode of combat standby duty.
A curfew is in place in the Ukrainian capital, Kiev. It will last until Monday morning. A Chinese national living there shares his experience while the city is under curfew.
今天是2022年的2月27日早上11点50。
It's 11:50 a.m. February 27, 2022. The distant thunder of guns has just passed. Black smoke has begun to rise from nearby houses. Rapid gunfire was heard just now. I'm in the Dniprovsky district of Kiev, which is 1 kilometer north from the Dnipro River in Kiev. There is a curfew. No one can be seen on the road. Anyone walking on the road will be considered as suspected enemy personnel collecting or reporting intelligence. The thunder of guns started from 8 a.m. Fighting is underway in downtown Kiev.
Hungary says more than 70,000 refugees from Ukraine have entered its country since Thursday. People in rural Hungary have come together to help Ukrainians fleeing over the border. Lucy Huff has more.
As you can see behind me, I'm just standing in front of a major makeshift centre that's been erected for the welcoming of those who've made the long and very difficult journey across the border. In their numbers, mostly women and children, given that, of course, Ukrainian men without a foreign passport, aged between the ages of 18 and 60, are prevented from leaving the country. So these people have come either by foot or by car. They're stopping here for some refuge, for some warmth, for some water, to receive some basic supplies from the volunteers who are working here on the ground. We have the Red Cross as well as other organizations working to support these people. We've got people also driving from major cities such as Budapest to offer free transportation to those in need, particularly those young children, some babies in prams that have been forced from their homes in Ukraine. For them, what happens next is the big question. A lot of people that we've been speaking to here are saying, we really want to go home, but there was no choice but to flee, given the situation on the ground, given the violence. But many people separated from their fathers, from their husbands, so a deeply difficult situation. But these people now finally in safety on European soil. The question, of course, is what happens next.
The European Union has announced a series of measures on Russia, including financial sanctions and closing its airspace to Russian flights. Ross Cullen has more details from Paris.
There's been an increase as the days have gone on with these meetings of EU foreign ministers, EU finance ministers agreeing on different sanctions package, and every time they have agreed on a sanctions package, it has been deeper and tighter, placing some restrictions on the Russian central bank. That's the latest moves that we've seen with these two sanctions packages. We could well see that sanctions package agreed on Monday, very early this coming week, if EU foreign and finance ministers can agree on the next package. That's the overall European Union position, but there are interesting specific national positions. We have seen Germany has had a long holdout when it comes to its long-held tradition of not exporting lethal weapons to conflict zones. Well, that has changed. Also, Germany didn't want any sanction that could impact Nord Stream 2, the pipeline bringing gas from Russia to Germany. Well, we heard earlier, a few days ago, that position was changed. So Germany carrying out these U-turns as well. It was one of the last holdouts for that SWIFT. France saying it's going to be closing its airspace to Russian aircraft Sunday evening. And we have already seen many European Union and non-EU states closing their airspace to Russian aircraft. One Aeroflot plane was en route to Belgium, Brussels closing its airspace, so it had to do an about turn and head back to Russia. So that is something that is taking place state by state. We're seeing more of them hour by hour saying that they'll be closing their airspace to Russian aircraft. So that is one such move that is taking place kind of organically over the last 48 hours or so.
Also, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has announced export restrictions and sanctions on Belarus for facilitating Russia's military operation in Ukraine. Meanwhile, Russia's central bank says it has sufficient resources to stabilize the financial sector and secure its operations. This follows the move by the US and European countries to exclude some Russian banks from the SWIFT payment system as part of sanctions for Russia's military operation in Ukraine. The Russian central bank said in case of any scenarios, money transfers within the country are guaranteed by Russia's own financial system, equivalent to SWIFT. Russia developed its own payment transfer system called SPFS in 2014. It has 23 foreign banks connected to it. Russia's Sputnik news agency in a report last year said the use of SPFS doubled in 2020 compared to a year earlier, and that the proportion of domestic users reached over 20%. Global equities have dropped sharply while oil prices have surged as the conflict between Ukraine and Russia continues. Crude oil jumped due to heightened fears of oil supply disruptions from the world's second largest producer. Oil contracts for West Texas Intermediate crude rose 5% to over $96 per barrel, while Brent crude is up more than 4% to $102 per barrel. In Asian trade, the Russian ruble tumbled by 30% to a record 119.5 to the US dollar before recovering at 110. Asian stock markets have been mixed, with Tokyo, Hong Kong, Shanghai, Seoul and Singapore in negative territory, while Sydney, Manila and Wellington have seen some
of the Russian attack. For CGTN, this is one of the main roads in downtown Kiev, and as you can see,
Говорят, что наши уже в Харькове.
То есть полностью уже под контролем, да?
Неизвестно, но по крайней мере там есть наша часть.
В ту сторону. А вы сами поделили? Да, сюда просто.
За родственниками. Там родственники говорят, что есть волнение, так сказать. У нас родственники откуда? Из Донецка.
А что они говорят, кстати, сейчас? Какая у них ситуация?
Ну, как бы это, типа, шум, ну, они старички, там, 86 лет, они хотят спокойной жизни, то есть они хотят подстраховаться и уехать.
当我们刚想拍摄一些画面，这时不知从哪里来的一辆军车突然出现在我们面前，开来2名持枪的俄边防军人，他们要求我们出示证件，而我们此行的目的，严肃地告诉我们，在这里禁止拍摄，必须立刻返回。在返回的路上，我发现
Hello, and thank you so much for joining us on CGTN. I'm Yang Ximeng coming to you live in Beijing, and you are now watching our special coverage on the Ukraine crisis. And we are live streaming to you on all CGTN digital platforms on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and Weibo. So feel free to tune in anytime throughout the day. I'm joined by our guest today, Ms. He Wenping. She is a research fellow from the Institute of West Asian and African Studies at China Academy of Social Sciences. Thank you so much for joining us. And also our reporter Liu Jiaxin in Moscow, Russia. She is also joining us online via Zoom. Good to see you both. Glad to have you with us. And we are day 5 into this conflict, and today we're going to talk about refugees. The Ukraine refugee numbers have just been refreshed. The United Nations said that the current total is 368,000 now and continues to rise. The number could go up to 3 to 5 million, as Ukrainian defense minister has previously estimated. So how will the refugees be resettled, and how should countries deal with them? But before that, Jiaxin, tell us about the latest in Moscow.
Yes, well, glad to see you first. We actually arrived in Moscow on February the 25th. That's just the day after President Putin decided to launch a special military operation in Ukraine and aiming to denazify and demilitarize the country. That's what he said in his statement, and that's the earliest flight we can book, actually. So we're trying our best. But actually, on the day we arrived at the airport, I just noticed that flights across Russia's southern border were canceled, and there were queues at ATMs when, in supermarkets, when people were lining up to withdraw cash, and the ruble was falling against the dollar. So my fixer said that actually I was getting a better deal when I came to Russia and traded dollars for rubles. This is what we saw in Moscow with our own eyes. So actually the city overall looks quite normal, but it's also being affected, I think. And especially, psychologically, people are getting kind of insecure at this moment. But we were supposed to go to the border, from inside Russia to cover the whole situation. But as you know, things are changing very fast and policies are changing, flights are being canceled, and documents are not coming through. So things that might not have been difficult now becomes almost impossible. And but a reporter, a colleague of ours from China Media Group, he drove from Poland to Ukraine yesterday, and from the footage he sent back, along the way there's a crowded stream of cars from Ukraine to Poland, but hardly any from Poland to Ukraine. As he noticed that near the border checkpoint, and refugees were standing in a queue about 30 kilometers long, waiting to cross. And it was minus degrees outside. I can imagine how hard it is for him, to stay in that environment. Just looking at the image makes it look like a huge, like a great migration from Ukraine to Poland. And actually, just as you mentioned, the number, more than 150,000 Ukrainian refugees have fled their homeland to Poland, Slovakia, and Hungary, and other countries since the start of the Russia-Ukraine war. So it's really hard right now, and more than half of them ended up in Poland. Yeah, that's the latest I know from my colleagues, as well as from what I see in Moscow.
Yeah, I'm sure it must be very, very hard for you, to report it from the front line. Have you heard from from your colleagues in Ukraine? What kind of challenges are they facing in Ukraine, in Kyiv?
Well, actually, they don't really have time to tell me, through phone, or because they're quite busy right now, and the situation in the front line is very unstable. But as we can see from the footage they sent back, a lot of our colleagues, they're facing too many unknown dangers at the front line. This is fire and war and attacks we're talking about. They must be moving with their equipment and cameras around all the time, and they're in the middle of a country they're not familiar with, and they have to communicate with people who speaks another language. It's really hard. It's also very hard for us to speak Russian here, because I really don't know about Russian But we appreciate that we have a fixer, a local fixer here to help us out, to help us through all the process. Just to imagine the situation at the front line, I can see it's very hard for them to work and run at the same time in such an unstable environment, and they're trying their best.
Okay, and you are now in Moscow, Russia. I know it was a last-minute call, very urgent for you to go to Russia. And what kind of difficulties do you have there? On reporting level.
Yes, of course. So actually, as I just said, Moscow is relatively stable right now. Mm-hmm. Yes, it is stable. Nothing really changed here. Just very tiny, things we can notice. But for now, our biggest challenge is the COVID, because Russia has the highest, top 5 highest number of new COVID-19 cases every day. About over 100,000 cases. I'm not joking. This is actually serious. And my fixer, Ivan, he himself got 3 times of COVID, as well as his family. So that sounds crazy. When I was kind of shocked, and I asked him what kind of treatment he has received, like what pills he took, and he said none. He just had a few days of food and then kind of self recovered himself. But anyway, when we walk on the street, this N95 masks, we're wearing this N95 masks, but I can tell you, actually, we are the only people who wear N95 masks on the streets. Wow. And all the other people, they either just put off their masks, or they just wear some, very simple ones, not like this surgical masks.
Wow. So stay safe, Jiaxin, and do take really good care of yourself. And I'd like to ask Ms. He. Jiaxin just said there are many refugees in Ukraine. And do you see a refugee crisis in EU countries in Russia? And what will be the extent and scale of it?
Yes, the refugee crisis, that's for sure. Even before those wars was about to take place, of course, according to this conventional analysis, definitely every time in the human beings' history, whenever there was war going on, they certainly will come up with this, refugee crisis. Of course, the refugee, they will go to the nearby, those neighboring countries as the first, stop. Even though, we also noticed that United States, the Biden administration, at the very beginning, he also made a promise saying, we welcome the Ukraine refugee come over to the United States. So even though he made that promise, but in reality, those refugees, they not taking the plane, the airport already closed, and then some has been destroyed. So they just take some train or even by walking, going to the nearby those countries. So this time around, we have seen those European countries, especially the border, the Poland, like Hungary, those countries, they opened the arms widely. They immediately accepted all those refugees without any preconditions. So it's totally different with the former refugee crisis when those North Africa or Middle East refugee like from Syria. So that's different, this opinion. Even those Eastern European countries before, they even against those quota arrangement given by EU to their country. But now this time around, they're even very active and volunteer to host, to embrace those refugees. Of course, because the war itself is different. So the number you just give us at the beginning of our show, saying now the number is almost 370,000 refugees. Yeah. This is by the end of Sunday. So now definitely every day the number will be, getting more every day. The number is more. And so if the war's going on, the recent frontier information has been saying the Russian troops now even 5 miles long. So now it's marching to the Kiev. So that's high likely there will be another very fierce battle taking place soon or later. So we will certainly see a new surge of Ukraine crisis, those refugee crisis. So it is estimated that we are going to be like 4 million that much.
Thank you. And just like you said, actually earlier Poland's deputy interior minister said he would request to the EU for more than 200 million euros to build a border wall with Belarus to keep out refugees from Africa and the Middle East. But this time they are welcoming these refugees from Ukraine. And actually EU is asking member states to grant asylum to Ukrainian refugees for up to 3 years. And what do you think, what kind of signals are they trying to send?
Well, these signals, I think, is very clear because the war, the nature of the war is totally different comparing with like Syria war and now the Ukraine war with Russia. The Syria war, we have seen because the Assad government, the Syria government, that has been rebelled, discarded or regarded already as the dictatorship and authoritarian regime. They had using even those chemical weapons to their own citizens. So this is an evil regime, an evil government, should be topped down by those rebel forces. And the rebel forces has been regarded as those democracy, the pro-democracy, they are hosting this freedom, those values. So has been got the support coming from United States, coming from other European countries, even including the NATO. So this is a different position. But right now, so that's why the refugee caused by this Assad regime is not that welcome to the European countries. They think that those refugees, maybe you should be going all the way to the Russia because Russia back up the Assad Syria regime. But this time around, it's Ukraine is totally different. Ukraine is pro the West countries, and now they are under the attack from the Russian military. So those refugees, of course, becoming some kind of victims between this East and West confrontation. So obviously, they should be taken care very much by those Western countries, by the NATO, by the EU.
So this time, other than the EU countries, Russia is also welcoming refugees. So Jiaxin, tell us how many refugees Russia has taken.
Oh, actually, this decision was made earlier times. I think that's before the war started. Like a lot of them, the exact number I can't tell you for now, but I'm sure that a lot of them have been to Rostov. So that's near the border of Ukraine and Russia. So actually, this is kind of a top political decision made by the Kremlin. But actually, yes, Russia is the first country that made this decision to welcome the refugees from Ukraine across the border.
Do you think they are facing any difficulties living in Russia? Because, they're having war, and I'm sure most of the refugees going to Russia, they're from, the border area closer to Russia. And I actually saw a video by our reporter in Ukraine and said they are happy to move to Russia. Tell us their current situation in Russia now.
Okay, so since I'm not at the border, the exact situation over there might not be, I might not be the appropriate person to talk about, but from the footages they sent back, I can see that people are being treated well at the border, and I'm sure there are a lot of them waiting to be settled down. But for now, I mean, just as far as I am concerned, in Russia, that this country will treat them well and won't disappear them.
Okay, we have a video from our reporter. Let's look at a video of how refugees at shelter feel in Russia.
Есть и есть. Если спокойно людям, другим.
Hello again, this is Dmitry Mikhin, CGTN correspondent in Russia. We are in Rostov on Don, and now we're preparing to go to PVR, place where accommodate refugees or evacuees. So now we have permission to go there, and we were. Sometimes we saw cars with this DPR state numbers.
Сейчас смотри, сейчас будет мост, жилой комплекс «Капитал» или как-то так. Туда не попадем, потому что это выезд на Батайск.
We started recording the conversation with the refugees, the evacuees from Donbass. People very, very glad to be here.
Надо, везут печенье детям, коробками, все раздается. Низкий поклон Ростову, мэру огромное спасибо, всему персоналу, нашему.
For the moment, if you can hear, we can hear the sound of heavy aircraft.
All right, this is just in. Ukrainian delegation that left for talks with Russia is already in Belarus. So it is highly expected that the two countries will hold talks very soon. Of course, this is the first round of their talk, but we still look forward to the result. And back to our refugee topic, among the border countries, Poland and Moldova are the main choices for the Ukrainian refugees. In Hungary and other countries also showed welcoming attitude. But so apart from humanitarian, what other factors do countries take when deciding to accept refugees? And what does the government need to do for the resettlement, Ms. He?
Well, before I address to this issue, I want to identify, right now we are talking about two kinds of refugee. You know those refugees flee to the Russia. There are many from Donbass and Lugansk, those two self-claimed those republicans in the eastern of Ukraine. So those people, they thought they have been, under oppressed by the Ukraine government for the past 8 years. So that's also why Putin, has mentioned his special military operation is aims to denazify in Ukraine, because they thought the Ukraine government now has been doing 8 years long those Nazis, like Nazi, Hitler, those activities, those oppressed to the eastern, those Ukraine people. So that's why Ukraine people now flee to the Russia. So they regarded themselves, now we're back home. In Russia, we are just like homecoming, because now they flee away from those Ukraine government. They don't want to be with them. So that's different. And then other, like Ukraine, Kiev government, all the west of Ukraine, middle of the Ukraine. So those people, they not, far away from those eastern Ukraine. So they still plow the west. So that's why now they are under the attack from the Russian military, so they flee to all the way to the Poland, like all those Western countries bordered with Ukraine. So now we have seen two directions of those refugees all started from Ukraine.
Yeah.
Yeah, back to your previous question mentioned how those European countries will handle those refugee crises. Of course, now the EU has already made emerging conference saying they will come up with the budget, special budget for hosting those refugees, and also make a quota arrangement with goes to different member countries like Italy. They have got certain like 13% of the budget. They were also hosting like 13% of those refugees. So how many budget and then how many refugees are going to host? And also this quota arrangement, this is one step. Second step, of course, all the European countries, they have I think is quite a lot of experiences for holding refugees. Before that, refugees come from North Africa and the African continent, coming from those Hungary or like, the war and also some other natural disaster. They crossed the Mediterranean Sea all the way to the European continent. And later on, they also had accepted those refugees from Middle East, those wars, like in Iraq, in Syria. So they have those experience. They know the second step should be, you should give arrangement for those refugees. Yes, even if the wars in the Ukraine going longer and longer, becoming a prolonged war, so those refugees is not possible to go back to the homeland in a short time. So they need to stay. So they cannot just sit in the home, those makeshift, those settler place just for doing nothing. So you have to arrange some work for them. Those are the things. And the most important thing is to identify who are the real refugees. Maybe there are some, terrorist person, among them. This is the thing exactly European countries suffered before. When we all know the former German state chancellor Merkel, at the very beginning when the Syria war was there, she said, we Germany, open our arms widely, welcome all those refugees. But ironically, recently, this retired German chancellor herself was stolen a purse, when she was shopping in the supermarket. So who did that? Steal, stealing the purse, the money from a state chancellor, the former state chancellor. Of course, now according to the police investigation, some probably some refugee used to be now stayed in the German and now becoming, this kind of a stealer. Stealer is a light issue, it's not a serious issue, but before there are many cases happening. They made a killing, even those terrorist attack, even kill quite a lot of people. So those are another side product for those host European countries.
Thank you. And I just heard a saying that the EU and NATO member states could see these Ukrainian refugees as economic assets. What's your take on this? And is it going to be a no turn back for those refugees arriving in other countries?
Well, all those refugee issues, they are double-edged sword. On the one side, there's a negative side, as I just described. Maybe the cost of the terrorist person among those refugees, they just covered by the refugee this title, and then of course those refugees will cause a lot of financial burden to the hosting country. Add more, the shelter, those economic resources. But on the other side of this coin, they're also coming up with some human resources, those benefits. We all know Ukraine, it has the highest education level in the whole, former Soviet Union, those republicans. Ukraine is the number one. Almost 99.9% of those literacy and the good education. We all know Ukraine has a very good higher education system, and even those military industry also is very advanced. So among those refugees, they are not that they are farmers or they are no technical know-how. So most of them, they are expertise, like engineer. They knows maybe how to make the tanker, the airplane. So those are becoming, of course, very valuable human resources capital. For many European countries, they are facing the shortage of labor force, especially the shortage of those very skillful workers or expertise. So if those refugee policy goes well, and then some expertise, they find this hosting land is very friendly, is very good for them, for their career and for their family. So they maybe choose, stay there and change their ID even after the Ukraine situation is back to some normal way. So it's also possible. So this is also happens before. Some talented people, they used to be refugee, and later on they changed their, the identity of becoming the residents, and then eventually becoming citizen in the host country. And the host country also want to offer some special policy, saying what kind of talented people, and then you can ask the further some other identity, and then eventually becoming a citizen. This happens widely and very frequently before.
Do you think they will face any cultural conflicts on the cultural aspects, because they're from, after all, two different countries?
Well, I would say compare with a refugee from Africa or refugee from those Middle East country. So the refugee from Ukraine is not that much difficult to adapt themselves to Poland, in the nearby, other those Central European countries. So it's not that difficult because they share almost the similar those culture, religion, even language. Some they can mutually understand each other, especially for those high-level educated Ukrainian people. They can speak English in a very fluent way. So relatively speaking, not that difficult. But it's up to which country you go further. Maybe your first stop is just in Poland, nearby Hungary, whatever. Maybe because the EU member, they now have shared those quota. And only Poland itself, they cannot host most of those refugees. So they have to go to second stop. Those refugees maybe go further, go other countries, maybe go to Paris, go to French, go to Germany. So in Germany or in the French, definitely they'll face the language difficulties. You cannot speak French, you cannot speak German. So maybe that's not that easy to fully adapt to the local culture.
Thank you, Ms. He. And Jiaxin, so Ms. He just said there won't be a lot of cultural conflict. So what's the border situation over there in Russia? How do you think these refugees will be treated in their new homes in terms of their working and living conditions?
Well, before answering this question, I just want to address some of the latest data. The United Nations estimates that up to 5 million Ukrainian refugees or evacuees, as we call it, could flee in the coming days. And just as you mentioned, more than 360,000 people have fled Ukraine in the 3 days. In the first 3 days, this number is still climbing. And actually, the good news is that the European Union, which is preparing for the arrival of up to 4 million Ukrainian evacuees, they have already allocated 1 billion euros from its budget to deal with the refugee crisis in Ukraine, including this redistribution of refugees and give them the daily necessities they need. Also set up some maybe a tent for them. So Yes, that's a lot of money, but they are trying to show their support to the Ukraine, to the country. And according to European media, novel coronavirus, just as I mentioned, will no longer be a priority in Italian hospitals, for those evacuees. Usually, it used to be very strict for them to, pass some nucleic acid tests. If they hold this negative result of this test, then they can go past the border. But now this no longer needs to be a priority at least for Italy, and trains and buses will be crowded. We can imagine that a lot of them are crossing the border, and people will be put up in emergency tents. It's actually possible that virus could resume transmission, during these days when they're, when they are trying to cross the border. They might, bring the COVID to the other countries. That could be a risk, but for now, the other European countries are really showing some of the biggest support for them, and the novel coronavirus is no longer a priority. This is, I don't think this is possible in China actually. So they're really trying their best.
Thank you, Jiaxin. And just like you said, the country receiving the refugees has to spend a large amount of money to cover the expenses on refugees. Take Germany, for example. It has spent more than 20 billion euros on refugees in 2016 alone. So do Ukraine's neighbors have the capacity to absorb the huge numbers of refugees? Ms. He.
Actually,
Jiaxin, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I think first of all, I'm not an expert in this, but actually, as far as I am concerned, from the from social media and European media, they actually have these concerns.
Yeah.
I mean, countries could have these concerns of spend more money and set up more space for the large number of people just coming in. But right now, maybe some of them are trying to make like political decisions to show their support for the country.
Thank you. And Ms. He, what's your take on it?
Yes, I fully agree. As Jiaxin just mentioned, now the virus, the refugee issue and the attitudes towards how to respond to Russians' attack, this military operation in Ukraine, now it's becoming #1 consideration. So all other things, you have to make the way for guarantee this #1 issue, no matter it's COVID-19 or other overseas development assistance. So all other things now coming as the second or the third. So this #1 issue, of course, you have to be guaranteed all those budget. For example, now we can see those spillover effect to other issues, because the money itself is that much. Yeah, the whole budget is there. You cannot just print the money to print more, and then that's come up with inflation. So this time around, for the European country, now we just heard like Germany, now they passed a new resolution saying they will add more military budget, because now they fully understand without a stronger this military, these arms, and then maybe the security is on the risky. So they added more budget for military, and then if you added something more, you have to cut some others. Cut what? I think you cannot cut social welfare, because that's danger for your supporting those voters, and then because those people has been influenced by this COVID-19 already for the past 2 years long. So only one thing they can cut, that is development assistance to a poorer country. I think definitely, even though like Africa, I've been doing long time research about Africa. So I think Africa, like all those developing countries, least developed countries, even though they are far, far away from this Ukraine, Russia, this military, those tensions, those wars, but eventually they becoming, the victims from all this war going on, because those budget used to be to offer to them to help their development to meet the sustainable development goals, this post-2015 agenda, UN agenda, SDGs. But now, maybe it will be postponed. Yeah, this war itself, I think, is very fundamental event, even influencing this UN Sustainable Development Goals, and also for the international this setup. Yeah, what is international this power relations? So we all need to see clearly, especially the following week.
Thank you so much for your insights. And we have more videos to show you. The first one is measures being taken by residents to stay safe in Kyiv.
And now for the latest on the Russia-Ukraine conflict, we're joined by Li Yonghong, Secretary General of the Ukrainian Association for the Promotion of Industrial Development, joining us live from Kyiv. Well, thank you so much for your time for joining us today, Mr. Li. It must be a very long day for you. So would you please brief us the latest situation in Kyiv? 那先请您给我们介绍一下基辅目前最新的情况。
And this morning around 6 a.m., after we got up and began to evacuate to the west, so we could see a heavy traffic. And right now we have seen a long line up in front of the supermarket, gas station, the banks. Overall, the situation is stable, and the Chinese embassy in Ukraine issued a reminder to Chinese citizens asking us to pay attention to our security and also feel a strong support from our homeland, China. So we have confidence. And also we have seen the Chinese citizens also hanging the Chinese flag in their compound.
And Mr. Li, it is reported that Ukraine has passed a law that allows citizens to carry firearms for self-protection. Are we seeing a strong willing to fight? Will it cause chaos? 那么据报道，乌克兰现在同意老百姓可以领枪防卫。那据您所知，乌克兰百姓战斗的意愿强烈吗？是否可能会引发社会混乱？
目前状态是国防部
Right now, CDA Ministry of Defense asks people to get a gun for self-defense, but I don't think people have that motivation. I don't see a lot of the actual actions happening.
And have there been any major impact on normal communications and other daily activities? 通讯和日常生活现在是否有保障？
At
present, daily life in Kiev is guaranteed. All supermarkets are well stocked with supplies. We have access to internet, and also the government as a supplier to provide the service.
And what are the measures being taken to ensure the safety of local residents? 那么目前，当地的民众有没有采取哪些安全措施应对可能的危险情况？因为我们知道，今天在基辅有这种空袭的警报。
This morning we heard the sirens, and also the government mayor asked people stay at home, and also asked us to prepare the documents and carry on luggage if necessary. We need to move to the shelter, and we see the people actually also left the city and go to their hometown, the countryside.
And I know you have contacts with a lot of Chinese people in Ukraine. How have they been impacted, and do they have any plans? 我知道您和很多在乌克兰的中国人保持联系，他们受到怎样的影响？接下来有什么样的打算？ 李先生。
Okay, and we also have a reporter who has visited a relief center for Ukrainians in Hungary. Let's take a look.
With Ukrainian men without a foreign passport being asked to stay in the country, barred from leaving in order to stay and fight. Now, the Prime Minister of Hungary, Viktor Orban, has been visiting a centre a little bit south, a border crossing a little bit south from where we are now, where he said that all refugees from Ukraine would be welcome, that the country was ready to accept them. He has said that Hungary will be giving humanitarian aid to Ukraine. Now, meanwhile, we are expecting the numbers to increase over the weekend. The local mayor here says as many as 5,000 people have come across the border to this community in the last 3 days. Those numbers are expected to continue through the weekend.
Yeah, we can see that a lot of the border countries are ready to cope with the refugees. And other than these border countries, actually, a lot of other countries in the world have expressed that they are willing to, provide humanitarian aid for the Ukrainian refugees. Let's take United States first. So the United States has dispatched disaster experts to the region to assess the need for humanitarian assistance. Do you think the Biden administration will open the border to welcome the refugees to America? And will he provide any other forms of assistance?
Me or to?
Oh, Ms. He.
Oh, yes. Okay, maybe I take the first.
Okay.
Yeah, the United States, like Joe Biden, President Biden had made this promise long ago. Yeah, when the Russia just started their special military operation, and then Biden comes up with this promise saying United States and is ready, is welcome those refugees. We all know this promise is like an empty one, a lip service, because this is such a long distance. Suppose if United States will really do some help, they can send their airplane right now to Poland, to some European country, and to pick up those refugees. And also they can do another way of help. They can come up with the money to help the European country, especially the hosting country, with those financial support, with those material support. If we start all those tangible, those kind of support, just keep saying, we are ready, so that means nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I agree. Actually, according to the New York Times, the Biden administration is also facing calls to take in, taking this Ukrainian evacuees. Actually, they guess that the Biden administration will do this much in the way it gave residency or humanitarian help to more than 705,000 Afghans when the Taliban seized the power in August. Again, I agree this is a political decision. And yes, since America is, the US for now is standing behind Ukraine, as many experts believe, it will give such voices that it support Ukraine, but maybe we'll see if it will really accommodate all of those large number of people in our country.
Thank you.
Actually, I can also add another further information.
Mm-hmm.
When the White House spokesperson mentioned this refugee issue, she said United States is ready now to host those Ukraine refugees. And by the same, this press conference, after she finished this sentence, and the following sentence she said is, of course, we also understand those European countries, they will take the lead.
Yes, I saw that video. Right.
Yeah. Do you hear me?
Yes, I heard you. Yeah, I just said
you also watched that video. Yes, because she said that in an open way. She said, of course, because those European allies, they are close, they're bordered with Ukraine. Of course, those refugees will go to those border countries. So that exactly tell those, this smart thinking coming from the White House. Plus, people have the reason to doubt those sincerity of the United States. Because look about those Afghanistan refugees. Yeah, Afghanistan, US has been based there for 20 years. And all those the troops withdraw from Afghanistan came as such a sudden way. And even, not mention about the Afghanistan refugee, even those Afghan people, they have been worked for US troops and serving as some, the business partner, whatever, or intelligence provider. Yeah, those kind of people, they have been given some special this so-called passport, maybe those identity, and even until now cannot go all the way to the United States. So this is, before this credit, those credit is not that, very positive. So to prove that the United States will do something really helpful for those refugees from Ukraine.
Yeah, Britain has also come under fire for similar reason. Britain said on Sunday it will send Ukraine a further £40 million in humanitarian aid and confirmed that any person settled in Britain would be able to bring their Ukrainian immediate family members to join them. But Prime Minister Boris Johnson, he is receiving criticism because UK's updated visa rules is not so easy for Ukrainians to arrive in Britain. The latest rules of the visas are still very limited. What is the reason behind these, do you think?
That's actually very interesting. Like the whole European, for Ukraine's refugees, Europe just opened doors that were shut to others. And earlier, UK did not accept those refugees, but now they said yes. It's very interesting, but when we really think about it, they are doing this for a reason. Maybe they're trying to put more pressure on Russia's side. They're trying to give their own political stance. So yeah, again, I think it's just for similar reasons.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I think this kind of policy comes from two kinds of pressure. One is to show, like UK or other European countries, they are similar. One is to show their sympathy to Ukraine, also their strongest support to Ukraine government to fight with Russia, because they think Russia now is, fully responsibility for making invade to Ukraine. This is against those post Second World War, this world order, this world setup. So this is unacceptable. So they have to make this stance in a very clear way. So this is number one. So this stance make them cannot say anything no to accept those refugees. But on the other hand, another pressure goes to those policymakers. That is the domestic situation, their social stability. Because this society, they have been suffered quite a lot from those past several rounds of those refugee issue. Yeah, like terrorist group, the terrorist those activities, they are just mixed in those refugee, those camps. You need a lot of time to identify their identity. Who are they? Because now we got to know those refugees. Some of them are maybe not Ukraine citizens. Yeah, many those students come from Middle East countries. Yeah, they are studying in the Kiev, in some university or colleagues in the Ukraine. Now thousands of them. They also join the refugee. Those group now is show up in from those border area entrance point need to get into these European countries. So they need a lot of energy, time to identify who are they. Yeah, where you are from, your origin, you are Ukraine or you are Middle East countries, some person, some citizen, students or whatever. Some even not students, they are doing some other activities in Ukraine. Now happen to be out from this access, from Ukraine now entering into other countries. Because the European countries have spent so many years, for sort out, choose those terrorist activities, those things we call the lonely wolf. Those people, many from Middle East area. So they have spent so many years to pick out those lonely wolf. Only one lonely wolf can make a disaster. So that's why this kind of worrisome also make those like UK government, I'm sure maybe French government, the Germany government, all will take this kind of a consideration. So one side, I promise, I will accept all those refugees because this is a moral obligation Yeah, because all those disasters right now in the Ukraine has the one of the final result coming from all the past years, this eastern expansion of the NATO, and also direct result coming from those failure negotiations between Russia with NATO. We have seen how the President Putin had a talk like with Macron, French president, with state chancellor of the Germany, thoughts. So all of those, failure negotiation. You cannot blame just one side. Definitely, the negotiation cannot reach eventually. That's because there should be two sides who will take the responsibility. So from those moral responsibility, they have to take those refugees. But from the reality of maintaining their own social stability and maintaining their economic situation, because they spend so many efforts trying to get those economy back up from this COVID-19, this shocking, from this virus, this pandemic. But now suddenly, maybe the virus issue now is out of control because those refugees, the Ukraine, the vaccination rate is only 30%, even lower than that. Yeah, maybe those refugees, all of them hasn't been vaccinated. They haven't injected the vaccine at all. So now these European countries, now they are saying we first step by step, slowing down. Maybe they have been settled in those makeshift settled place, and then should even injection is not that immediately verified and then becoming very clean and safe. You need to wait. Like our situation is quarantine at least for 14 days, like even 21st days, 21 days. Anyway, so those are all those challenges to the European society. So that's why they are coming up with this visa limitation, not that saying, all the refugees, now like Merkel, former state chancellor of Germany, saying her first reaction to those refugee issue from Syria, she said, come, welcome. You're welcome. And then eventually, even Lady Chancellor Merkel, her own political career, even almost finished, because that warm these wars towards refugee. So all those other, like UK, especially UK, United Kingdom, because the Prime Minister Johnson himself is under risky. He has been facing the scandal. It's called, the Go Party in the Downing 10. The Prime Minister, this place for hosting party during those this COVID-19 emergency time. So himself has been under fire. Those fire come from all those opposition parties asking him to step down. So he is very fragile right now. So he was worrying. I think he had been worrying very much for anything wrong if comes out from this refugee issue, and then his prime minister position may be no longer there. Actually, to some extent, I think this war and the refugee issue, like this war, Russian and Ukraine, this war, to some extent even changed the folks in the UK society. Now this Prime Minister Johnson has been saved from this war because all the people now no longer pay attention to his this scandal, party scandal. Now people's folks has been all switched to this war. So there's some rescue for him. So he has been rescued, but still this position. So it's still this, very weak ice, very thin ice. It's anytime can be broke up.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's actually, he needs to come up with a better solution for taking these refugees to Britain. But yes, you were true that it is very complicated, much more complicated than we thought, considering all these factors, coronavirus, identification and negotiation. And we also have many Chinese people, Chinese citizens, Chinese students in Ukraine right now. And Chinese embassy is also saying that they are helping with the emergency aid supplies. So what is the latest policy for these people? Jiaxin?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Well, actually, if you just look at how hard it is to enter the border of Ukraine, you will know that the situation there is very dangerous. So, yes, for a reporter for now cannot actually go to the Ukraine. It's very hard. So, yes, our embassy is taking care of the Chinese people in Ukraine. As far as I am concerned, this situation is very complicated and it's volatile, so things are changing by seconds. Yes.
And Ms. He, what's your take?
Yes.
Yeah.
For Chinese people now in Ukraine, I recently heard like 40 Huawei employee they have been successfully already leave Kyiv, even out of Ukraine. So I don't know what's the detail, what kind of transportation have been taken. But for sure, right now, there's no possibility to arrange any charter plane to pick up all those Chinese out of Ukraine, because those airports either being destroyed or all those fly zone now is forbidden to any those planes getting. Even though you can arrange some charter plane, I think itself becoming target. You see all those missiles, lots of missiles and bombings going on. So it's quite danger for any plane, a charter plane there. So the only way is by road way, by car or by some, those kind of thing. But even those way, I don't think it's safe because all the entrance, those road, now if you are staying in Kyiv, it's hardly to find any safest way. You can drive your car or by bus and then out. Those sharing of those missiles, or they have no eyes. You cannot make 100% security. For somehow, the best way, the most secure way right now, I think, is remain in that city, because now it's too late saying to go out. Remain in the city and to when the bombing is there. Now this is the way our students, our business person, even our diplomats, our embassy people, they are taking this way. When the shelling is on, they immediately hiding in the underground. There's some safe place, and when things becoming calm, and then they come out and also prepare this food, drinking water, those eating things, the most you can, the more the better. I think this way, waiting for the situation coming down. Now we have been heard, the negotiation at least is on the way. We hope, the international, like some humanitarian activity also will be undertaken, like to give some humanitarian this safety corridor. If can reach this agreement and give some 1 day or 2 day this ceasefire, and then by that 1 or 2 days ceasefire, both cannot shooting to each other, and then the civilians like foreigners, they can make this opportunity, take this opportunity to evacuate them.
Thank you. And we also have a video from Kyiv by a Chinese in Ukraine, and we can see some Chinese perspective in it. It says the worst peace is always better than the best war. Let's look at the video.
Troops confronted the Ukrainian troops in Kyiv fiercely. You must have stayed up all night. Tell me about it.
Yes, last night I only slept for 1 hour. The shelling and bombing lasted the whole night. The air raid sirens went off for a long time. Earlier they told us if the air raid sirens went off, we should go to the bomb shelters immediately. Although I didn't go, I had to stay alert.
Why didn't you go to the bomb shelters?
Because the Ukrainian president has issued guns to their people. They're all strangers in the shelters. I don't feel safe around them. Also, I'm worried about the coronavirus. The shelter is cold and crowded, so I would only go to the shelter when it's really needed.
You have a survival bag. What's inside?
I have some water, milk, and food. Also some thin blankets to be used in the shelters. Also, the mask to protect me from the coronavirus. I also have a cleaver in the bag. I hope I will not use it, because if I use it, that means I'm in a very bad situation.
You've been here for 4 years. Were you ready for war? Were Ukrainians ready for war?
I was kind of ready, in fact, because I read news on Chinese media and US media. But I think the locals were the opposite. On the night of the 23rd, I went to buy groceries near a subway station. Everything still looked joyful and peaceful. There was a music band playing live music nearby. People were still buzzing with their normal lives. There were no signs of war. But on that night, everything changed. We woke up in a different world. The locals started to realize something serious was going to happen. There was a terrible traffic jam on the way out of the city. I realized I should go to the store for more groceries. On the morning of the 24th, the supermarket was still being run in order. But there were many people lining up in front of the ATM machine, which was rare. But overall, people here have been really calm. Till today, I see people are walking their dogs.
Do you think Ukrainian people are always calm like this, or are they telling themselves to get tough at this crucial time?
I think Slavs are strong and calm in their spirits.
You have friends in both Moscow and Kiev. What do you think of the current Ukraine crisis?
I received tremendous help from them in the past 5 years living in Moscow and Kiev. So I know they're all very friendly and warm-hearted people. I feel heartbroken that people as nice as them have to face a crisis like this. I hope the two countries can soon return to the negotiation table to end the tragedy. The worst peace is always better than the best war.
Well, there's the latest news just in. It is confirmed that the Ukrainian delegations is on their way to the talks site, to the negotiation site, but they will need some rest. So the talks will be delayed for a little while, but it will be held. The talks will be held soon. So, what's your expectations of the result of the negotiation talk?
Actually, over the past 4 days, we know that Russia has been facing sanctions from the West in multiple aspects. You know, financially, the United Kingdom, Germany, Italy, Canada, and the United States, France, European Commission have agreed to disconnecting Russian banks from the SWIFT system. And on the supply of high-tech goods to Russia, Germany halts Nord Stream 2. So they are putting, you know, so many sanctions on Russia, and that's probably one thing they're going to talk about during their negotiations later on. But for now, we noticed that Ukraine has been, you know, talking to some other supporting countries in terms of arms and military decisions or some of the support. So we can see that both will maybe compromise a little bit during the negotiation because they're seeking for peace talks. And actually, Moscow was ready for peace talks, and we know that President Putin has ordered a temporary halt to the Russian military operation in Ukraine in anticipation for talks. But earlier, Kiev had refused to negotiate, and and on Sunday, you know, Russia's delegation, you know, consisting of representatives of those from Foreign Ministry, the Defense Ministry, and other agencies arrived in Belarus for talks, and then it was again, you know, refused by Zelensky, the president of Ukraine. Yes, so it's like back and forth again and again. But now it's good to know that the talk will be held. Just the time is not settled.
Yes. And Ms. He, what's your take on it?
I'm not that optimistic about this talk, this negotiation, simply because the two perspectives from Russia and from Ukraine now is far, far away. From the perspective of Russia, they want Ukraine side saying we are surrender, and then you fully agree upon those two requests given by Putin. One is Ukraine no longer and forever cannot be the member of NATO, and all those weapons also cannot be deployed on the territory of Ukraine. So this is against the Ukraine's interests at all. Even yesterday, the Ukraine President Zelensky had made 5 Twitter within 2 hours. All those 5 Twitters is saying, emergency call, EU will accept Ukraine. So that's all the content. One call, second call, third call, all the 5 calls calling for accept Ukraine as the member of the EU. So this is also the wishes coming from all the Ukraine people. They want pro-West rather than pro-the-East. So for the Russian government, they want to have another government led by another guy that's taken exactly like those Donbass or like Lugansk, those Republicans are like pro-Russia. At least you should be neutral. Either to the west, not to the east, but they should be neutral. So this is their demand. That's why Putin made clear, saying during the negotiation, the talking time, the military action will continue, not suspension at all. So this shows these two opinions coming from both sides are totally, on the different track. And from the Ukraine side, they are saying clear, saying white out all the talking about surrender. Surrender is not any consideration right now in Ukraine. They will not surrender. And the thing they want to talk, just two, ceasefire and the Russian troops withdraw. But this is not Russian side want exactly. Yes. So we will not see any promising things going on. I only wish from the first negotiation, some international forces like UN, not US, not NATO, because US and NATO, all some stakeholders right now should coming from United Nations or even International Red Cross, this kind of international third party, and then saying, we don't care about right now, saying surrender or not surrender, or neutral. Maybe first step is humanitarian crisis, this corridor. Let people under fire, like 6,000 Chinese right now in Ukraine. If I am the family member of those 6,000 one, if I have relatives like my son is studying in the queue, I cannot sleep at all. So those families behind those 6,000 Chinese are there. They also, including other countries, those citizens, they all cannot sleep. They all worrisome. Also the citizens, Ukraine, those citizens, they are not military people. They are not military, those some size or whatever. They are just stay in their residence, stay in their apartment. So those guarantee, I think, should be made. If you war going on, you guarantee not hurting, not send those missiles to the civilian place, and give some time for humanitarian this assistance to withdraw. Maybe this is something we can hope for this talk. I think this talk maybe also is most possibility to be accepted by both sides, because I heard Chernobyl, this nuclear place, nuclear plant, now has been jointly safeguarded by Ukraine police and the military of Russian military. So you see, because that kind of place, that's a bone, that's a very dangerous place. So if it has been exploded, and then that will both hurting to those Russian troops, also hurting Ukraine side, because both regarded that cannot be destroyed. That's why they even can jointly, protect it, offer protection. So why not this humanitarian corridor? Maybe that's possible to get some breakthrough for this talk.
Yeah, I just saw Belarus Minister of Foreign Affairs just tweeted about half an hour ago. They tweeted a picture of the negotiation room and table and saying in Belarus everything is ready to host the Russia-Ukraine negotiations. They're just waiting for delegations to arrive. So we are also waiting for that to finally happen. Like you said, this is only the first round of debate, but we are still looking forward to that. And after all, the citizens of the both parties are the victims who suffer the most. So talking back to the refugee topic, what are the chances, do you think, of Ukrainian refugees returning to their homeland after this crisis?
Actually, from the interviews I took yesterday on the street with Moscow residents, they said that some of them agree that they would like a peaceful life. They really don't want war. So, yeah, and a bunch of them says that it's very complicated because it's deeply rooted in the history of both countries. So, really, how long will this war endure? How long will this, continue? We really don't know, and the people doesn't know. It's all, it all depends on the political decision in Kremlin and in Ukraine. But really, a lot of people express their willingness for peace, and they really don't want this war. They said it's a sacrifice of their soldiers' life, a sacrifice of their taxes on this. Some say it's unnecessary war, but some expert and many believe that it's just it's really a tough decision, but Russia has to do this. Yeah, so I really wanted to take a listen to the more insights from Ms. He.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, in terms of refugee returning back home, I think no refugee they would like choose saying go abroad, not coming home, home country.
Exactly.
All those refugees. I used to visit refugee camp in some African countries. Yeah, refugee, used to have a lot of refugee out from Africa. I visited one of them in, I think it's in Democratic Republic of Congo. So those are refugee camp, of course, not good situation. So we interviewed some of those refugees, and there is a common wish for those refugees. They would like to go back home. We are saying even though the home is more poor, even then some refugee camp, some refugee camps getting building good, like in the Palestinian. I see some map pictures sent back from our reporters we all know the Gaza Strip, like Israel and Palestinian clash, also have refugees, because those refugee camp has been building there for decades long. So now, by a glance, it's not like a refugee we thought about. It's quite good, like streets, and then the buildings becoming like a town. Any normal town like any other else, but that's the refugee. So for those people, the base there even have generations. But if you interview them, they remain, they regarded themselves, they are foreigners in that territory. They still want to go back to their home country. That's for sure. Yeah, all the people deep in your heart, you like your motherland. You like your, the hometown, the place you got your birth, and then you grew up there. So this blood link cannot that easy being cut off. So I think this is not the same can be determined by refugees themselves. This only can be determined by how long this war is going to be, and how soon, the ceasefire can be reached. And how soon the stability, the situation in Ukraine can be stabilized, and how this security can be guaranteed by those people. If I'm back home, ceasefire and then back home, and then the other day the bombing come up again, and then I have to pack up again, become a refugee, back and forth. Of course, cannot be that way. So at least some kind of agreement should be signed and then guaranteed by some mechanism. Yeah, those mechanisms we used to have, like UN peacekeepers moved in. UN peacekeepers moved in, settle as some, those middle no-fight zone, not fight zone, and then by that time, gradually talking about this, foreign, these refugees, how to settle this refugee return, this issue. But before that, the returning issue is not on the agenda yet. Yeah, just talking about how to host those refugees. Now, this is time being, the issue is time being is how to host them, rather than how to send them back.
Yes. Thank you so much, Ms. He. All right, we're going to leave it there, and we're going to keep watching the crisis. Thank you so much, both of you, for taking the time. It's been a long chat. I appreciate your perspective and insights. I'm going to wrap up our special coverage on the Ukraine crisis, but do stay tuned with us because we'll have more coming to you in the way.
me tulemme myötä sitä kerran. Se võtab meid eest vastu nagu siit. А ты идешь, говоришь по телефону случайно, да? А вы будете? Да, да.
Мама, ты чуть-чуть сяду. Я знаю. Я понял, ладно, все, удачи.
Да.
الان بعدش که نمیدونه آقا توی اتوبوس خیلی هستش نه سفارتخانه هست من ندونم که من اول نمیشناسم این مشخص کنی من چیز داره جیبم نیم که من الان حتی مریضم در میرم
بود
سلام احوال شما حضرت حالا شما
Каждый стоит в глаза, да? И смотри, будет писать на борта. Да, хорошо, да? Ранее!
Где мы там встанем, только стола у нас нету, да, ни хрена.
А что же будет так давать с этого?
And its second major city of Kharkiv earlier today. The Russian Defense Ministry says both sides have suffered casualties and captured soldiers from the other without specifying the numbers. It also says Russian forces have destroyed over 1,000 Ukrainian military targets. These include 7 anti-aircraft missile systems and 3 attack drones. The ministry spokesman says Russia has completely blockaded the city of Kherson and Bernyansk in southern Ukraine. The head of Donetsk in eastern Ukraine has reportedly suspended a general military mobilization in the region. Donetsk announced the mobilization on February 19th to foment resistance to attacks from western Ukraine. Now, many are fleeing the fighting in Ukraine via its westernmost city of Lviv for neighboring countries. Oleksiy Sysimki has more.
At the central railway station in Lviv, you can see that from day to day there are more and more people. So there are thousands inside the building and thousands waiting outside for their buses. Some of them are coming from eastern Ukraine to spend time in Lviv. Some of them just want to spend a couple of days here and then go to Europe. Europe is the dream destination for absolute majority of those people. But with each day, this dream can be less and less optimistic because of how many people actually are trying to get to the border. So as far as we know that the line to cross the border starts approximately 30, even now maybe more kilometers before the border control station. So to get to the border with Poland, you need to spend there more than 1 or 2 even days probably. We had information that some people who got there 2 days ago are still standing in the lines trying to cross. People continue coming. There are volunteers here in Lviv who are trying to find shelter and accommodation, at least some beds for those who come first to Lviv and have no place to stay. But they say that there is no crisis yet. There are lots of food, water, so no shortages. But taking the news, taking what's happening in Kiev and Kharkiv, one might forecast that sooner or later there just won't be enough place for so many people. That's the situation for now. So as I said, it's quite peaceful here as well, quite calm, but no one knows what's going to happen, not even in a day, but even in a couple of hours.
An estimated more than 70,000 refugees from Ukraine have crossed into Hungary since Thursday. People in rural Hungary have come together to help those in need. Lucy Huff has more from the border area.
As you can see behind me, I'm just standing in front of a major makeshift centre that's been erected for the welcoming of those who've made the long and very difficult journey across the border. In their numbers, mostly women and children, given that, of course, Ukrainian men without a foreign passport, aged between the ages of 18 and 60, are prevented from leaving the country. So these people have come either by foot or by car. They're stopping here for some refuge, for some warmth, for some water, to receive some basic supplies from the volunteers who are working here on the ground. We have the Red Cross as well as other organizations working to support these people. We've got people also driving from major cities such as Budapest to offer free transportation to those in need, particularly those young children, some babies in prams that have been forced from their homes in Ukraine. For them, what happens next is the big question. A lot of people that we've been speaking to here are saying, we really want to go home, but there was no choice but to flee, given the situation on the ground, given the violence. But many people separated from their fathers, from their husbands, so a deeply difficult situation. But these people now finally in safety on European soil. The question, of course, is what happens next.
The UN Security Council has voted on whether to convene a special session of the General Assembly. Tony Waterman has more.
This was a procedural vote. That means that none of the permanent members of the Security Council were able to exercise their veto power. It needed 9 of the 15 members to be in favor. At the end of the day, what we saw was that 11 members voted in favor. There was 1 that voted against. Of course, that was Russia. And then there were 3 abstentions: China, India, and the UAE. This is the same lineup that we saw for that draft resolution on Friday. Now, after the vote took place, we did hear from the Chinese ambassador to the UN, who said that the world is witnessing a dramatic change in the situation in Ukraine, and that both sides need to exercise restraint when it comes to the situation to prevent it from getting worse. Take a listen.
China supports and encourages all diplomatic efforts conducive to a peaceful settlement of the Ukraine crisis and welcomes the earliest possible direct dialogue and negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. At the same time, China supports equal-footed dialogues between the EU and Russia on European security issues.
We also heard from the Ukrainian and also the Russian representatives. Take a listen.
This crisis broke out not as a result of the launch of the Russian special military operation in Ukraine, but much earlier, when for 8 years you turned a blind eye to the crimes perpetrated by the Ukrainian nationalists in Donbass.
As the Ukrainian people continue to bravely stand against Russian aggression, Russia's lies will be exposed, and Russia's contempt for international law will be confirmed.
The European Union has announced a series of measures on Russia, including harsh financial sanctions and closing its airspace to Russian flights. Ross Cullen has more from Paris.
There's been an increase as the days have gone on with these meetings of EU foreign ministers, EU finance ministers agreeing on different sanctions package, and every time they have agreed on a sanctions package it has been deeper and tighter, placing some restrictions on the Russian central bank. That's the latest moves that we've seen with these two sanctions packages. We could well see that sanctions package agreed on Monday, very early this coming week, if EU foreign and finance ministers can agree on the next package. That's the overall European Union position, but there are interesting specific national positions. We have seen Germany has had a long holdout when it comes to its long-held tradition of not exporting lethal weapons to conflict zones. Well, that has changed. Also, Germany didn't want any sanction that could impact Nord Stream 2, the pipeline bringing gas from Russia to Germany. Well, we heard earlier, a few days ago, that position was changed. So Germany carrying out these U-turns as well. It was one of the last holdouts for that SWIFT. France saying it's going to be closing its airspace to Russian aircraft Sunday evening. And we have already seen many European Union and non-EU states closing their airspace to Russian aircraft. One Aeroflot plane was en route to Belgium, Brussels closing its airspace, so it had to do an about turn and head back to Russia. So that is something that is taking place state by state. We're seeing more of them hour by hour saying that they'll be closing their airspace to Russian aircraft. So that is one such move that is taking place kind of organically over the last 48 hours or so.
European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has announced export restrictions and sanctions on Belarus for facilitating Russia's military operations in Ukraine. Now, Russia's central bank says it has sufficient resources to stabilize the Russian financial sector and secure its operations. This follows the move by the US and some European countries to exclude some Russian banks from the SWIFT global payments network as part of sanctions for Moscow's military operations in Ukraine. The central bank says in case of any scenarios, money transfers within the country are guaranteed by Russia's own financial system that's equivalent to SWIFT. Russia developed its own payments transfer system called SPFS back in 2014. It has 23 foreign banks connected to it. Russia's Sputnik news agency in a report last year said use of the SPFS doubled in 2020 compared to a year ago, and that the proportion of domestic users reached over 20%. Russia's currency fell to record lows today after the country's major banks were banned from the SWIFT global payment system. In Asian trade, the ruble depreciated to a record low of 119.5 against the US dollar before recovering to 110. Stuart Smith has more from Moscow.
Latest round of sanctions, particularly focusing on Russia's central bank, in particular being absorbed there by the ruble, because what is now possible is that Russia won't have access to its hundreds of billions, or at least a proportion of its hundreds of billions in its reserve fund. People are definitely noticing, and those following the news are paying attention and trying to take measures, with people attempting in Moscow to try and withdraw US dollars or other currencies which are not falling to the same extent. But it is very, very difficult now in Moscow to find foreign currency and to change rubles into foreign currency, because most of the country is trying to do that with the fall in the ruble's value. For an insight into how this latest economic damage is being portrayed, consider yesterday evening on state television the presenter suggesting that isolationism may be the future here for Russia. He said, "We'll overcome it all, we'll endure it all, we'll rebuild our economy from scratch, an independent banking system, manufacturing and industry. We'll rely on ourselves." And again, on Sunday evening, that concern about nuclear war. Russia's state television presenter, they're talking about, why do we need the world if Russia won't be in it? Scary words for people in Russia, especially because right now the economy is looking very weak, very fragile, although the Russian central bank says it will take all required measures to ensure the economic stability.
Amid the conflict in Ukraine, neither side says their security concerns are being respected. Let's take a look at the developments which has led to the crisis.
Ukraine has become a dangerous flashpoint between Russia and the US-led NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Russian President Vladimir Putin has warned NATO expansion to Ukraine and other former Soviet states is a red line that should not be crossed. Last December, Moscow submitted security proposals which included a Russia-US security treaty and a draft agreement between Moscow and NATO, ruling out memberships for Ukraine and other former Soviet countries. Russia sought to roll back the alliance's military deployments in Central and Eastern Europe. Russia did deny any plans to invade Ukraine. Since 1991, NATO has gone on a gradual but consistent eastward expansion, which Russia sees as a big threat. It's also worried about possible NATO missile deployments in neighboring nations.
In the 1990s, NATO promised us not to expand eastward. And what happened? We got scammed. They deceived us imprudently. NATO has expanded eastward 5 times since then. Missile systems are now deployed in Romania and Poland. What does that mean? We're not threatening them. We didn't go to the American border. We didn't go to the British border. They came to us. Now they say Ukraine is going to join NATO too.
But Washington and its allies have rejected such pledges to Russia, saying those former Soviet republics are independent, sovereign states with the right to choose to join any political blocs. And NATO chief Jens Stoltenberg has said the alliance is looking to step up efforts to strengthen its eastern flank, warning that the threat from Russia had become a new normal in Europe. Ukraine, at the center of the dispute, was part of the Russian sphere of influence for centuries, and the two countries have strong cultural, historic, and ethnic linguistic ties. But the western part of the country seems to be pro-Western, while the eastern part apparently leans more on Russia. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, the divide in Ukraine has become more pronounced, and Russia has significant influence in areas like Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea, while Ukraine has sought to retake those areas. Conflicts between Ukraine and Russia have taken a turn for the worse in the past 3 decades. Last year, Ukraine and NATO have held high-profile joint military exercises aiming to strengthen the ties between allies and partners and to demonstrate readiness in combating so-called threats in the Black Sea region.
Hello and welcome to our special coverage on Russia-Ukraine conflicts at this hour. I'm Yu Yang in Beijing.
I'm Wang Mengmeng. Information is now coming from all directions. Ukrainians are waking up to what President Zelensky called the most crucial 24 hours. And of course, we'll be bringing you the latest update from different parts of Ukraine, and we'll have some analysts' opinions on this ongoing crisis.
Well, actually, just a few moments ago, the Belarusian Foreign Ministry has posted Twitter noting that in Belarus, everything is ready to host the Russia-Ukrainian negotiations, and they said they're waiting for delegations to arrive. The office of Ukrainian President Zelensky said in the message on the Telegram app that a delegation of the Ukrainian government will meet for talks with the Russian officials near the Pripyat River in Belarus. And Russia earlier proposed holding talks in Gomel, a city near the border with Ukraine. At the same time, EU Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell said the European Union foreign ministers had given support for fresh sanctions on Russia over its special military operations in Ukraine, which would come into force by Monday. So today we are going to focus on relations among Ukraine, the United States, Russia, and of course the European Union. Now let me introduce our guests who are going to join us in our discussions today. They are of course Professor Wang Yiwei, who is the director of EU Research Center at Renmin University of China, and of course Professor Wang Xiaowei, who is the associated professor of economic sociology at Moscow University, and both of them are joining us via video links. Welcome to you, gentlemen. So here come to my first question. It's about the NATO, of course. It's kind of blasting fumes in these kind of conflicts. So why do you think the United States haven't given any response to Ukraine's request of joining the organizations? 所以我们的第一个问题想请问我们的王一伟老师哈，就是为什么美国到现在为止都没有对于乌克兰想加入北约的这样的一个要求给出明确的答复呢？
Well, NATO has 30 member states. For the access of the new member should reach the unanimous consensus. So any single country can veto. Most of the NATO members, they are Europeans. They are thinking about if Ukraine join NATO, well, definitely, Russia will definitely cannot accept. Even for the United States, they're pushed by the military-industrial complex with a huge money make if Ukraine join NATO. However, Russia is a pure competitor in the military with the United States. The Russia warning if Ukraine join NATO, they'll be unsuccessful. Any consequences will be the U.S. will reach.
高彻，所以那么王小伟教授，您对于这个问题有什么样的想法呢？就是为什么美国对于乌克兰加入北约迟迟没有给出明确的答复？
乌克兰非常愿意加入北约多次提出申请，也为此也做出了很多他自己的努力。
Their own effort in attempts to join NATO. The United States has not given them a clear yes or no so far. Actually, the joining of NATO is a very sensitive question for Ukraine since NATO has a very clear requirement. If you are part of NATO, you should have a very independent sovereignty without any war or conflicted territories. Apparently, Ukraine cannot meet up with this requirement. But for the United States, their major target is that the Ukraine to wearing the Russia down at the threshold of Russia. Whether Ukraine joining European Union or NATO is just some of the promises or some of the lures of the United States or the EU countries promised it to Ukraine.
Gentlemen, we are seeing that the United Nations is calling for an emergency meeting involving all 193 member states. What are some of the predictions that you are, foreseeing to come out from that meeting, Professor Wang Yiwei?
Definitely, China as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council support UN resolution. So any sanctions to Russia cannot solve the problem. So only legal sanctions actually is through the United Nations. But the dilemma is that Russia has the veto power in the United Nations. So the UN General Assembly will be send some resolution for peaceful negotiation. I think in the end, about Ukraine, about Russia's relations, we need back to 1975, the Helsinki spirit, that the security should be incomplete. That's very similar the new security concept that the President Xi put forward. The common security, sustainable security, can be the only solution to the Ukraine-Russia conflict.
那么王小伟老师想请问您
Professor
谈一
Wang
下
Xiaowei,
关于今
can you
天联合
share
国要
us your
召
take
开
on the upcoming UN's emergency meeting, which is going to be including 193 countries? So what kind of new ideas or the key turning point that is going to happen today? There is one of the hotly discussed issues across the world, that is the Russian-Ukraine conflict. A meeting in the Security Council or in the United Nations, if it is concerning with this issue, might be some of the sanctions toward Russia from the finance, technology, or trade. Since the meeting has not been opened up yet, I don't have very detailed information. I think it's going to be focusing on these fronts.
Okay, thank you for your answers. And if we stay at NATO, and I go to another question, it's about Vladimir Putin. Actually, back to the year of 2000, we can see that Putin has requested the United States and whether Russia could join in the organization. But until today, well, 22 years later, and he's strongly against the NATO extension. Why we see this kind of change, Mr. Wang Yiwei, please?
Well, NATO is not just a military organization. It's also ideology a bloc. Actually, it's Western countries' military tool. So Russia actually, of course, they understand Russia cannot join NATO, and NATO's target is Russia. They need the enemy. So they need, otherwise the US will actually...
so you believe NATO's target is Russia? So you believe NATO's...
Of course,
Understood.
definitely, yes. But some Americans' strategists want to put China besides Russia as the core enemy or threat of NATO to increase the legitimacy of NATO.
So finally, Putin has recognized, well, the truth is NATO's target is Russia. That is why currently he strongly opposes the expansion of the organization. 王小伟老师，您怎么看待这个问题呢？就是我们说到在22年前，普京总统曾经向时任的美国总统克林顿提出过，俄罗斯是否能够加入
the then President Clinton at that time, Russia's joining into the NATO, but 22 years later, President Putin is very against the idea of the eastwardness of NATO, these organizations. 22 years ago, the situation was quite different with what is happening today. Around 22 years ago, Russia enjoyed a very important turning point in terms of relations with the Western world. President Putin actively mentioned about the idea that Russia is going to join NATO. Russia is a very huge country. If Russia is a part of NATO, which is going to be the pseudo-enemy for NATO? At that time, President Putin came up with this idea to President Clinton, and he has also invited some of the high-level officials from NATO to for a visit in Russia, and he told these high-level NATO officials that I am learning English every day, and I have do a lot of achievements. Every day I spend 30 minutes learning English. That is a sign that there was an easing relations between Russia and NATO, but currently the Russian-US relations is at its historic low. And apparently, there is a very apparent structural conflict. The eastward of NATO is a question that cannot be addressed by NATO or the United States or the Russia. So the relations between Russia and the United States is actually goes into a vicious cycle, restarting, worsening, and restarting again.
Some background information. I want to bring you the latest from the negotiations surrounding the Ukraine crisis. The Ukrainian delegation has already arrived in Belarus, and according to the Russian delegation, negotiations will begin a little more than an hour from now. And now we want to get the thoughts from our guests. Professor Wang Yiwei, where do you think these negotiations are headed?
I think China will definitely support any diplomatic negotiation and find the complete and sustainable solution for that. But the negotiation is not just between Russia and Ukraine. I think it's including NATO, because the European security will need a security mechanism to guarantee not allow the NATO expansion without any limitation. So that's the key. It's not just the bilateral relations of the historic cultural conflict. So finally, I think we should come back to the Helsinki spirit, not according to the Cold War mentality with the NATO expansion. The zero-sum game cannot solve the problem.
所以说，世界各个国家还没有放弃外交斡旋的努
That
力。
is
那么
to
王
say,
小伟
all the countries
王小伟
across
教
the
授
world has
想
not
请问
given up
您，
their
现在
attempts
我
to
们的
address
乌
these
克
issues
兰
through
代
the
表团
diplomatic relations.
也已经
Professor
到达
Wang
了
Xiaowei,
白俄罗斯。
since we have
那
noted
么
that
在
the
乌克兰和
diplomatic
俄罗斯他们的这个协商当中，
delegations
您
of
会
Ukraine has
大
arrived
概有一
in the
些什么
capital
样的预测？
Belarus. What is your expectations on this?
这个俄乌这个巨大的冲突以后，
The Russian-Ukraine
实际
conflict
上这个俄
after
罗斯和
it's
乌克兰
occurred,
之间的这个谈判可以说
the
是一国
negotiations
三折
between the two sides
在这
has
个冲突
went
初期
through all
首先
kinds
提
of
出
twists and turns.
要谈
At the
判
very
的是乌
beginning,
克兰总统泽连斯
the
基。
Ukraine
但是
President
呢，当时
Zelensky
呢
came up
没
with
有
the
得到
idea
这
of
个俄罗
negotiations,
斯总统普
which
京的
did
理
not
会。
get the
但是随
approval
着事态的发
of the
展呢，
Russian
特别
President
是这
Vladimir
个西方国
Putin
家这种
with the
毁灭性的
progressing
这种制裁，也有说是极
such
限
an
性的制
idea
裁以及这个
and
乌克
with
兰这个冲
the
突的局势的一些变
sanctions
化呢，
becoming
很得
severe.
到了这个普京
The
总
idea
统
of
的这个回应，
negotiation
并且
has
普京
been
总统
echoed by
已经
President Putin,
计划
and
派
President
出俄罗
Putin
斯总统办公
is
厅
planning to
国
send
防
a
部外交部的
delegation
代表
from
人员
the
呢，
State
前往
Council of
俄罗斯
Russia
前往
Diplomatic
白俄罗
Ministry of
斯
Russia
这
to
个
go
这
to
个进行
Belarus
谈判。当时
and
呢，
to be
在
sitting
于这个
themselves
冲突
on
的
the
第一
negotiation
天啊，
tables.
白俄罗斯总
At the
统
first
卢卡
day
申科
of
他
the
早就提出了这种建议。
Russia-Ukrainian
但是呢，
conflicts,
这
the
时候呢，泽
president
连斯
of
基呢，他有
Belarus
可能
came
各种
up
各样
with
的
the
考虑
idea
呢
that they are going to have the negotiation being
他
set
没有
up
同
in
意
Belarus.
他提出
But
的意见
out
是
of
他
all kinds of the
俄罗
concerns,
斯的要
President
价太
Zelensky
高
did not
我
answer
们自己
it.
掌握的信
He
息。普京
came
开
up
出
with a
的
reply
条件
that
是
the
缴
requirement
械，
of
也就是
President
你先投
Putin
降
is，too
然后呢，
strict.
你再跟我谈。
He
那可能
requires
当
us
时呢，
to
乌克兰
abandon
呢，
the
他没
weapons.
有，他觉得这个
And
要
President
价他无法
Zelensky
接受。
is
但是
actually
呢，后来
trying
呢，这
to
个
respond that
乌
the
克兰呢
President
对
Putin's
这个事
requirement
情
is
呢，
too
他也
harsh.
采取了一些策略
Ukraine
啊
has adopted
这
all
个比
kinds
如
of
说拖延
strategies
时
to
间啊
tackle with
啊，
these
也有人
strategies.
传言
They
呢
are trying
他
to
可能
dragging
会
on more
借这个
time,
谈判啊
and
谈
through the
判呢来争取
negotiations,
更多的时
they want
间，
to
以
get
便
more
于他离
time
开首都
in
啊。
favor of
也
them
有
to
说
let the
呢，这
President
个
Zelensky to get
这个
out
我
of
们这
their
个总
capital
统啊，他的
Kiev.
演技啊，这个实际上可能分散了
Some
俄
of
罗
the
斯
internet
注意力
comment
甚
mentioned
至啊，就是
that
能够
the
让俄罗斯总统普
skills
京
of the
下
President
令
Zelensky
已
has
经进行
blocked
了
the
军事行
eyesight
动。
from the
所以
public,
呢，我
and
觉得
he
这个
even
双方呢，在这
ignited
种
President
随
Putin's
着这个
anger
冲突
to
的形势
stop
的变
such
化呢，
a
双方都有
warfare.
这种
The
谈判
situation
的
is
这样的
always
或多
changing,
或少的这种意愿
and
啊。
the
但
two
是呢，
parties
他
have
们双方
certain
俄罗
levels
斯也
to
好
be
和
sitting
这
on
个
the
乌克兰也好
negotiation
他们
tables,
之间对于
but
谈判解决这个问题的
to
具体的诉
address
求
these
是
problems
一定要有
through the
比较大
negotiations,
差异的
there
啊。
is
因
actually
为
going to
战
be
争
a
啊
very huge
代
gap
表的
between
这
the
个
Russian
生
president
灵涂
and
炭。
Ukraine
这个
in
有
president.
和平解决问题
If
愿
there
望
is a
的行为
peaceful
啊，我们都应该去支持。
resolution which is going
但
to
是
address
以我
such
的判断来
conflicts,
讲的话，
it is going to be the
这是
best
初次的这
solution.
种接触
But
啊，就是在
in
白
my
俄罗斯和乌
experience,
克兰
For the first time, the representatives of the Ukraine and Russia met. It is not going to be very possible for them to achieve some of the results in a short-term negotiation. The back and forth negotiation is going to be several rounds before the addressing of this problem.
I want to follow up on this, Professor Wang Yiwei. According to IFAX, which was reported 5 minutes ago, Russian negotiator at the Ukraine talk says that Russia is interested in coming to an agreement with Ukraine as soon as possible. Are there any preconditions in these talks?
Well, definitely. Well, ceasefire, I think both sides need to withdraw the troops and then make the space for negotiation. However, from the Ukraine side, the thing about it, they have the Western support, because many European countries, including the United States, send troops and help Ukraine to defend from the Russian so-called aggression. And so they looks down upon the Russians' economy. The thing about the Russian economy cannot sustain to the long term of the intensive military confrontation with the Ukraine. So this is a proxy war, not just between Ukraine and Russia, but between the West.
Yeah, it seems that we have a little connection issue with Professor Wang Yuwei. Professor Wang Xiaowei, we were talking about 我们刚才在谈这个，根据最新的报道呢，俄罗斯谈判代表他梅金斯基他表示，俄方呢愿尽快与乌克兰代表团达成共识。那么您觉得这次俄乌双方代表团的接触是不是有一些前提条件在里面
Do you think that there are some of the prerequisites for the meetings or sitting up on the tables between Russia and Ukraine? I think I have answered your question in my previous answers. At the very beginning, the two parties had the initiation to be sitting on the negotiating tables. First, it was President Zelensky. According to the latest information from the Foreign Diplomatic Ministry of Russia, at that time, the Russian President Vladimir Putin is willing to suspend the military operations. At that time, Russia came up with a term that the Zelensky government should give in the weapons, which embraces President Zelensky a lot. He thinks that he has a lot of cards to be played on the table. Since the two parties have the willingness to negotiate with each other, finally, under the arrangement of the president from Belarus, they are able to get in touch with each other, and so far there is not a very exact news coming from so far. According to the local time in Belarus, people are still finishing their breakfast. It is 3 p.m. Beijing time. It is around mid-time in the Belarus. So that is to say there is going to be 1 hour and a half before the negotiation. They are not get in touch with each other so far. During the negotiation, there is going to be a lot of back and forth and twists and turns. For example, the arrangement of the place for negotiations. They have some of the opinions that Russia is asking too much. And President Zelensky is not also agreeing with the place where to choose Minsk, the capital of Belarus, to be a part of the negotiation. President Zelensky thinks that Belarus is sitting on the side of Russia during the Russian-Ukraine conflicts. There are other different reports mentioning that President Zelensky is willing to go to the United States for further negotiations. But he actually agreed with the final offer of negotiation today. Today they actually agreed to do the negotiation with Minsk. So why does the Ukraine agree with that? So let me re-clarify once again that the city of Gdańsk is not where the final negotiation is going to happen. The city is the major buffer zone between the conflicts. Later on, the place was denied by the Russian party. The Russian delegation chose Minsk to be the actual negotiation place is not Minsk or Zemelin. It is a small town where it is bordering both Ukraine and Russia. And they asked that the president of Belarus should be neutral during these times of negotiations, and he should be providing adequate military protection. So can you please repeat your question? You have mentioned that there are some disputes about the places where the negotiation is going to happen. President Zelensky used to choose Turkey or Warsaw as a part of the negotiation place. Why does this change occurred? And why does the President Zelensky agree on the place of this small town? Yesterday, I was reading a lot of news. I actually trying to research for the 3 places where the negotiation is going to happen. Actually, yesterday, according to the news, the 2 parties came up with 3 different places. This situation is actually representing the status for both of the parties during the negotiation. According to the military muscles between Ukraine and Russia, there is a huge military gap between the 2 parties. That is to say, during the negotiations, Ukraine should consider the actual interest of these different parties. And finally, President Zelensky has changed the place for negotiation twice. Actually, it is very benefiting because the place is close to the border of Ukraine and close to the border of Russia. I believe they belong to the same ethnic group. And the place they choose is very beneficial.
Before actually President Putin launched what he called a special military operation, he did make a television speech, and during that speech, and he said this time his purpose is to denazify in Ukraine actually. And what is more interesting is from 2014, that's a very important year in the history, and Russia has launching a kind of draft. The full name is Combating Glorification of Nazism in Ukraine. Especially what things interesting is the United States, and both the United States and Ukraine has voted for against, and the countries in Europe gave up. Okay, and so why we can see this kind of thing? Why President Putin believes there is a new Nazism in Ukraine, and what kind of Nazism is affecting bilateral ties between Ukraine and Russia? 所以下面一个问题，我们是想谈谈，在说这个俄罗斯总统普京在这个举行这个特别军事行动之前，他其实在全国进行了一次电视演讲。
Before the special military operation, President Putin delivered a national speech which mentioned about the denazism in Ukraine. Starting from the year 2014, Russia came up with a special action in the United Nations against the beautifying of the Nazism. For the past 8 years, there is only one veto vote from United States and Ukraine. Why does Russia believe there is a new type of Nazism occurring in Ukraine? What does this ideology play in the role of this time's conflicts? President Putin's announcement of this special military action is being derived from 2 reasons. The first one is to de-weaponize Ukraine and denazize Ukraine. Actually, the term of Nazism and the scope of Ukraine, it is one of the hotly discussed issues. It is close to the concept of the extremist group. They have some of the extreme ideas in terms of the ethnic group. For those of the ethnic group which is not to the likeness of the Ukrainian people, they should all go to extinct. That is the core idea of this neo-Nazism occurring in Ukraine. For Russia, this type of the Nazism organizations played a very negative role in the Russian-Ukraine relations and the Russian-Ukraine conflict. These extreme groups even propaganda with some of the extreme ideas. They are using the ghost from the Second World War to attack the Chechen military forces from Russian. So the relations between Russia and Ukraine is under a very negative impact from these extreme groups. And if you don't consider the domestic or abroad, the nationalism between the East and the West is still dividing the country of Ukraine.
Really, we understand that so much is going on and we do not know where things are headed next. But one thing we do know for sure is that the implications of this Ukraine crisis would be far and wide. The EU, for example, is taking unprecedented steps to send arms to Ukraine, closing airspace to Russia, and also, banning all Russian state media operating in the EU countries. In terms of international relations, Professor Wang Yue, where do things go from here?
Well, the Western countries use this military confrontation to decouple with Russia financially, energy, in transportation, and all kinds of way. International airplanes cannot pass through the airspace of Russia, and the kickoff of the Russian companies from the SWIFT system, and also energy companies. All kinds of these sanctions want to undermine the Russians, which cannot support the war, because Russia still economically very much rely on energy export, and international energy trade need to be calculated in euro or US dollar, so in the system. So that kind of the war is not militarily, it's also financially and diplomatically.
Options are kicking in, but while they work to, cripple the Russian economy, they could also disrupt supply chains globally. What are the implications of that?
One thing I think will make the China and the independent, have own to bypass the SWIFT system, like Russia recently joined the Chinese chip system. So in the future, people worry about there will be bipolar world. The U.S. led the Western financial energy, whatever supply system, and China and Russia, other Euro-Asian continental country, maybe including Iran in the future, so-called decouple will be come to force.
Gotcha. So earlier we had also talked with Mr. Zhang Xin, a social-aided professor at the School of Politics and International Relations at East China Normal University, and shares more with us. He said that Western sanctions will not affect Russia's military actions.
For the announced new rounds of economic sanction from both the European countries and the United States, we can see this is a quantitatively bigger round of economic sanction against Russia relative to the first 4 or 5 rounds of major sanctions we have already witnessed during the past 8 or 9 years. So I was called this a quantitatively bigger economic sanction, much more expanded, that covers some of the key sector of finance and the major sector of exports from Russia, and also targeted in new sets of major figures in the Russian elites. But this quantitatively different sanction, I'm afraid, for better or for worse, won't have direct, immediate impact on Russian state's decision, particularly its decision about military actions in Ukraine. The current leadership in Russia obviously is very determined to achieve both the military and the political goal. The consequent economic costs do not appear to be a major fact in the Russian leadership's political and military decision.
So you talked about these political goals that Putin has stated: demilitarizing, denazifying. So is this what Russia wants out of this conflict, to change the government in Ukraine? And is there anything left to bring both sides to the negotiating table?
At least that's what Russia leadership, both President Putin and a set of key political figures have made it very clearly since the Security Council meeting official announcement, the beginning of the military operation. Right? Demilitarization, essentially to get rid of Ukraine's current and potential military capacity, and denazification to make sure there's no anti-Russia government in Kiev, or a government of right-wing orientation that will present a essentially Nazist program against Russia and the Russian citizens, Russian residents in Ukraine. But there is a possibility for some sort of a political negotiation among all these hypes about military operation or all-out wars in Ukraine. Right? I think President Zelensky just a few hours ago already indicated he is not afraid of engaging in negotiation about the security of Ukraine, and he, most importantly, he mentioned about Ukraine's future neutrality with Russia. So that's a sign of a willingness of one party in this ongoing crisis to say, well, at least neutrality is a possible goal on the table of negotiation. We don't know how much that will be translated into real political action, but at least among all the messages, information about ongoing war, this brings up a possibility of political negotiation between at least Russia and Ukraine.
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate your insights, Professor Zhang Xin with East China Normal University.
Walking you through some of the background information and the latest that's taking place about the situation in Ukraine. But now in the meantime, we want to bring in Li Tongle. He's an international student in Ukraine, Kharkiv, and he will bring us the first-hand information, his personal account of what he's been through in Ukraine since the attack began.
开始吧。你好，我是哈航的学生。现在我们所在的是哈航的学生宿舍的5楼。现在刚才还在进行炮击，我们这边非常的不安全，而且昨日的炮击已经到达了我们附近的一条街，我们可以感到非常大的震动。现在我们的情况非常不乐观，目前我们的食物只能支撑1个星期，而且我们已经被断了电，断了水，已经没有了足够的能量，而且我们现在和外界联系已经非常的弱，学校那边已经无法为我们提供帮助，而且现在中乌双方的冲突依然在城外和市区的一个小地方。可以看见的是，这几天俄乌双方都在进行剧烈的炮火互相还击，而且速度非常的快。俄方对哈尔科夫的2个地区进行了火箭弹轰炸，炸掉了一个化工厂和一个类似于加油站的地方。现在部分区域被断电，现在乌克兰政府已经实行了宵禁。虽然今天解除宵禁，但是我们依然不能出去。军人要求我们待在宿舍里面，不要出去。而且他们已经对普通民众发放了步枪，外界非常危险，而且已经发生了抢劫现象。
The arms to the normal citizens, and there are some of the more murders occurring on the street. Some of our colleagues' dormitory was robbed by some of the criminals, and this is actually the latest information from my side. So this is the on-site view of my dormitory. Let me turn over the camera to show you my face. Let me show you the on-site view of the city of Kharkiv. You can see there is a storm rising. There's a smoke rising from the horizon. That was when the bombardment was occurred. I am actually trying to zoom in to show you where the bombardment occurred. I have enough of the food supply. I have the food supply for around 5 people.
As part of this fragment of this of the building where the flats have balconies, and there was a children's playground. So thankfully it happened 4:15 in the morning.
This is the table I'm sitting, and I have cooked some of the rounds to help me to pass through this week. We can see that where the smoke is coming out of the sky, that is where the bombardment was happened. It is my camera is actually showing you the center of the city of Kharkiv. So, crossing this view, where the green building is located, it is a shopping mall where the Ukrainian troops was fighting against the Russian units.
The white part of my video, it is the frozen river. Let me show you the inside of my dormitory. This is my table, my bed. I don't have anything stored. I moved all of my possessions into the downstairs in case the bombardment occurred on my dormitory.
Important to bear in mind that Ukraine and Russia were involved in a hybrid or undeclared war for around 8 years before Putin launched his current full-scale invasion 4 days ago, or 5 days ago now, in fact. And during that 8-year period, there were endless talks, endless negotiations, endless ceasefire agreements announced and then broken. And so the idea that this conflict could be somehow resolved at the negotiating table is taken with deep skepticism and cynicism by the Ukrainian public, and they remain very much focused on the military aspect of the conflict. They remain eager to see more support for the Ukrainian military and to see the response of the Ukrainian military to Russian offensives and the Ukrainian military's ability to defend the country. That is seen as the ultimate guarantor of the country's independence and sovereignty. Talks will go on, and that is part of the conflict, but there is very little sense I'm feeling in Ukraine at the moment that people are optimistic that this can be resolved in some sort of a reasonable or compromise settlement.
Now, Peter, we are getting reports that Russia's advance into Kyiv has reportedly slowed down. Are you getting any word from authorities?
Well, the news is often conflicting. I mean, we're in a very dynamic situation at the moment. There's all sorts of information sources with social media. Of course, there's a vast, almost endless flow of information. A lot of it contradictory. The impression seems to be that Russia has suffered quite significant losses. A number of its armoured columns approaching Kiev in the last few days have been totally destroyed, and there's video evidence of that. Rather graphic, in fact, a lot of it, where you see dozens of Russian tanks and military vehicles destroyed and large indications of serious casualties suffered by the Russians. Ukraine has actually appealed to the International Red Cross to help with the process of removing the dead bodies of the thousands of Russian soldiers who've reportedly been killed back to Russia. So I think that there's certainly an indication that the ground assault is stuttering or has run into much heavier opposition than they anticipated. However, now the fear that you're hearing, that there's a lot of talk in Ukraine, and the fear now is that Putin, having been thwarted in his plan to storm Kiev by a kind of blitzkrieg attack, may now resort to the mass aerial terror tactics that he earlier employed in Aleppo in Syria, and also, of course, in Grozny in the 1990s, which was leveled to the ground. Well, not so early 2000s, in fact, sorry, leveled to the ground and destroyed. So the great fear now is that in his frustration, Vladimir Putin may also resort to similarly desperate tactics.
All right, Peter, thank you for that update. Peter Dickinson in Western Ukraine. Blasts have been reportedly heard in its capital Kyiv and its second major city of Kharkiv earlier today. The Russian Defense Ministry says both sides have suffered casualties and captured soldiers from the other without specifying the numbers. It also says Russian forces have destroyed over 1,000 Ukrainian military targets. These include 7 anti-aircraft missile systems and 3 attack drones. The ministry spokesman says Russia has completely blockaded the cities of Kherson and Berdyansk in southern Ukraine. Many are fleeing the fighting in Ukraine by its westernmost city of Lviv for neighboring countries. Oleksiy Sisimky has more.
At the central railway station in Lviv, you can see that from day to day there are more and more people. So there are thousands inside the building and thousands waiting outside for their buses. Some of them are coming from eastern Ukraine to spend time in Lviv. Some of them just want to spend a couple of days here and then go to Europe. Europe is the dream destination for absolute majority of those people. But with each day, this dream can be less and less optimistic because of how many people actually are trying to get to the border. So as far as we know that the line to cross the border starts approximately 30, even now maybe more kilometers before the border control station. So to get to the border with Poland, you need to spend there more than 1 or 2 even days probably. We had information that some people who got there 2 days ago are still standing in the lines trying to cross. People continue coming. There are volunteers here in Lviv who are trying to find shelter and accommodation, at least some beds for those who come first to Lviv and have no place to stay. But they say that there is no crisis yet. There are lots of food, water, so no shortages. But if taking the news, taking what's happening in Kiev and Kharkiv, one might forecast that sooner or later there just won't be enough place for so many people. That's the situation for now. So as I said, it's quite peaceful here as well, quite calm, but no one knows what's going to happen, not even in a day, but even in a couple of hours.
Russia has raised interest rates to 20% in a dramatic attempt to stabilize the country's financial markets. Russia's finance ministry also says it would order companies to sell at least 80% of their foreign currency earnings on the domestic market. Russia's currency fell to record lows today after the country's major banks were banned from the SWIFT global payment system. In Asian trade, the ruble depreciated to a record low of 119.5 against the US dollar before recovering to 110. Stuart Smith has more from Moscow.
Latest round of sanctions, particularly focusing on Russia's central bank, in particular being absorbed there by the ruble, because what is now possible is that Russia won't have access to its hundreds of billions, or at least a proportion of its hundreds of billions in its reserve fund. People are definitely noticing, and those following the news are paying attention and trying to take measures, with people attempting in Moscow to try and withdraw US dollars or other currencies which are not falling to the same extent. But it is very difficult now in Moscow to find foreign currency and to change rubles into foreign currency, because most of the country is trying to do that with the fall in the ruble's value. For an insight into how this latest economic damage is being portrayed, consider yesterday evening on state television the presenter suggesting that isolationism may be the future here for Russia. He said, "We'll overcome it all, we'll endure it all, we'll rebuild our economy from scratch, an independent banking system, manufacturing and industry. We'll rely on ourselves." And again on Sunday evening, that concern about nuclear war. Russia's state television presenter, they're talking about, why do we need the world if Russia won't be in it? Scary words for people in Russia, especially because right now the economy is looking very weak, very fragile, although the Russian central bank says it will take all required measures to ensure the economic stability.
China's State Information Office has released the 2021 report on human rights violations in the
Special coverage on Russia-Ukraine conflicts now at this hour. And just as Mama earlier mentioned, well, actually the EU countries are taking their efforts regarding to the current situation. As we heard earlier, Germany has already provided weapons to Ukraine. And on the other hand, the United States promised to give their money. So do you think their moves are a kind of joining the conflicts the other way? 所以这个时段我们继续回到我们现在的这个特别节目哈，两位老师好。那我们第一个问题想和你们聊一聊，就是我们也看到哈，欧盟国家也在采取相对的一些措施，包括美国也向乌克兰提供了这个军费。那么你们认为，比如说像德国提供武器或者美国提供军费这种行为，是否是其他的一种形式参与了俄乌的冲突呢？Maybe Wang Yiwei, please go first.
Unfortunately, yes, all citizens in today's world join this war, maybe in the digital world. But the European countries suffered and also joined, like Germany. Now the German parliament reached, I think, 2% of the GDP as a military budget. For a long time, US demanded that, but now they reached that kind of goal, unfortunately. And also send more weapons and even other kinds of support for Ukraine. Because the thing about Russia cannot sustainable to tolerate this confrontation with Ukraine. So they want to use this to punish Russia, and then maybe also help Ukraine to negotiate with Russia to keep Ukraine's integrity of territory and sovereignty. And but Russia want to put Ukraine maybe divided, Eastern and the Western European Ukraine. And also make the Ukraine in the future either a neutral state.
But would their move make the situation even worse? 那小伟老师，我们想问问，就像王一伟老师讲的，他认为这个，比如说美方的行为和德方的行为，其实已经。
So Professor Xiaowei, I think the U.S. action and Russian action is a part of the conflict. Are their action worsening the situation?
毫无疑问，这是一种。
I think it's quite close to war, although you did not see it as a part of the war. They have used some of the machineries. I think, strictly speaking, this is a very severe behavior which is going to have unprecedented consequences. And for the majority of the time in the history, the Russian-Ukraine relations has been quite good. And Russia even have constructed the Nord Stream 2 project to supply the natural gases to the European countries. But this is a sign of the worsening relations between Russia and EU. The advanced weapons is definitely going to do its toll on the impact of the war.
Yeah. So Professor Wang Xiaowei just mentioned the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline, which is a very critical energy project for Russia. Is Russia prepared for, that project being on hold, and can Germany, Prime Minister Olaf Scholz, really find, an alternative energy partner for that? Professor Wang Yiwei.
It's very difficult for Germany to, in a short term, to find an alternative supplier of energy, go beyond Russia. There may be U.S. want to sell some more shale gas to Germany, to Europe, but it's not so easy. And diversification for supply chain, go beyond the energy also, it's a long term. So Germany paid high costs for this military confrontation. So U.S. and NATO are actually the winner of this war.
Well, the interdependency of global trade has meant that everything is so interconnected that if you pull the string, things could fall apart. How will this ongoing crisis affect the global supply chain?
I think the world will be separate as the European single market, and in the future, maybe Ukraine as a neutral state join the Euro-Asia Economic Union, and then in Eastern Asia there's RCEP, maybe CPTPP, and US with Mexico and Canada with NAFTA 2.0. So it's not a globalization; it's a global regionalization. So it's a global supply chain will be diversified, regionalized, and in the name of the resilient safety and also of the security. So that's a new kind of globalization.
And let's talk about the UK's position. Just yesterday, Prince William and the Duchess of Cambridge made it public that they're going to stand with the Ukrainian people. And this is really unusual for the British monarchy, who usually do not let their political opinion go public. But what do you think is happening this time? Why are they taking a very strong stance with the Ukrainians?
Traditionally, the Great Britain, today's UK, they have a very bad relations with Russia because of splendid of isolation, so-called the offshore balance, and Russia won't be dominate the Euro-Asia continent. So they are actually adversary in the history. Currently, UK after Brexit, they are more close to United States, so-called the AUKUS and the Five Eyes alliance. So they very strongly support the U.S. aggression against Russia.
Gotcha. So, Professor Wang Xiaowei, my question comes here is because you mentioned Germany. Its attitude changed, obviously, but it's very strange because it's actually after the Second World War, it's really sharing its weapons around the world, and this time it's changed its attitude. 所以我的问题想问给您，就刚才您也提到德国在此次的这个冲突中态度发生了一些变化，特别是其实在二战以后呢，德国本身
from German side during these times conflicts. As the defeated countries in the Second World War, Germany is a rare participant of any military conflict. So what triggers this turning of the attitude in Germany? One part is the severity of the problem. Another part is the huge pressure from the United States. Russia has selected a new chancellor. I think these three-part reasons do explain. Standing on the position of Germany adopted an attitude which is quite practical after the Second World War. But from this time, Germany suffers a lot of pressure and stress from the NATO and the United States. Joe Biden's administration has a strong attitude toward Germany, and they think the crisis in Ukraine has affected the NATO's strategy to a severe extent. If there is a shift of government in Ukraine, if Zelensky steps down, there is a lot of governmental officials from the Zelensky government who are with the United States passport and who has the double citizens of the United States. We should be reminded once again that Zelensky himself is a Jewish people. Ukraine is a region which is affected strongly by the United States and NATO. For a long period of time, they think Ukraine is a part of their own power, where they can exert their impact on. Moving into the future, the loss of Ukraine is going to be a very major severe loss to NATO and to the United States. That's the reason why they have conducted this mechanical or destructive sanction on Russia, and which is also posing a lot of threats to the German government. That is the major reason for the shape of German government's attitude.
Zelensky is calling the world people, and what he said is jointly fight against Russia. You said you noted that. So, what any comments do you have on this? 我们觉得让事情更严重的是，那么泽连斯基此前有
To make things
他
worse,
希望各国的
President
有条件的
Zelensky
人都来
has
进入
mentioned
来
that
然后这
for
样的话
all
来
the
对抗俄
people
罗斯这个
across
他
the
的
world,
话
they
是这样
should
来讲
hold up their weapons and fight against the Russian power.
他希望有多少人来加入他，或这样
It is not because of how many people he is willing to be apart with. What kind of impact is it going to generate it on this world?
Go ahead, thank you. 谢谢您，请来。
泽连斯基确实这个有这么一个这个谈话，而且呢
President Zelensky do have such a speech, and he has prepared legally speaking. At this threshold for life and death for one country, he is going to use all kinds of measures to maintain his government and maintain his administration. He's not only recruiting military muscles across the world, he also opened up the prison to enable the criminals to be on the streets. He adopted this extreme attitude. But from the total numbers, because so far we have not understand what kind of military muscles or military help or aid the United States is going to be providing to the Zelensky. But the normal impact should be the military aid from the United States. These people are some of the special operation forces or they are veterans from the United States Army. If they are strong and they are in vast number, this is going to turn the situation in this battlefield.
We know that negotiations are going to start at about noon local time, and that's 5 p.m. Beijing time, so that's about 40 minutes from now. We talked about this earlier, Professor Wang Yue. There could be preconditions of these talks, and there could also be flexibility as well as principle when it comes to diplomacy. Do you think there's still room for flexibility in these talks?
I don't think it's very easy to make any conclusion, pretty so-called precondition. In the eyes of Russian, Ukraine is only geography existent. It's not a country. It's a proxy state, like the Jewish of companies of even they have the dual citizenship of the current president. So that's the reason Russia call this new Nazi. There are also genocide in the eastern Ukraine. So Russians' legal actions, the thing about it that taken is to liberate of the eastern Ukraine people, the Russians. So the negotiation is on a symmetric position because the Russians do not consider about Ukraine as a sovereign state. The current government cannot represent Ukraine people. So I don't think they can have independent and equal negotiation. So it's a long way.
Some analysts say that if Ukraine was seeking to join the European Union, Russia would have taken a different reaction. NATO is a military threat
Indeed.
that Russia could not bear to see at its door. Do you agree with this? Is joining the EU a more secure option for Ukraine?
Well, 2014, the Crimea War is before Ukraine want to have a special economic partnership with the European Union. Actually, it's a very important step to join European Union. But and then happened is Crimea left Ukraine and be so-called seized by Russia. So this time to join European Union is very multilateral governance system. It's very low efficient in negotiation. So, but now the sovereignty, the security is under urgent threat. I don't think European Union can be the solution. And even you will be the member of European Union, but you cannot have that guarantee. So Russia still can beat you.
As Professor Wang said, no matter what kind of camps it chooses, it's going to be paid something, like especially in 2014, for example. And just as Maman said earlier, the negotiation is going to start. And let's talk about the location, Belarus. Actually, well, Ukraine is not quite satisfied with the location. And he said earlier, well, Ukraine is helping Russia in the conflicts. Even made the United States chosen to put sanctions on Belarus. So do you think under this condition, well, countries are choosing their camps? 所以我们说到这个，刚才毛毛姐也提到，比如说我们这个马上这个会谈就要开始了，那我们来谈一谈关于这个会谈的地点。虽然最终双方都同意在白俄罗斯举行。
So let's talk about the locations of these negotiations. Russia is adopting a quite different attitude towards Belarus and also the Ukraine, and I think Belarus is also being sanctioned by the United States.
这种情况是不是各国已经在开始选择他们的阵营呢？小魏老师。
Do you think the Belarus is choosing their campaign?
我认为这个泽连斯基啊，他提出这种意见也不无道理。我们知道这个
Zelensky is coming up with such a reasonable idea because Putin's special military operation is actually targeting 3 different directions. To its north, it is Belarus. If you look at this world map behind me, the city of Kiev is actually at the north of Ukraine. While for the Belarus, this special military operation, they have some of the operations, so the choice of this location do poses some of the doubts from Belarus side. I think you have asked a very sharp question, Zelensky. For the majority of the time, he is very willing to be a part of the negotiations. And he actually turns down Russia's negotiation term for twice. Russia's choice for the location has been turned down by Zelensky for twice. So the reason is that choosing up of this location is not meeting up with Zelensky's requirement. He also thinks, in his impression, Belarus is part of these military operations. For example, in his impression, Belarus belongs to the opposition party. The different size diplomatic wisdom actually created such a scenario. They have chosen a solution which is quite close to Belarus, and they are close to the borders. Definitely for this time, Russian actually gives and there is actually no prerequisite for both parties.
Let's talk about China's role in all this. 现在王小伟老师，我们想谈一下中国在
So Professor Wang Xiaowei, we'd like to talk about the role China is going to play during such a crisis, because China has always calling for the abandonment of the Cold War mentality, using dialogue and negotiation to address the problems.
Restraint and to abandon this Cold War mentality. What has China do in terms of trying to facilitate talks?
我来回答这个中国这个立场的问题吗？
先让王一伟老师回答，您稍等好吗？谢谢。
Chinese position is very clear that Foreign Minister Wang Yi make the 5 points. In very brief expression is we need a balance, technician and strategic approach. For technicianly, who launched the war, who violated the Minsk agreement, is very clear. But for strategic consideration, the war happened because of Cold War not end, NATO expansion, NATO not respect Russia's security concern. So we need reach the common security, including the security agreement. The European security should be on the European people's hand. NATO, in the name of the military industrial complex of the U.S., their destiny is not on the European people, including Russian people. So that's the tragedy happened. So Chinese position very clearly that the Committee of Shared Future, the strategic autonomy, the European security should be on the European side.
好，我们现在请王小伟老师来谈一下您的观点。
So how about you? What is your take on this question, Professor Wang
中国的立
Xiaowei?
场很明确，
China's
一个呢
position
就
is
是我们要这个
clear
这个
cut.
要理解这个各方
For
面
one part,
的诉求
we should understand the
要
pursuit of both parties.
这个俄乌冲突的
We
事件
should
的
understand
这个
the
是非
deeply
曲直
rooted
同时
questions and
要尊
problems
重
hidden behind the Russian-Ukraine conflict.
这个领土
At
完
the
整
same time, we
在
should
联合国
respect
这
the
个宪
sovereignty
章的
and
这个之下
territories of
实际
Ukraine.
上呢，我们要着重强调一点，乌
We
克
should
兰危
also
机
be
的
led
根
by
源
the
在哪
Charter
里？
of the United
乌克兰的
Nations.
这个
We should
根
also
源
figure out
发
what
生
is the
这么
root
大
of
的
such a
动
huge
乱，甚至是战争，
Russian-Ukraine
它的
crisis.
根源不在俄罗
It
斯。
is
乌克兰
not
发生这么大
rooted
的动
from
乱，
the
甚至是战
operations
争的根
in
源
Russia.
在于美国啊。我们想啊，8年前，
Around
这个
8
由
years
于
ago,
这个美国采取了这个颜色革命啊，把当时
the
的
United
总统
States
亚
has
努科维
adopted
奇
the
赶
color
下台
revolution.
采取了非常规的
They have
这样的
overturned a lot
手
of
段
ruling government
造就了
for
这
a
个
lot of
乌克兰的
countries
克里米
in
亚
the
啊
Middle
采取
East and
公投
South Africa,
啊这
which
个
is causing the
被俄罗斯
referendum in
这
Crimea.
个兼并啊，这是有同
Since
时又
that,
造成
Crimea
啊
becomes
俄
a
东
part
部
of
地区
Russian.
顿涅斯克州啊、卢甘斯克州
After
这样
that,
的
the
实
state
际
of
上
Donetsk
这种
and the
独立，
state of
而且
Lugansk
呢，除此以外呢，
declared
还有巴达帕
independence.
地区啊、哈尔科夫地区啊这些地方
At
呢
the same
也
time,
产生了这种明显的
there
这
are
样
a
的一些
very
政治上的
clear
变化。我
political
们知道乌克
changes
兰啊，它
in
跟东
the
西
city
部
of
东
Kharkiv.
部地区啊，它是说俄
We
语，俄罗斯说的
understand
人多，
Ukraine is a
可以说它是
country
亲俄的。
which is
那么西
divided
部
by
地
the
区啊，靠
eastern
近
Ukraine
欧
and
洲
western
啊，
Ukraine.
更倾
For
向
the
于加入
eastern
欧盟这样
Ukraine,
的
they
政策。
speak Russian
这
and
个所以
share
呢，
the
我
same
觉得
cultural
这个中
background
国
with Russia,
对
while the
于
eastern
这
Ukraine
个世界
shares
的认
the
识是从来不
same
搞强调
ideology
不搞
with
强
the
调，
Western
着重
world.
了这个强调了2点啊，要去理解这个事情的。
For China's attitude in this matter, we have emphasized for the two parts. We should understand how did this matter come this far. The second is that we should respect the pursuit for the both parties. Especially, we should understand and respect the sovereignty of Ukraine and the leaders of the UN Charter.
Earlier, we heard from Zhang Jun, China's permanent representative to the United Nations, and made a statement about Russia-Ukraine conflict at the UN Security Council meeting on Sunday. And he said action taken by the UN should help cool the situation, facilitate diplomatic solutions, and prevent the tensions from aggravating.
当前乌克兰局势急剧变化，中方已多次明确阐述在乌克兰问题上的立场，
Currently, there is a
这一立场没有变化。我们认为，当务之急是各方必须保持必要的克制，避免乌克兰局势进一步恶化。中方支持和鼓励一切有利于和平解决乌克兰危机的外交努力，欢迎俄罗斯同乌克兰尽快举行直接对话谈判。同时，中方支持欧方与俄罗斯就欧洲安全问题进行平等对话，秉持安全不可分割理念，最终形成平衡、有效、可持续的欧洲安全机制。中方认为，联合国安理会要以地区和平稳定为重，以各方普遍安全为重，为解决乌克兰问题发挥建设性作用。联合国采取的行动应当有利于紧张局势降温，有利于推动外交解决，避免激化矛盾。
Yeah, so China has always made its position clear. President Xi Jinping was calling President Vladimir Putin and also French President Emmanuel Macron. Foreign Minister Wang Yi was also in talks over the phone with his counterparts from different European countries. How would China's position over this Ukraine crisis impact the direction of international relations going forward? Professor Wang Yiwei.
Well, Chinese position is very important because China is a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. And also China has a very close strategic partnership with Russia, can influence Russia's position maybe. Of course, more than the US, any other partners can influence Russia because we are coordination, strategic coordination relations. However, I think the final solution is in the hands of Russia and Ukraine, because Ukraine is Americans' military industrial complex and NATO and the European countries. So shortly, we need ceasefire of the negotiation between Russia and Ukraine. But short term, long term, I think I need of a security arrangement to solve this problem, and maybe put Ukraine join the European Union is not acceptable. NATO also difficult, but can join Euro-Asia Economic Union might be possible. So Ukraine can be the bridge to connect East and the West, not just be the firework between East and West. So China support Euro-Asia mutually connectivity, support the integrity of Ukraine, and support the European security and stability.
那么王小伟教授，想请您谈一
Professor
下
Wang
中方的
Xiaowei,
立场，因为我们知道
can you give us some of the shares of the position of China on this matter? Because I know the Russian president Putin has exchanges his opinion with President Joe Biden and also President Emmanuel Macron and President Xi Jinping via the telephone. And also Foreign Minister Wang Yi has went through a diplomatic negotiations with these relevant parties. How will China's attitude changes the attitude in this matter? China has been engaged in negotiations between Russia and Ukraine, and we keep a very friendly relations between Russia and Ukraine. China is not willing to see the escalations of the Russian-Ukraine conflict. China and Russia are comprehensive strategic partner relations. President Putin has just paid a state visit to China. And this is his 38th time for President Putin to meet President Xi Jinping, and the relations between China and Russia lays the firm foundations for the other different giant countries in terms of the bilateral relations. While China and Ukraine is also maintaining a very friendly diplomatic ties, China and Ukraine has a lot to cooperate in the agriculture, in the military, and also in the education front. In the past several years, Ukraine has supported China a lot in the military manufacturing. For example, Ukraine has helped us in building up the military shipyard. The attitude of China should be about keep both parties calm and put them on the negotiation table. China is not willing to see an escalation of Russian-Ukraine conflicts. China is willing to maintain a very good relations between Russia and Ukraine, and these two countries actually values China's opinions.
Political sides, actually, we heard lots of sanctions from the European Union, of course, from the United States on Russia. But of course, that kind of economic sanction will also have impact on other countries. So now my question is, do you think that kind of sanction will have an effect on Chinese economy? 所以我们刚才一直在聊关于这个政治立场方面。那么同样，我们也知道，其实对于欧盟对于俄罗斯也好，美国对于俄罗斯也好，已经开展了非常严厉的经济制裁。那现在随着全球一体化的进程，其实很多国家的经济是很难完全分开的。那么这样严厉的经济制裁是否会对于中国经济产生什么样的影响呢？我们让王小伟老师先来回答，谢谢您。
The sanction from the Western world you are talking about the political sanctions from the Western world on Russia, right? With the progressions of globalizations, all the economies are quite interdependent. So what do you think? Are there going to be any impact of these sanctions on China's economy? They do have some impact on the Chinese economy, but it is not that influential as we expected, because sanction is not the solution for problems. We call this sanction is a sanction of stones, and sometimes we call these sanctions as a sanction of the destructive sanctions. The influence of Russia is limited because Russia is very well prepared for such problems. If they want to kick out Russia out of the SWIFT payment system, some of the people might think that kicking Russia out of the SWIFT system means that kicking Russia out of the global payment system. That is a biased opinion. There are for around 300 banks in Russia participating in the SWIFT system, while the sanction from the United States is actually only sanctions some of the highly ranking banks in the list. So if the money cannot be remitted through one bank, it can be remitted through another bank. The impact on Chinese economy, I should say that Russia is going to strengthen its tie with Russia in the field of LNG, oil and gas, agriculture, product. Definitely, this is only the relations between Russia and Ukraine. The Western sanction on Russia and Ukraine is going to make a very reverse impact on China and Russia and the cooperations in the field of oil and gas and agri-product. This is also going to accelerate the process for internationalizations for RMBs. And China and Russia is more willing to using their own national currency as a payment method.
Yeah, now let's address the elephant in the room. Putin has already put his country's nuclear forces on high alert, and all his words and actions seem like a very direct threat of nuclear war. 我们王小伟老师，我们想谈一下现在大家可能非常关切的一个问题，就是核武。
So Professor Wang Xiaowei would like to talk about the nuclear weapons. No matter from the wordings of President Putin, or from the other news sources. So Professor Putin has positioned the nuclear powers in Russia in a state of readiness. To what extent do you think that it is going to create a direct nuclear war? Nuclear war should be opposed by people across the world, especially conducted by the two giants, United States and Russia. If the nuclear war occurred, the world might not be existed. We should understand that Russia is a military power. The Russia owns more Russia's nuclear weapons outnumber the United States. Russia has kept its military muscles in the divide between the economic performance. In terms of the supersonic weapons and nuclear weapons, in this time, Russia has adopted a three-dimensional military exercise. demonstrating its military muscles. And one thing it has emphasized once again is that its possession of a vast number of nuclear weapons. Russians' modernizations in terms of the supersonic weapons and nuclear weapons is actually more advanced compared with what is owned by the United States. It is a vast card President Putin is holding on the table. The Western countries should think about the policies that they held, and they should ease the situation since they are considered the impact of the nuclear power. But I think the nuclear war is a topic that people across the world should be fighting against. We are going to make it a zero nuclear war.
乌总统泽连斯基办公室表示，谈判的核心问题，因为谈判距离现在可能还有15
Around
分钟。
1 minute ago, the Russian news agency mentioned the prerequisite for this negotiation is that to cease fire immediately and to declare the neutral country for Ukraine immediately. I think you do not have a whole picture of the news. The ceasefire and also the withdrawal of armies should be the prerequisite conditions for the Russian negotiators to be talking on the table. So what is going to be the prerequisite for the Ukrainian people? So let's analyzing this piece of information. The two parties is willing to throw themselves in the negotiation tables, but I think it's very difficult for them to meet up with each other's requirements.
Actually, Vladimir Putin made that announcement just one day before the negotiation. So how much do you think he just want more bargain in the negotiation, or he really want to use that kind of nuclear weapon? 所以我们其实观察到，就是普京总统恰恰是在昨天
We have observed that yesterday President Putin announced his cooperation.
那这个正好是在今天这个谈判的
And today it is just before these negotiations. Do you think President Putin's proclamation or announcment is just a method to increase the negotiation powers, or do you think it's actually a reality? I think that he has three meanings. The first one is that he is preparing for the negotiations. It is the way the Russians doing things. It is not very strange of the Russians. The second one is that under the storms of the sanctions of Russians, it is very destructive for the Russians' economy. It is actually a deterrent for the sanctions against Russia's economy. The Russians actually using the practical actions to keep up with the warnings for the Western world. And thirdly, this has made the strategic weapons in Russia into the actual operation status. Let me tell you what is the special readiness. Let me tell you that no matter for the intercontinental missiles or other different missiles, they are ready to be launched. Once the button is being pressed, the missiles is going to be launched immediately. This is the most intense situation in the military language. That is to say, the launch of the nuclear weapons is just 1 second away from the pressing of the buttons. I think putting the nuclear weapons into such a special readiness status is actually being designed for three directions. The first one is that they are trying to threaten their the Ukrainians, and he is trying to say that we are at an advantageous position. There is no right or wrong about one war or conflict, and this is also threatening the Western world. And they are doing it too much toward Russia. And this is also a preparation during the wartime. I think I can interpret it into these three layers of the meanings. Undoubtedly, it is used as a weapon to deter.
Professor Wang Yue, you are with us now. We were talking about the elephant in the room, the nuclear threat. President Putin has put Russians nuclear forces on special alert. And he's, saying that the rhetoric from NATO members and leaders are getting more and more aggressive, and that's why his words and actions seem like a real direct threat of a nuclear war. Would he press the nuclear button?
Well, why Putin make that kind of decision? Because the thing about Ukraine is not independent negotiator with Russia. For Ukraine, they gave up nuclear weapons 30 years ago when the collapse of the Soviet Union. So there's no need for Russia to willing to use with that. So it's more target the West, NATO. Secondly, this is Russians' mentality. There's a saying: if there is no Russia, why we need the world? So if your sanctions or any volunteers military confrontation want to undermine Russian government, even some people want to kill Putin himself, Putin as a so-called Putin or something. And then if we cannot find our top leader in a couple of hours, the nuclear weapons will automatically be used. So it is very deterrent for the West not to make that dangerous game. This is the end of the human civilization.
And the latest news from the Ukrainian delegation at the talks in Belarus is that Zelensky's office has said that the core issues about these negotiations is an immediate ceasefire and troops withdrawal. Do you think these are attainable goals?
I don't think they can trust each other. Firstly, Russia looks down upon to Ukraine government. They think about their proxy government. They are puppet of the West, of the U.S. Even they have dual citizenship. This actor. So it's difficult for them to have a real independent, equal negotiation. So that's a key problem. So real negotiators should be Russia and the United States with NATO. So jointly to find the conclusion.
所以，王小伟老师哈，您刚才正好谈到，就是说俄罗斯在此次的这个冲突中充分展示了自己这个军事实力。其实我们也非常的想跟您聊这个点，就像
I really want to discuss it with you. We have released some of the, we have seen some of the footages released by the Russian military, and we could see some of the huge swans, and also the Tu-22 is also being bombarded during the crisis. There's also a voice that Russia is willing to use today's crisis to make the Ukrainian military muscles weak. How do you view about? What is your take on this opinion? President Putin has two ideas in his speech. So one is called de-weaponization, demilitarization. So how do you understand this? Ukraine is not going to be able to possess the military powers or weapons. So far to my knowledge, there is around 1,080 military basements in Ukraine has been paralyzed. I still remember the biggest transporting airplane in Ukraine. It is called K-22. The strategic target of President Putin is quite clear and cut. It is to de-weaponize or demilitarize Ukrainian army, disable them, and make Ukrainian military positions unarmed. And they actually crack down some of the Ukrainian air forces. These are the target of the special military actions. You have been mentioned about there is a 1,080 military equipment or facilities being bombarded in Ukraine. So how did you come up with such statistics? The majority of these military facilities, including the facilities in the airplanes and moving into the future, this kind of military crisis is going to occur. And the majority of the military basement or military facilities is going to be bombarded and destroyed moving into the future. For the runways and the airport, it is some of the major targets. This has paralyzed the Ukraine's air force for a short period of time, especially in the early stage of these military attacks.
So, Professor Wang Yuwei, we got another question for you. That's actually, we received the latest information that Ukraine President Zelensky said on Sunday, and the country submitted its application with the UN Highest Court in Hague. 所以我们在周日也听到，就是乌克兰正式向国际海洋法庭提交了对俄罗斯的诉讼。那这一点您有什么样的看法呢 ，Professor Wang Yuwei?
Well, the confrontation between Ukraine and Russia is not just military. Diplomatically, international law, legal system, or even in information disinformation, all kind of confrontation. So Ukraine will seek the help from all of the international organizations, not just NATO and so Hague, OSCE also intensively involved in the negotiation. I think Europeans, they are very much interested and attach the importance of the rule of law. So finally, we'll seek the 1975, the Helsinki agreement that can maybe negotiate for another European security treaty or mechanism to solve this problem fundamentally, I think.
Yeah, and we got news from the United Nations Human Rights Council. The Council has agreed to Ukraine's request to hold urgent debate in Geneva this week on Russia's military attack on Ukraine. So we understand the humanitarian situation there on the ground is deteriorating as we speak. There are civilian casualties reported. How will this humanitarian situation unfold if the war drags on?
Well, Russia felt more pressure if the war continued, more casualties, and also Russia's economy, energy, all kind of not support maybe long-term war with Ukraine, and also morality, huge pressure from the West, from international community. So that's the problem, I think.
然后我们想问一下王小伟教授，我们刚刚收到的消息呢是
we have got the latest information that the delegations of Ukraine has arrived. This is a 6 members delegation of Ukraine, and we are not sure about what is the compositions of these 6-member delegations. So, Professor, can you share us your take on the sincerity between the two parties? What do you think? Do you think the two parties came to the negotiation table with their sincerity? I have also understand the news. I understand the Russian delegation is composed of the personnel from the State Council of the Russians, a military, Foreign Ministry of Russians, and also the National Defense Department of Russia. For two countries engaged in war against the background of military conflicts, they both showed the attitude toward negotiation. This is actually going to help us with the process of peaceful negotiation. With such an advantage of the military presence in Russian is demonstrating a huge sincerity. For one part, Russia is not willing to bury the burden of the launchers, bury the burdens of the conflict. And another party, part of the reason is that the sanctions imposed on Russia do impact Russia's economy, and the Russians don't want to be deteriorated into worse military situations. Another key idea is that at the initial stage, President Putin did not answer to President Zelensky, while the President Zelensky is very eager to be back on the negotiation table. At the late stage, when President Putin is really willing to be on the negotiations, and he asked for the de-weaponizations of the Ukrainian troops, President Zelensky is asking for the negotiations with no prerequisite. Russian demonstrated their sincerity before the negotiation.
Also, Professor Wang, thank you so much for your precious insights here today. And now we're coming to the end of this our live stream at this hour. And today we have a deep insights on the relations between Ukraine and Russia, and of course European Union, and of course in the United States. And we also got deep understanding of the negotiations coming ahead.
Yeah, and of course, CGTN Digital will keep you updated throughout the day. In the coming hours, we'll be having a different focus, and tomorrow we will be talking about the economic implications of the sanctions from the international community. And CGTN, the television channel, will also be broadcasting live 24 hours a day to keep you updated on the latest on this crisis. Thanks so much for tuning in. I'm Wang Mengwang.
I'm Yu Yang. Stay with us. Goodbye for now.
Zic de probe, 2500 de persoane au ajuns în România prin acest punct de trecere și ieri continuă să vină mame, copii, bătrâni. Ok? La noi merge invers.
Ne vezi că nu mai intri. Bine, zice, dă-te din cablu că nu mai intri.
Păi noi ne facem și în mână. Rămâne la fix? Vai, cât o să stau la televizor. Dana, Corina și cred că eu după aia. Da.
Raul, băi, da. Uite-te dincolo, e o mașină acolo. No, Aurel, frate, nu
乌克兰基辅呢，因为现在，大家好哈，我是那个小猴哈，咱们今天呢，我们是在现在乌克兰基辅的那个鲍里斯博尔空港物流区哈。
And I am actually currently at the airport region of Kiev. Here they reminded us that there is a bombardment in Russia. According to the media sources, the Russian is actually throwing its forces. So our overseas Chinese need to leave. And today, especially in the city of Kiev, there's a lot of conflicts. And the NATO is willing for Ukraine to join the NATO. the situation is becoming severe compared with the beginning of this conflict. Today, we got some of the information from the National Defense Department. Some of my colleagues needs to, after lunch, some of my colleagues is going to package up and withdraw. And today, we are going to travel through the train and from Kiev to Poland, because for this time, Poland has taken over a lot of refugees. After we get into the territories of Poland, the local embassy of Poland is going to provide us some of the daily necessities. Recently, the people in the Ukraine is also suffers a lot. There is no winner or loser in the battlefield of the conflict. It is a damage to the society. There are so many elderly people in Ukraine. They are in their 70s and 80s. They are living out of the city. I do feel sorry for them, and when I saw them, I do feel really sorry for them, especially in the supermarket. People cannot withdraw from the bank. And the local people even buy some of the alcohols, and they are stealing some of the alcohols or beers from the supermarkets. So once the people are being pressed into the desperate situations, they cannot find a way out. I think all of this can be understood. The safety and security in the capital of Kyiv is not that ideal. So we have a lot of neighbors who go to the supermarket. They are easily to be robbed, especially if you have a lot of package. If you have a lot of bags carried, and there are so many homeless people who is going to rob you on the way back. A lot of Chinese were attacked by the overseas people. I'm not sure about the reason. It is because the whole society has been sunk in a huge desperation. There is no law, no order to follow by. In the recent few days, we have not got out of this apartment. We stay in our own apartment. We buy some food. We buy a lot of sausages, these kind of drinks. This is to eat during the travel, because anything happens on the route to Poland. We also have some of the gas stations, which is being closed by 100%. We are far away from the gas stations. Our landowner gave us a location of the gas stations. We went to the gas station. We find the gas station is actually providing a time schedule for us. A majority of the gas station is not operating. If you have encountered some of the gas stations, you should get somebody back up oil or LNGs, because on the road out, the vehicle, if it is being posted or suspended on the road, is going to creating a lot of trouble for you. I heard the Great Bridge of Kyiv has been bombarded during the conflict, but in our area it is relatively good because we are in the suburban area of Kyiv. The battlefield is quite the conflict between Russia and Ukraine is actually very severe, especially in the central part of the city. The delegations actually went to Belarus for further negotiation. For us, across the international society, we are actually willing to address these issues on the negotiation table. This is actually the most important. War is very cruel. It makes people homeless, paralyzing the national economy, especially its banking system. The internet system is not stabilized. There is a proportion of the Chinese people and the Ukrainian people went to other countries. For these overseas students, they have traveled to Liverpool. There is around 10 different trains from Kiev to Lviv. But there is a crowd of the people in the train station. It is not possible whether it is possible for you to travel, and the trains and subways is free of charge. There's also a lot of people who have hidden themselves in the bunker for many days. It is easy to be affected during the COVID-19 pandemic. I have a friend who has been stayed in the bunker for 2 to 3 days, and he suspected he might be get in the COVID-19 infection because there is not a very good ventilations in the bunker. Majority of the people eat and drink and cough in the bunker. So if you aren't, please wear the medical masks to protect yourself. We have no method to deal with it. Please keep yourself safe, and that is the priority. And if we can arrive in Lviv, that is going to be the best for all of you. We worried the situation in Kiev for many days. In the past few days, the city of Kiev has undergoing a series of the night curfew. The National Defense Department in Russia has given the Ukrainian people 1 day to leave the capital of Kiev. The situation has been escalated into such a scale that it surprises us all. The NATO countries has provided a lot of support to Ukraine. Once again, testifying that this problem is escalating because all the different countries have different perspectives, standing on their own positions and their own interpretations towards war. It is going to be very different. But from our understanding, President Zelensky is going to continue the war. Today, the National Defense Department has given us some of the time. I need to show you that we have 3 people together with us. We made some of the dumplings. This is dumpling given to us by our landowner. He is a very kind Ukrainian people. We just fried the dumplings. Yesterday, our landowner gives us these dumplings and also the sausages. We are deeply moved. The local people in Ukraine, they are really kind-hearted, and such a severe situations, and such a shortage of food and drink. We are deeply moved for the Ukrainian people. They are really kind people. So, due to such a severe situation, we cannot continue our education in Ukraine. We need to go back from Kiev, and once we have arrived in Poland, we are going to contact the Chamber of Commerce. And the Chamber of Commerce is going to provide us some of the aid. Some people don't have the vehicles, but those who have, it's going to be more convenient. The situation is going to be better for those who have. You cannot find a taxi. Riding a bicycle is better, much better than walking. If you have a very small bicycle, motorbike, it is going to help you. I have a friend who drives a motorbike to arrive from Kiev to Lviv all by himself. But he actually started very early. And at the time, there is actually no problem with the oil and gas supply. A few days earlier, the 3 of us goes to the supermarket. There are 2 tall local Ukrainian people, 2 tall security guards. They are actually looking into us in a very stern eye lights, and they follow us. And we feel that they are going to rob us. The 3 of us actually shouted at them, and we actually get into the car and drive out.
We also heard that one overseas Chinese student went to the streets and being attacked by the guns. All of the groceries he bought is being mobbed. I think everyone is being pushed into such a limit that the social environment is actually getting worse and worse. The majority of the male in Kiev has stayed. The Ukrainian man needs to protect themselves and they need to station in Kiev. Russia has suspended the special military operation today in the city of Kharkiv. It is under the severest attack across Ukraine. Today, we see the road situation is not that satisfying. I see a lot of road was bombarded with the bumpy areas, and also see a lot of tanks which was being destructed, and they have blocked the road. It is going to put us in a lot of troubles, and it is going to drag us longer during our journey to Liverpool. And I think that it is not as convenient as the train on the road. Some people, after arriving in Liverpool, the Liverpool hotel is crowded. It is full of people. The majority of a lot of people find a place to sleep in the hotel. We have no solution toward this. But I think a lot of gateways to Poland, there is around 1 million refugees flooded into Poland. We heard that even the car fleet has been lined up for a continuum of 30 kilometers. There's not so much people which we can let them in. So if you walk all by yourselves, you can pass the gateway, but for the vehicle, it needs to be waiting for quite a long time. Are you all packaging up? I also have one friend who is going to withdraw together with the embassy from Taiwan. Taiwan province is a special consulate in Ukraine. Taiwan office. Taiwan's office, China-Taiwan's office in Kiev. Today, no matter what is going to happen, three of us is going to leave Kiev. The situation is quite severe, and nobody is going to change what is going on. Our landowner, we are planning to tell him, and we are going to station all of our staff here. If the situation is getting better or stabilized, we are going to check whether we are going to go back or not. When we are leaving, we should tell the landowner. The landowner is really a kind person. We are the Chinese. We respect other people if they respect us. When we were searching the apartment to rent in Kiev, it is very difficult because the local Ukrainian people is cooking the dish in a very light manner, while for the Asian people, we steam and fry all the food. They don't like the smoke and oil that we created. We find this landowner. We told them we are the Chinese, and he is actually telling us that he has went to the college in China, Beijing. He understands what is going on in China and Beijing. He has a nephew who is still studying in Beijing. So no matter which country you are in, you should take care of other people from other country in your own country. You should provide all the aid and support. And if you put yourself in other people's shoes, all of them are people, are human beings. And I think through the lessons of the conflict, we do not expect it to encounter something like this. It has disrupted all of our situations because we have other friends. He bought an apartment. Yesterday, he wanted to give it out. Some of my friends actually paid the down payment. His girlfriend is a local Ukrainian people. I think we are not sure what is going on into the future. All of them are quite difficult. And for some of the Chinese people who have been located in Ukraine for a long time, they married to the local Ukrainian people and they even have kids. So all of them need to live out of the Kiev. We are living quite close to the international airport, while this airport has been paralyzed. It has been taken over by the Russian armies. The Ukrainian people got it back from the Russian army. Relatively speaking, it is not stabilized. This area is not to be under the control of the Ukrainian military people. This is actually the dumplings our landowner gives us. We are deeply moved. We also have the beers. We leave them some of the beers. Under such a severe time, we should help each other. We should take care of each other during this time. I also talked to other Chinese people, other overseas students. We are going to live together, but they don't have their car. We are going to contact with them. Some of the girls, they are frightened that they don't want to leave their own apartment. Some of the people are quite far away from us. We cannot take care of them. We cannot arrive at their own dormitories. Some of the Chinese ladies, they are not willing to come out of their dormitories. So through the WeChat group, we send on the information. We can actually carry some of the Chinese ladies, and if they can wait us on the street, we are going to pick them up. We have a commercial vehicle which can accommodate for 7 or 9 people. And there are only 3 of us. We can take 4 people leaving Kiev out. And this critical moment, I think it is representing the people's personality for the most. For other people, for other parts of the Kiev, it has been bombarded. The shopping malls has been robbed, while the windows has been crashed. The situation is beyond our expectations. Some of the Chinese people are being scored in the bunker. It is because of this tension, this kind of emotion encountered with the situation of the war. Sometimes Chinese people are too frank, and we do not respect the Ukrainian people's emotion. This is going to create more tensions for the Ukrainian people. So through today's video clips, we hope that we are going to bring all the food, and we are not going to bring this beverage because it is going to create a lot of burden during the route. We just carry some of the clothes, and we are going to throw out our blanket. Once we have arrived and leave we are not sure what is going to happen. If there are millions of people waiting for as a refugee, we are going to wait there for one night. After 48 hours, we are still on site. It has been 50 hours, 2 days and 2. For those who are living, who are waiting in the gateway on top of Poland, they are still driving. According to the United Nations Security Council, They provided us some of the humanitarian aid. For all the people who get on top of the Ukraine, they provided us free of charging aid. So the war is actually damaging our human rights. I finished my food. We don't have time for any talks. I'm going to pick up the chopstick for you. We have to leave, and I have to package. We still have so many things waiting to be packaged. I finished my packaging last night. If we cannot get out of Kiev today, the severe situation is going to happen. For our landowner, her husband and her son is actually fighting at the front line. They need to protect themselves. They also have the obligations. We are not able to get on top of our dormitories. So it is very desperate and very heartbreaking for us to see our landowner's lady to watch all her to be with her, to see her with all of her grandkids together.
Now
So our landowner is a local Ukrainian lady, and she is taking care of 5 grandkids all by herself. I am going to eat my lunch, my dear friends. I'm going to finish my lunch and leave Kiev today. Thank you very much for watching. We wish all the Chinese people safe and sound. And please pray for the Ukrainian people for their safety.
Dear friends, I am a Chinese overseas student at Kharkov. The latest information we get is the Russian units has bombarded the city of Kharkov. We can see that at the far away side, that is the Russian units, while to the near area, in the near area, it is being occupied the Ukrainian troops. Recently, I heard. Not a while ago, we heard a bombardment here, which is actually shaking our glasses. We heard there is a negotiation between Russian and Ukrainian government, but we don't know why the bombardment occurred. At the first day of the Russian-Ukraine conflict, at that direction, there are so many bombardments. And we also find that military stations was bombarded there by the Russian army. And so far, we cannot see any remnants of that military station. The city of Kharkov is quite cold during this winter. You can see that through the smokes, the Russian troops continues their bombardment from the external circles. I'm going to introduce you what we are having at our hand. We suffered from the electricity shortage and hot water shortage. So drinking the cold water is not very benefit. It's not going to be very helpful, but we still enjoy the sufficient supply of water. Since we have no electricity supply, we don't get any heat, and it's very dangerous for us to get some of the electricity supplies. Here we heard the bombardment between the two troops. I'm going to change the camera direction for all of you. That at that direction, there are so many bombardments. I think it is one of the Ukrainian troops' military basement. This is something we see in Kharkov almost every day. We are quite frightened. Personally, I'm used to such a sound. We cannot go on site for shopping. And I believe all the goods, food and beverage and the shopping mall might be robbed. The school is willing to dispatch some of the food and water for us because the school is still under the curfew, but nobody is willing to start the dispatching. We are like living in a cage. I think when the food in the cage is running out, we might never be able to get out of this cage. This is my dormitory. I prepared some of the food. This is the noodles that I cooked. Some beef, eggs, and bones. This is going to be the food for my future week. This coming 1 week. I actually want to eat less every time. Apart from my bed and my desk, I move everything out into the basement floor. In the city of Kharkov, the Russian units is actually still attacking the exterior of the city. The bombardment has been continued for 5 days or 4 days. But the Ukrainian troops is still fighting back. They are fighting in a long distance. There is one Russian vehicle which enters into the city, and the whole troops has been bombarded by the local Ukrainian troops, and also the city government of Kharkov has dispatched some of the weapons from the citizens. So if the majority of them have the weapons, they might go to the Russian army. And the Ukrainian government is also dispatching the weapons for the foreigners. If you are going to willing to provide your passport, they are going to dispatch the rifles. For all of you, we are not sure that who is going to get that military weapon supply. We are still in great danger today, and nobody is going to help us. The only place that we can stay is our dormitory. But according to the current situation, within 10 days, the city of Kharkov is not going to be occupied by Russian. To a large extent, it is going to be 15 days. The local troops is still hinges on.
Să-l facem ceva bunker, doamne, iartă-mă să nu-l aducă pe spațiu public. Termin live-ul și mergem să vorbim, pentru că merge și consilierul ăsta să vorbesc cu Mirela. Ne mută pe noi mai în față și se mută primirea în spatele nostru.
Hai mai încoace, intre acum?
Da, la 12.
Hai mai aproape, hai un pic, să mai luăm niște cadre.
Ok.
Vin la noapte. Nu tare. La live să nu merg așa încolo, ca să intre toți. La ce Dumnezeu te-o dedicat pentru asta? Păi stați mai aproape de cameră, că tu poți sta mai mult. Dacă stai unul acolo, e gata. Nu mai dă nimeni. Acolo, auzi acolo, da, da.
Dar oricum vin când îmi ziceți voi exact.
Dar e scurt, e live. Asta e live. Și tu ești. Când intri în pui, eu te anunț, eu dau.
Dar în ce parte ești de la casă?
Că pe acolo dacă ăla e live, ăsta e non-stop.
Așa e? Dar am vorbit cu ei, dar am zis că mă duc și le zic. Am zis că, nu, știi care e chestia? Am vorbit cu ei, am zis că după live stabilim să vedem să ne lase pe noi mai în față. La și un sfert.
Pe replic dacă sunt... Păi să vedem. Păi hai de acolo până la concert. Hai că nu e. Mai prin e ceva.
We begin the top of the hour with the latest on the Ukraine crisis. A delegation from Ukraine has arrived at the Belarusian Gomel region near the Ukrainian border. Negotiators from Moscow and Kiev are set to hold talks about the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. Russian negotiators say they are interested in reaching an agreement with their Ukrainian counterparts as soon as possible. They also said the talks have been postponed several times by the Ukrainian side. Ukraine says their main goal of the talks is an immediate ceasefire and withdrawal of Russian troops. Ukrainian officials say blasts were heard in the capital Kyiv and major city Kharkiv. Russian forces say they have air superiority over Ukraine and civilians can leave Kyiv freely. Meanwhile, Belarusians have voted to allow the country to host nuclear weapons and Russian forces permanently. Well, blasts have been reportedly heard in Ukraine's capital Kyiv and its second major city of Kharkiv earlier today. The Russian Defense Ministry says both sides have suffered casualties and captured soldiers from the other without specifying the numbers. It also says Russian forces have destroyed over 1,000 Ukrainian military targets. These include 7 anti-aircraft missile systems and 3 attack drones. The ministry's spokesman says Russia has completely blockaded the cities of Kherson and Berdyansk in southern Ukraine. Well, many are fleeing the fighting in Ukraine via its westernmost city of Lviv for neighboring countries. Oleksiy Sisimsky has more.
At the central railway station in Lviv, you can see that from day to day there are more and more people, sir. There are thousands inside the building and thousands waiting outside for their buses. Some of them are coming from eastern Ukraine to spend time in Lviv. Some of them just want to spend a couple of days here and then go to Europe. Europe is the dream destination for absolute majority of those people. But with each day, this dream can be less and less optimistic because of how many people actually are trying to get to the border. So as far as we know that the line to cross the border starts approximately 30, even now maybe more kilometers before the border control station. So to get to the border with Poland, you need to spend there more than 1 or 2 even days probably. We had information that some people who got there 2 days ago are still standing in the lines trying to cross. People continue coming. There are volunteers here in Lviv who are trying to find shelter and accommodation, at least some beds for those who come first to Lviv and have no place to stay. But they say that there is no crisis yet. There are lots of food, water, so no shortages. But if, taking the news, taking what's happening in Kiev and Kharkiv, one might forecast that sooner or later there just won't be enough place for so many people. That's the situation for now. So as I said, it's quite peaceful here, it's quite calm, but no one knows what's going to happen, not even in a day, but even in a couple of hours.
Right, well, for a closer look now at the upcoming negotiations, we're now joined by Alexander Titov, who's a Russia affairs analyst and a lecturer at Queen's University, Belfast. Alexander, thank you for joining us. What is the significance of the dialogue initiative between both Russia and Ukraine?
Well, I think it's very welcome development that they are actually meeting and discussing way out of this crisis. I wouldn't expect too much from the first meeting, to be honest, because the military operation is still ongoing. The Russian assault seems to be faltering, but it still has a substantial capabilities to increase the pressure. But Ukraine is holding out, so I think there's no kind of sense of stalemate or panic or anything like that. It's a very rapidly developing situation. I think I'm not sure the conditions are quite there yet for a real talks. But it's good that they are already talking, though, at least with initial feeling what's the possible deal can look like.
This is obviously a complicated situation, but what would you say are the key priority areas that need to be addressed for the crisis to be resolved?
Well, first of all, the military operation has to end, or the war has to end, rather. Beyond that, I think we need to talk about issues between Russia and Ukraine. I'm not sure. I mean, the problem with here would be that Russia has very maximalist aims of getting the territories which were separatist territories which were not under its under Ukrainian control expanded and recognized by Ukraine. Plus, it wants to have Ukraine as a neutral state long term. But Ukraine also relies heavily on Western help, and the Western sanctions have been absolutely devastating for Russia so far. So the key issue here is that both Ukraine, Russia, and the West actually want to come to some form of compromise. At the moment, I don't think that's quite there yet, but I think the withdrawal of troops from Ukraine would be, obviously one condition of combined with some lifting of some sanctions, which would be possibly a way out of this.
Right, and finally, bringing in the international community, what role can it play to help resolve the Ukraine crisis and eventually end the violent conflict?
Well, I think the sanctions is the most important element in this game, which Russia has been really hit hard with sanctions, I think more than they were expecting. They were preparing for them, but not quite at that level. So I think it's important that the West, which is imposing those sanctions, should also give a signal to Moscow that some of the sanctions, not all, but at least some of them, will be lifted if it negotiates with Ukrainians and withdraw its troops. So some kind of compromise and ramp off for Russia, because I don't think things are going that well for them on the ground. But at the same time, they do have a lot of military capacity to increase the stakes, which could lead to a lot more civilian lives. So I think in everybody's interest is actually to try, while keeping the pressure in, is actually to also signal some ways out of it which would involve compromise from the Western powers too, I guess.
All right, Alexander, thank you very much for speaking to us on The World Today. Russia Affairs Analyst and Lecturer at Queen's University, Alexander Titov, joining us live there from Belfast. Well, let's get more on this story still. We're joined by Stuart Smith, who joins us from Moscow. Stuart, what does Russia hope to achieve in negotiations with Ukraine?
Well, the presidential spokesperson of the Russian President, Vladimir Putin, has just been speaking to the press, and he's actually saying, let's wait and see. He's not willing yet to declare publicly what the negotiating position of Russia is while negotiations are ongoing. But we do have some ideas based on previous statements by the Russian Foreign Ministry, the Russian President, and the Russian Defense Ministry about what may be required for Ukraine to come to any kind of sustainable peace. Previously, the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs has talked about recognizing Crimea as Russian. That's the piece of Ukraine which is currently de facto run by Russia. Also that Ukraine would have to recognize the broader region of the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics as part of their own autonomous state, that all Western weaponry must be removed from Ukraine, that it must withdraw its request to join the NATO military alliance, and also that and on top of that, potentially the government in Ukraine may not be able to continue. We know that the Russian president has a big problem with the government of Ukraine, calling them drug addicts and neo-Nazis. What isn't clear is who or who would not be allowed to remain in power, whether it's the current president, Volodymyr Zelensky, or whether Russia would only be content with a different ruler in charge of Ukraine.
Right, and Stuart, Ukraine was initially reluctant to enter into talks with Russia. What changed, and what is Kiev looking to attain in this engagement?
Yeah, the delay came from Ukraine's concern about the location and dispute with Russia about the location of talks. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, quite quickly after the invasion, said he was willing to talk to Russia about a neutral status for Ukraine, for example. But then negotiations got bogged down in whether it could take place in the capital of Belarus, Minsk, or whether it should be Warsaw, Poland, which was Ukraine's preferred option, because Belarus is, of course, the country that helped facilitate the invasion. Russia then moved through Belarus to enter Ukraine. However, that is now where talks are taking place, not in Minsk, but in a region of Belarus that borders both Russia and Ukraine. So now that talks are going, Ukraine is saying that it's interested in a ceasefire, first of all, and that all Russian troops should leave Ukraine. That's what Ukraine is demanding. Of course, we don't have any explicit information about what Russia would require to agree to those demands, but in terms of the level of diplomats meeting at this meeting, the highest level is the defense minister of Ukraine, and with him is a deputy foreign minister, a MP from the parliament of the country, and also members of the presidential administration. So this isn't top level talks, but it is a starting point.
Right, Stuart, thank you very much for those updates. Stuart Smith in Moscow. Well, Russia has raised interest rates to 20% in a dramatic attempt to stabilize the country's financial markets. Russia's finance ministry also said it would order companies to sell at least 80% of their foreign currency earnings on the domestic market. Russia's currency fell to record lows on Monday after the country's major banks were banned from the SWIFT global payment system. In Asian trade, the ruble depreciated to a record low of 119.5 against the US dollar before then recovering to 110. Stuart Smith once again has more from Moscow.
Latest round of sanctions, particularly focusing on Russia's central bank, in particular being absorbed there by the ruble, because what is now possible is that Russia won't have access to its hundreds of billions, or at least a proportion of its hundreds of billions in its reserve fund. People are definitely noticing, and those following the news are paying attention and trying to take measures, with people attempting in Moscow to try and withdraw US dollars or other currencies which are not falling to the same extent. But it is very difficult now in Moscow to find foreign currency and to change rubles into foreign currency, because most of the country is trying to do that with the fall in the ruble's value. For an insight into how this latest economic damage is being portrayed, consider yesterday evening on state television the presenter suggesting that isolationism may be the future here for Russia. He said, "We'll overcome it all, we'll endure it all, we'll rebuild our economy from scratch, an independent banking system, manufacturing and industry. We'll rely on ourselves." And again, on Sunday evening, that concern about nuclear war. Russia's state television presenter, they're talking about, why do we need the world if Russia won't be in it? Scary words for people in Russia, especially because right now the economy is looking very weak, very fragile, although the Russian central bank says it will take all required measures to ensure the economic stability.
Well, that's it for this edition of The World Today. I'll be back shortly with more news from the continent as well as the Ukraine crisis in Africa Live. Thanks for watching.
Die loopt aan links. Met de eerste blauwe tent staat ze. Helemaal links. Ja.
Major cities such as Budapest to offer free transportation to those in need, particularly those young children, some babies in prams that have been forced from their homes in Ukraine. For them, What happens next is the big question. A lot of people that we've been speaking to here are saying we really want to go home, but there was no choice but to flee, given the situation on the ground, given the violence. But many people separated from their fathers, from their husbands, so a deeply difficult situation. But these people now finally in safety on European soil. The question, of course, is what happens next.
Right, let's shift our attention to Tunisia now, where Prime Minister Nejla Bouden says she is committed to revising legal statutes related to persons with
I have once interviewed the spokesperson for the United States Secretary General Antonio Guterres. So the spokesperson told me that there is no real effect for such a negotiation between Russia and Ukraine, but the United States has reiterated its position that they welcome all the peaceful negotiations, including the bilateral dialogue, which is designed to lower down the confrontations and conflicts and reduce the damages on the civilian people. Actually, in the past 2 weeks, the United Nations is being shrouded by this Russian-Ukraine conflict. Today, on February 28th, Russian and Ukraine conflict is going to be the dominating topics in United Nations. Currently, there are 5 different institutions in Russia and in United Nations, among which 2 of them is going to hold a meeting about the latest development of Russia in Ukraine today. The first meeting is going to be upheld in the United Nations Ground Hall, which is what we call a special emergency meeting, and all the experts is going to gather together for the latest development of the Russian-Ukraine tensions. Since it is the international organizations is going to enjoy this opportunity to deliver their speech. And in today's meeting, it is going to start from 10 a.m. in New York, which is going to be the 11 p.m. in Beijing. The first speaker is going to be Russian, while the second is going to be Ukraine. China is being listed as the 14th representative who is going to speak in that General Assembly. We have mentioned that there is going to be 93 out of the 194 members who is going to speak at today's meeting. We estimated that the meeting is going to start from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And starting from 4 p.m., this meeting is going to continue till tomorrow and even the day after tomorrow. The second meeting we are going to talk about is the General Assembly and the Security Council of the United Nations. And at 3 p.m. this afternoon, there is also going to be another discussion about the humanitarian aid to Russia and Ukraine. In the recent few days, we are seeing that for Poland and Hungary, and they are taking in some of the refugees from Ukraine, but their capacity to accommodate the refugees is very limited. Some of them has a very limited capacity to accommodate these refugees. In Saturday or Sunday, it is Saturday, that is the 26th of February, when I have held an interview with the foreign minister of Hungary. He told me it is very difficult for him to predict how many refugees is going to cross the border. And since the Slovak only have a limited ability to accommodate these refugees, so the problem of refugee is also surfaced. Even before this special military operation, according to the data of the United Nations, there is around 2 million people needed the humanitarian aid, among which the majority of them is located in the Donbass region. Today, Security Council is going to discuss this issue. Yesterday, French President Emmanuel Macron mentioned that France is going to be submitted a draft of the humanitarian aid, which is going to be voted tomorrow. To our latest information, this draft has been discussed, just as what we have talked about between the United States and Albania. There is going to be another round of negotiations. But today, in the afternoon at 3 p.m., this humanitarian discussion is not going to affect the relevant draft. This is the second point I want to make. Thirdly speaking, this is relevant with the major institution in the United Nations. Today is the 28th of February. It is the last day of February. Generally speaking, the president of the Security Council is going to sum up their work in the past 1 month, facing all the medias stationed in the United Nations. In February, the permanent president of the United Nations is Russian. So the Ukraine conflict, starting from the February, which has not been ended so far. And today is going to be the major discussions for such hotly debated issues. And later we are going to connect it to the situation and trying to figure out what is going on by the United Nations. So I have also mentioned about the special emergency meeting in the United Nations. Some of the people just told me that the United Nations has added a lot of adjectives in this meeting names. Special emergency meeting is a special term in the United Nations, which started from the 1950s. Because in the November the 3rd, United Nations has passed a treaty which is called United for Peace, and the chapter 3 of this treaty, it mentioned that if there is any problems encountered in the special problems, and if the permanent members cannot maintain its major responsibilities in the securities, so the State Council needs to consider such a matter and came up with a solution and suggestions. If it is intervening with the solutions, if under the emergency situations, the major powers can adopt it to the military powers. And if this emergency meeting is going to be opened up within 24 hours, the United Nations Security Council can summon the first and the current president to decide the voting on such a matter. We mentioned about 7 different permanent members. Currently, it needs 9 agreeing votes because the United Nations used to have 11 members, but currently it is international institutions with 15 members. We understand that in the early morning in Beijing, the Security Council has held a temporary meeting with no other agenda. They have only one item, which is voting to tuning down the United Nations. Because there is a huge divide between the permanent members of Russian and Ukraine conflict. We understand that in this morning, the voting result is actually 100% agree with 100% similar to the United Nations resolution on the day of 25th. According to the requirement, this special emergency special meeting with no participations of the permanent members is going to be delivered to the General Assembly of the United Nations. So that is to say, this morning, starting from 10 a.m., we are going to uphold such a meeting. So one thing need to be remembered is that because it is a special emergency meeting, we can imagine this is a rare case. Since the first day of the United Nations, in the past 76 years, such meeting has only been held for 10 times. The latest meeting is about the occupied Eastern Jerusalem. And the ninth meeting is about the special emergency meeting about the occupied Arabic world Namibia issue. And that was back in the United 80s. And they also have some problems in the Central Asian. And for such a special meeting, it is actually the first special emergency meeting in the 21st century. And it is the 11th special emergency meeting in the history of the United Nations. So what kind of opinion will people deliver in this special emergency meeting? Are there going to be a voting procedure? I think a resolution period. The United Nations is going to review the draft for the Russian-Ukraine conflict around the February the 24th. I have got the draft, but the draft has been revised. There are some other changes in the draft. There are 11 items. The changes so far only about wordings and synthesis. I talked to a lot of representatives from many different countries, and they told me our general consensus is that from the wordings, it is very attractive toward Russia. They support Russia and they ask Russia to suspend this military operation immediately. But actually, its impact is very limited. It did not tell you if Russia. It did not tell Russia if they are not obeying this order. So what kind of sanctions Russia is going to face? So they are actually occupying for the moral high ground while condemning Russia. It has never mentioned about the negotiations. It only mentioned about returning to the new Minsk agreement. Such a resolution, standing on the current perspective, to some extent, it is going to ignite Russia's anger. It is just like Mr. Zhang Jun's idea, Mr. Zhang Jun's opinion in the 25th Chinese ambassador to United Nations. The Russian-Ukraine conflict is changing while the UN's resolution should be calming all the stakeholders down instead of ignite the one party's angers. So what kind of impact will these resolutions exert on the future Russian-Ukraine negotiation? We keep tuning for that. According to Russia Today, Russia's negotiation with Ukraine has officially started. I don't know whether you have read that piece of information. So that concluded my live streaming from the United Nations. This is going to be a very important time. What kind of topic will Russia and Ukraine touch upon? Please keep tuning in for CCTV News.
Hello, everybody. This is CGTN Live coming to you on Sina Weibo Live, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and our official website. So today we are going to talk about the Russian and Ukrainian crisis. Of course, the negotiations are still ongoing in Belarus between the two sides. We don't have much to talk about regarding the meeting yet, but we're going to talk a lot about the economic issues regarding the Ukrainian crisis. So allow me to introduce our guests. Joining me now is Ms. Wang Dan, Chief Economist from Hang Seng Bank China, and Mr. Liu Zhiqing, Senior Fellow from Chaoyang Institute for Financial Studies at the Renmin University. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, everybody.
Yep, and let's first talk about the recent financial market movements after the war broke, because we are seeing this huge divergence of stock market performances in the global stock markets. Your view?
So the global financial market has been going through this roller coaster mood and period. That's not unusual. Judging by historical experience, this usually happens immediately in the week following a big event like this. But the good news is that normally the economic impact in the stock market would dissipate in 1 to 3 months. So after one quarter, usually people won't notice much of a deviation in the stock market. The longer term impact for the global investors is probably how to reallocate their assets. But normally for experienced investors, it's not an issue as well.
But the risk-averse sentiment is going to last for how long?
Oh, the risk-averse sentiment now is at its peak. But I don't think it's going to last for too long for a few reasons. One is that now we see a lot of the capital rushing into the gold market. People are trying to convert their currency into dollars. But after a while, when people get used to the current conflict situation, they would rethink about the long-term fundamentals of that economy and of that market. So a lot of the capital would shift back to emerging markets like China. And for gold investment, it didn't really yield very well in the past few years. It's not even performing as well as the Bitcoin. So I think in about a few weeks, up until 1 quarter, global investors will come back to their senses.
Okay, so Mr. Liu, your thoughts? Mr. Liu, your thoughts?
Yes, but my personal view is that it's not so optimistic. I think it is a difficult time will last a little bit longer. Till May of this year could be improved much better, especially for the golden market. I think at the moment it's at a higher point, but in long run, that as Wang Dan said, that they have some periodic situation. Every 3 months or 4 months, I think the stock market will be in turbulence. I mean that now the things on the market is need stimulus or stimulation. And another word I should say, they need a pacemaker, 起搏器. So all the stock market, sometimes they need something special happen in order to get some booster, get some promotion, to get something more.
Like what?
Like, so for instance, you mean that the special event or special?
Yeah.
special, but I do not want to include the war as a special pacemaker for economic. Actually, it could damage and destroy the basis of this economic, especially for stock market. But I mean, for the capital itself, they always want to find something special that could be happening, that to get a pacemaker, that in order to get something more and a stimulus and a promotion of the gain, or whether they can make something additional, additional value. In this way, that they can get something more, not only for instance, the war in Ukraine is not only for the arms sale. As somebody always say that the arms industry will be benefited, but actually the capitalists will benefit from such an event.
Let's talk about the money market. Of course, the impact of the decision to exclude certain banks from Russia from SWIFT on global, the impact on global money markets have been felt. And we've seen basically panic buying of US dollar, which has, of course, hurt a basket of major currencies. So what kind of moves the Feds are going to do? Ms. Liu, you first.
I should say something that many people that explain or want to mention this so-called the exclusion of Russian banks from the SWIFT as so-called nuclear option or nuclear weapon. But actually, when the professional or experts in this field do not see as the same idea. Because in the past 20 or 25 years, I was working in the Swiss bank for 20 years, more than 20 years. Actually, my main job is dealing with the SWIFT system because the business between China and Switzerland are very huge, especially for commodity business. That's why always doing by the LC business. LC business will be paid or prepaid or always through SWIFT. SWIFT is a technical or tactical tool. It's not a strategic. As we know, it was founded in 1970s, early 1970s. At that time, the whole world is lack of this communications technology. So that's why the SWIFT at that time built up a very secured and a very convenient, very comfortable payment. In this way, that many bankers, 11,000 bankers in the world that joined the SWIFT association in order to get a quick, safer payment and repayment. By doing so, but it's not a strategic tools, but it's a tactic for any bank that if they want to have some more business internationally or trading with some cross-border countries, they should have a pay. But they pay US dollar or Japanese yuan or even Swiss franc, for instance. At that time, we need a lot of system that how to compare, how to combine all of this payment together. That's why the SWIFT was built up. It's only a tool for payment instruction to be sent a telegram in a very safe way. But I think that nowadays everything is changing. Yesterday, I told my colleague, I said, nowadays we should give up SWIFT, forget it, because we are now in the internet era. At that time, 20 or 40 years before, we don't have any internet. But the internet, by this new way of payment, could be more safe, could be more comfortable. But of course, it should build up a standard between countries. For instance, China and Russia, we have already built up some of a special way for payment.
Of course, I want to ask you, does it really hurt for Russia to be excluded?
In short term, there could be hurt Russia economic, especially for trading business with the gas and energy business with the European countries, even with other developing countries. That could be an influence negatively. But in long run, there will not be so serious. Why? Because of two reasons. One is that Russia has already prepared for such things happened 10 years before. They have already started a new system, a new mechanism to avoid a SWIFT problem. And secondly, also we have tried already in the past 5-6 years a new way for the payment. From Iran crisis as already, European already set up its own payment system and mechanism. So all other countries have already started. So the impact on the Russian economy could be serious and as a short shock, but the long run is not so serious or destructive problem. I mean that.
And Wang Dan, so as I mentioned earlier, we are seeing a panic buying of US dollar and basically a short supply of the US dollar. Will you see any major moves by the Feds at some point?
Well, that's a tricky position for US dollar to be at right now, because of course, when some conflict like this happen, people want to rush to some safe assets, and dollars are considered safe assets for the longest period of time in the past 100 years. But then when it comes to its true status as a truly risk-averse asset, it's not as important as before, precisely because of the sanctions that the US has been doing in the past 20 years. So now, just as Professor Liu has mentioned, the SWIFT system isn't as important as before. Mm-hmm. And we know under that system, actually, the transactions are done in dollars. And for Russia, it's particularly important because about 80% of its export is energy, like oil and gas. And those things has to be traded with dollar-dominated system. And now people and global investors want to have more dollars in hand, but there's no guarantee that the dollar will hold up its value. The Federal Reserve would most likely to raise interest rates in March in order to bring down inflation. And that will have a complicated impact on the valuation of dollar. It doesn't necessarily would go up. And most investors know that. So they will have to take some other preventive steps to do the hedging.
Mm-hmm. And of course, if we look at the sanctions this time, they don't really include energy yet. So should we concern about a possible energy commodity crisis at all? Let me start with you, Dan.
So I don't think so. The global energy market certainly has Russia as one most important player, but let's not forget, Russia's supply mainly would go to Europe. About 40% of European natural gas and 25% of European oil are coming from Russia, and those are not really affected yet. We know that Nord Stream 2 is essentially terminated because no new certificates will be issued, but the supply was not there to start with. So the global supply of natural gas is not really affected. And the previous pipeline actually have some surplus capacity in providing natural gas. So I wouldn't say that we're facing an immediate natural gas or oil crisis yet. And it really doesn't look like destroying Russia is at the core of this conflict and in this sanction. Yeah. So eventually there will be some other political negotiations, and we just have to see what other conditions are on the table.
What kind of conditions do you expect?
I think very much likely the role of NATO has to be rediscussed, and whether the position of Ukraine in the future, whether it's part of Russia or its trade relations with Europe or with Russia, has to be discussed openly. And to me, this is very much like a new world order or new European order under formation, probably the biggest event after the World War II. And now we're just seeing everything starting to roll out in front of our eyes.
Mr. Liu, your thoughts? Do you see an energy crisis? And do you see the demand is there to actually make some sort of energy crisis happen? Or do you see the demand for gas and oil at a pretty low level amid the COVID?
I think we should discuss this point from another angle. We should try to know that who will be the final beneficiary from the energy crisis. We know that in the world, in the past years, 20 years, we have already seen that 5 regional wars happened, mainly in Middle East, always surrounding the energy industrial centers, like in Iraq or Middle East, and also Iran, also the crisis. What happened for the energy crisis? Saudi Arabia is the largest producer also. People always talking the energy crisis, but still not happen, not the real happen, I should say that. So that's why I should say that the energy crisis could be happening only when the war is beyond of control. And also from the war in Ukraine is also very closely related to energy problem. America has a core interest and a core concern about the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. He has tried many times and many reasons to stop the line, the cooperation between Russia and Europe, but it doesn't help. So that's why the America needs such a war to tell his friends and allies in Europe. Can you see? Russia is not a good friend, it's not reliable. So you should expel this pipeline to be replaced by the American line, you see, American gas. This is the point. I think the final purpose for Biden administration, one of the major purpose is to export its gas, LNG, to Europe instead of the Russian gas. This is the main point, the commercial point of the war. From other side, from the NATO expansion to the east is executed from the Russian side. But actually all the parties are still focusing on the energy supply. The Russia is encouraged to teach or to attack Ukraine because he believes that Russian energy will be later or sooner be used in the market. But nobody can neglect this influence of the Russian energy reserve. So this is this is really a bigger game between these energy players. So I think in long run that the crisis could be always stand at the window, at the door of the market, but could not be really happening.
And,
yes, hello?
Yeah, is it a tipping point for Europe to largely reduce its reliance on Russian energy? Ms. Liu, let me start with you.
I should say that the European countries, especially Germany, will be very aware that it relies on the Russian side because the quality of Russian gas is much higher and better than American one. The second, the cost transportation is more lower than the American one. And the third, from long run, that it can be used from this pipeline expanded to other areas of the Europe, not only in Germany. So that's why the EU countries will still rely on Russian supply, especially from the gas and the oil. So from commercial side, even from the capital flow, I should say that I'm sure that within 1 or 2 years, the Russian energy, Russian gas will come back again in the market, will be welcomed by and accepted by the European countries, especially by France and Germany. I've been staying in Germany for many years. I know the people there, the mentality there, what they are really thinking. Till now, you still see that some difference between German government and other government in other countries towards the war in Ukraine. So this is a very important factor that we have to see.
Okay, and well then, what's your forecast on, the European reliance of energy reliance on Russia?
I'm aligned with Professor Liu on this issue. I don't think that Europe will have an immediate need or long-term strategic interest in reducing their energy reliance on Russia. It's cheaper, it's higher quality, but also we know that this energy transition is underway in Europe. They do need to guarantee a steady supply of the traditional energy when they are trying to shift to new energy. For many countries, it's a very difficult job because we know that France can rely on nuclear energy source, but not so much for Germany or for many other EU countries. So this transition probably would take for another 30 years. In the meantime, Russia is still their biggest trading partner in commodity. I have no doubt the European countries will try everything they can to maintain this relationship.
Because there are talks about hydrogen energy, because in Asia Pacific, Australia is the biggest hydrogen power exporter. Japan is also studying it, but it's on the application side. So if China enters the game with its huge capacity in solar and wind power, it will generate very clean hydrogen power, and Europe is gonna start buying hydrogen power from China, and that will completely shift the power dynamic in the energy sector in the region. Your thoughts?
So ideally, I think maybe in a few decades this can be true, but we all know where the bottleneck is. This is a very hard technology. So let me put it this way: if there is a technological breakthrough in this hydrogen power, then whatever we're talking about, like carbon peak, carbon neutrality, the job is done. So it's just like that, easy. But now, even for Japan, it's so leading in this technology. Still, there's the security concern. There's a lot of the applications that cannot really be commercialized. So we're at this infancy stage. I just don't think it's really a long shot for China to come up with its own indigenous innovation in this front, let alone the ultimate dependency of Europe on China for this technology. That's way too far into the future.
Okay, and Ms. Liu, your thoughts?
I think the wind energy and the solar energy is good, is clean, but it's still too luxurious. I should say these are two kind of energy like luxurious products and good for the market. Many countries cannot afford at the moment. China has developed this very well since 30 years to develop this wind energy and also solar energy. As we know, the solar panel sold out all over the world. When you go everywhere, you can see the solar batteries from China made. But I should say that there are still some technical problems. And for instance, how to transfer all this warm energy to the electricity. This is really a key technology, still in some Western companies, not in the Chinese companies there. Now, especially for the wind energy, also the transformation is very important. And the core technology is also occupied by some specialists in the Western countries. So by doing so, China always produce all these the sidelines products, and the core interests and the core technologies will be provided by some others. Like a car producer, we have many cars, millions of cars in China every year. But if the chips made by Western countries, this is still not a real car made in China. So if we are talking about the clean energy that China have already invested in these two sections, but we should know that this is time-consuming, this is a cost spending, this is a confidence also consuming. For all these three factors, we have to understand clean energy is really a very good and a positive thing, a beautiful thing, but we need a lot of efforts, a lot of capitals, and a lot of basic research workers there. if somebody in the future, nowadays we have already talking about some negative points of this wind energy, or for instance, the wind energy, they need a propeller. You know the propeller, how big is that? How high? In the ocean and the coastline, or in the western of China, in Xinjiang, for instance, the propeller made very special noisy that no bird could live staying surrounding the wind propeller, this factory. And also for the solar panels, if you go to somewhere to see millions of solar panels on the mountains, you could see something, have a different ideas. That is really, I mean, that cannot be as how to say, popularized. So we have to try to find a better and more advanced, more cost-saving clean energy. For instance, biochemical can be also used to have more energy for electricity generation. But I think it will need really something actual, concrete, basic research in order to promote such studies and research in advance. China is the leading country in this clean energy, but for some basic technology, even from the core technology, China should develop our own technology in order to make more fortune and benefits to the rest of the world.
Mm-hmm. And if we look at the bigger picture here, is China caught in the middle economically in the Ukrainian crisis? I mean, the Russian-Ukraine conflict. Let me start with you, Wondan.
So the economic impact to China is so minimal that I don't think for majority of Chinese market participants, they would even feel much about it. Mm-hmm. The stock market certainly fell following the fall in the American stock market. But when you look at investment, trade, even import and export of commodities, there's not much a big change. Mm-hmm. For Russian economy, it's such a small part in the global trade. We just don't think that a sanction or a war happening that's involving Russia will have a huge impact on its neighboring countries. But if similar situation happen in other economies like either China or the US, things will be different. China accounts for about 1/3 of global manufacturing and even more in trade. But for Russia, it's basically just a big gas station and big oil station. And beyond that, it's very reliant on China in consumer markets, consumer goods, in electronics and machinery. And it probably can provide some technology in military-related applications, aeronautics or nuclear, but really not much else. And recently I looked at this forecast by UN of the future major economies by 2050. And in the top 20 countries list that's measured by population, Russia is not even part of it. Now Russia is about like 9th or 10th largest economy in the world measured by its population, but 30 years from now, it's not even gonna make top 20. So if you're a small populated country, then the influence will be a lot smaller. That's just a hard reality for Russia.
Okay, and Mr. Liu, do you think China should just rest assured we are not going to be affected whatsoever in terms of economy amid the war?
Yeah, in some factors or sections could have some negative impact on China's economy, especially the cooperation with the Ukraine industry and arms industry. Before time, we have very good relations with the Ukraine partners. And also Ukraine partners have already provided China with some technical help. As we know that many Ukraine experts and the people that are staying now in China, they're making their own careers. And also we have also for instance, the agricultural product, because Ukraine exported a lot of wheat to China and beside Russia. So I hope that this could not be a very serious challenge for the relations between China and Ukraine. As we see that, for instance, the other countries, Egypt and the other countries already try to find another way for wheat import instead of from Ukraine. Because I think Ukraine, the winter is over, the spring is coming. They should start their farming and agricultural product to wheat products. But at the moment, we see that no chance because the refugees mainly from these poor areas in the Ukraine cities and areas that could have some negative impact on China's economy, especially closely with the Ukraine partners. And of course, with Russia also, we have such a influence because Russia cannot provide all what we can buy or we want to buy from especially from the agricultural product. Because as we know that this year we have the #1 document, we have two baselines, the 底线 two baselines. One is the food security. Food security is that we should have enough food to feed our population. So that's why we have to be aware that to help the both sides to come together to find a good solution to stop the war as soon as possible, and the people can restart their production, especially the agricultural areas. And of course, Ukraine, many people do not understand the Ukraine industry and the high tech. Basically, in the history, is quite high. It's very good. It had been the #4 in the world that regarding the nuclear technology. So in this way, that we really should try our best to help two sides to come to a good, peaceful conclusion, and then make no negative impact on their future. Also, no great impact on China's economy, especially from the agriculture product.
Okay, and Mr. Liu, with the sanctions in place, do you think China should adjust its regional trade policies?
No, I don't think we should not adjust. We should have to improving. I like to use the improve our the policy because some Western countries, especially the United States, is sanction addictive, 上瘾. So a sanction addictive, no matter what's happening, if he doesn't like, he always try to use sanctions to punish the partner or the counterpartner. So in order to deal with the possible challenges, especially the negative consequences could be happen, that China should improving its trading policy with the region. For instance, how to deal with those that disputed areas. And the second is for the high sensitive products, especially from European countries. I mean that we still have some sensitive points that for some sensitive products. So we should improve all these policies toward this product. For instance, to lower down the customer price and also eliminated some unnecessary tax burden on these products, and also to open our market to to maximize or optimize our market access for this product from these areas, especially from those completed areas, not only to support their living standard of the local people, but also to support our own economy.
Okay, and of course, Russia is not new to sanctions. It has withstood other sanctions before. And do you think this time these sanctions will make any difference? Mr. Liu, you first.
Yeah, I think as I say that Western countries is sanction addictive, But Russia and China is already sanctioned immune, so that's why we see that we have already prepared some tools and policies to deal with such challenges. And China, and I mean that we should build up our new firewall, that how to deal with these sanctions. Actually, the sanctions happened always show the hegemony or hegemonism of the Western countries. They always try to show to the rest of the world. You see, I can punish somebody. I can sanction or block somebody, some country. Even it's a very big, it's a very huge country. It's a very so strong country. We can do it. That show its own this how to say hegemony to control the whole world. But in fact, all these sanctions were also hurt itself, as we know. The American trade and the business and also commercial side already suffered a lot from sanctions they made on China, imposed on China by themselves. So this is a very important thing that we should tell the rest of the world that what's the factor, what we should do in a better way to deal with all these problems. As we know that Wang Yi already, our foreign minister, in recent talks with some countries, always say that sanction is not the way to solve the dispute. So I think China should build up our own capacity to overcome all these challenges caused from this so-called sanction.
And Wang Dan, do you think Russia will make any changes to adjust to the new scenario, the new situation under the sanctions, or they will just ignore it?
The level and extent of this round of sanction is wider than.
But it doesn't include
ones.
Energy.
And it doesn't include energy. So I wouldn't say it would be like the final blow to the Russian economy. And for one important reason, because now the global production and consumption are quite diverse. So with the globalization, actually, if you are hurt in one region or one industry, there's always a way to get around from a third country or third region. And for Russia as well, it could be sanctioned more in certain areas and certain sectors and for certain people. But they could find a country to produce those things, export those things, and use that country as a place to re-export. And this happens countless times in the recent history. I just don't think that Russia has a true economic problem at this point. If anything, it would develop a further bond with its neighboring countries, including China. Foreign trade, foreign investment, it probably should be more integrated into this Asia economic order rather than the European economic order.
So you're saying that Russia is actually here to gain?
Russia is not here to gain, but it will be forced to make some necessary changes to develop a different trade ties.
I'm curious, the country that you mentioned earlier.
But I think Russia will feel pain by the sanction. Of course,
really?
It will not be killed, but they still feel pain. For instance, from the high-tech import and business, and it's a block. Even Taiwan is there already to sanction against Russia and stop providing chips, and also South Korea and other countries. Now, I mean that for such a key product technologies, I think similar as China, that Russia in the near future will not be possible to get any high-tech product, especially chips. This is very important for all the industries in Russia and also in China. This could be feeling very pain. In China, our companies already feel some pain because of the shortage of chips. This is the point, I think.
So you think this is a huge problem for Russia?
Yes, I think so. This is really, because from nowadays we can see Russia has its own technology that covering the whole world. That means every country needs the technology from Russia. But of course, Russia has a very good technology in space station. But the space industry for most of the country, they still stay too far away because space technology is also a luxurious technology, not for normal countries. So, but for other countries that they do not care whether you have really good space industry. But Russia need a lot of normal products that, for instance, like internet, like information technologies, and also, as we say, the chips and the computer, for instance, still is the shortcoming of the Russian industry. So that we should relate. This is a shortcoming for Russian industry. They should really develop its own technology area that to let the whole world say that the daily life, even the normal industry, cannot go further without the Russian technology. But this time is still not coming.
I would like to jump in if I may, just to offer a slightly different perspective, because for Russia to get more sanctions, of course, the cutting off from the technological supply, like chips, is one effective way of doing it. But if we look at what happened to China, the US wanted to sanction China in its semiconductor industry, but eventually only pick a handful of companies, mainly concentrated in Huawei. And for foreign suppliers, they can't really provide any American technologies to Huawei, but other companies are not truly affected in a similar fashion. So for Russia, I think the thing is, the US doesn't want to destroy the whole industry. They probably will pick one or two as an example to show how painful it is. And I think that's how it goes.
Yeah, and across the pond, let's talk about the US, because is the US actually here to gain, besides its defense industry, which is a clear winner here, or will the US actually lose in this? And will the conflict have a ripple effect on US politics? Wanda, let me start with you.
So for the US, somehow this geopolitical situation feels slightly similar to what happened in Afghanistan. It's a very faraway country. The US has some very important interests there, but it's not the US core interest. So it's someone else's problem. And the US will gain economically to a certain extent, but eventually it would hurt the domestic politics and the Russian, basically the market conditions. Because now the biggest problem for the domestic politics is the domestic economic situation, like high inflation and the economic challenges along with that. So there's a hard choice for the central bank in the US, the Federal Reserve. They need to decide whether they want to protect the Main Street or the Wall Street. And if they hike the interest rate, then basically the Wall Street dies. But if they don't, then the Main Street really suffers. So for Biden to run for the next president, this is going to cost him some votes. Although I don't think this is a deal breaker for him yet. Because there are still other more important issues in the U.S. like race or woke or something like that.
Right. And Mr. Liu, your thoughts?
I have no more information about this, but I should say that the American side should not be so arrogant, and I don't believe that America will be the only winner or the gainer in this game, because it has two factors. One is that this situation at the moment, the geopolitical situation, has already shows that America, today's America, is not the America 20 years before when America launched its war in Iraq. It's totally changed.
Right.
America is still there, but it's more weaker. And also, followers are not so as much as they wish, because they have some few followers still very like UK or like some few European countries. But most of the countries in the world already come clear a picture about the American. The American, for instance, COVID-19 virus fighting is so poor. is so disaster. So everybody can show that the governance in America, so-called democracy in America, is already, as we before said, democracy. So they made everything crazy. The American side is very clear, but nowadays, some of the American politicians, they are becoming so extremist. This is not good. Extremists make all the policies so arrogant, so aggressive. This is not the way to deal with today's world. So that's why I think America in some world is a loser from this situation at the moment.
Okay, and quickly, when do you think the war is going to end and the negotiations are going to become clearer? Let me start with you, Wangdan.
I think the war can be ended very quickly, probably within weeks. There's no point to extend it. But then the political negotiations afterwards can last for a very long time.
Like you mentioned, the readjustment of Russia's role in the world?
The readjustment of Russia's role, how they decide where to put Ukraine, the relationship between Europe, Ukraine, and Russia, how it's going to be redefined.
Because in this conflict, there's actually no role for Ukraine, besides being a total loser here.
Yeah, it's a big sacrifice. I can't believe it happens in this century. It felt more like last century's war.
Right. And Mr. Liu, what's your thoughts? You said that the war is going to end quickly, right?
I hope that it could be before the 4th of March, before this polemics, the Olympic, Winter Olympic started. Because as we know, we announced that during the Olympic,
the Paralympic
times, there should no war. We hope that this is the common sense from the UN and from the whole international community.
And you said Europe doesn't actually want the war to stop too soon.
For some warlords, for some arms sales, they do not want to end the war. They hope that the Ukraine should be destroyed as much as possible. Then they will have more chance to come back to as a new constructor, will have more contracts for rebuild. This is similar or exactly like in Iraq. They destroyed Iraq. They come back to Iraq and they took all the projects, even to rebuild of the oil field. So this is the same game for the Western countries. And I think for European countries at the moment, they do not want to end the war as soon as possible because we think that Russia is still not hurt totally enough. It's not hurt to die.
You think Ukraine is the biggest sufferer here?
I think so. This is a naughty boy. It could be really suffering a lot.
I feel really sorry for Ukraine at this point after our discussions. And Wangdan, quickly, let's talk about the global consumer resilience, because it's been pretty high amid the COVID-induced inflation. And now with the war, do you think, how big is the test on global consumer resiliency?
The global consumers have a high risk of the inflation shooting off the roof, with the exception of China, of course. So we mostly have this internal circulation, so the inflation rate has been kept very low. But in other major markets, including the emerging markets, the central banks have to raise interest rate fairly fast to prevent inflation. And that would cause a sharp slowdown in almost every major continent. And, the lower income group, the poor people in the villages, they would be disproportionately affected in this situation. So that's quite a divisive.
Because you said earlier, before the show, you said people in Middle East and North Africa, consumers there will be the biggest sufferers.
Right, with the Russia-Ukraine conflict, because they are the major exports of wheat and commodities for Middle Eastern countries and North African countries. And with the current situation, their wheat provision will be affected greatly. And on top of the transportation disruption caused by COVID. So I think the low-income groups in especially countries like Turkey, Syria, and those countries in North Africa, they would have a very hard time to recover.
Okay, thank you so much for your insights, both of you. Wang Dan and Mr. Liu from Renmin University and Wang Dan from Hang Seng Bank. Of course, thank you for your time and your insights. And that's going to do it for the show tonight. And we are CGTN Live, coming to you from our official website, Sina Weibo, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. We talk a lot about the economic issues regarding the Ukraine-Russian crisis. And now we feel very sorry about what's happening during the war, and we hope the peace will be restored as soon as possible. 我们下场 in Beijing, talk soon.
Thank you. My name is Bohdan. I'm a Ukrainian student and teacher and a refugee from Kyiv. Now, as I told you the previous time, I'm in Chernivtsi, my hometown, which I left half a year ago. I moved to Kyiv and now I'm here one more time. Today I'm gonna talk a little about the comments which I saw on the YouTube page of this channel. Firstly, I wanted to talk about the comments which said that I look too calm. Like, I don't know what people expect. Do you expect me to cry on camera? I'm not an actor. I'm a real person. And of course I've cried a lot. I have friends who do not respond from the risk areas, and of course I'm very afraid. But in the same time, we Ukrainians are a strong nation, so we stay strong. We fight, we believe in our army, we believe in our civil society, we believe in our NGOs. That's why I'm not desperate. I'm a bit afraid, but I'm also strong in my opinion that we will win this war. So as you know, the escalation, we call it escalation and war, because we have war going on since 2014, since Russia occupied Crimea and invaded Donbass. Now we do not call it the beginning of the war because we see it as the prolongation of the ongoing war. We do not call it conflict. We, despite people who say in a conflict, because it's not in a conflict. When you say in a conflict, you automatically recognize that the marauders, the separatists supported by Russia, that they are a real thing. They are just backed up by Russian Federation. That's why we cannot say that they're legitimate. So we're not talking about inner conflict. That's Russo-Ukrainian war, when Russia invaded Ukraine. Secondly, I wanted to talk about the fact that a lot of people, and in Russia too, believe that this is the response for the Ukrainian action and that we kind of provoked something. So let me briefly explain to you how Russians see this, even though it seems crazy for us. So from their point of view, Ukrainian government started to attack Ukrainian territory. Then Ukrainian forces started to be against that, to stand up and act against that, and Russia backed them up. But that's actually not the case. Firstly, Russia invaded our territory, created those so-called republics, and then they started to shoot at us. That's why we have been our military forces have been preventing the further invasion, because if I can cite Putin, you can actually Google this. He told that Russia ends there where Russian language ends. And as you know, a lot of people in Ukraine speak Russian, but they do not identify as Russians. For example, me, I speak Russian in my daily life, but I do not support in any means Russia, Russian Federation, Russian views on history, and Russian views on geography, Russian views on the current situation. That's not the case. Okay. Then I have to talk that we've been fighting for a long time, and now Russia sees that we're a strong nation that aims to join the EU and NATO. It is written in our constitution, as I said in the previous time, and they do not like it. So the only thing Putin can do is actually start re-escalation, because they do not know how to act peacefully. If you Google Lukashenko and Putin words, they say, like 2 weeks ago, they were saying like we were crazy, that those were just trainings for the Russian military and Belarusian military forces, and you can see what's happening now. So we can already see, I don't know how, you just have to be blind not to see this, because when somebody tells that they will never, like Lukashenko said, invade, and then they invade, what can we call them? We can call them liars. Also, in the comment section, you can see a lot of messages of the same type, so to say they just copy-pasted. That's the proof of the fact that those messages are fake. Russia actually has algorithm or bot forums where they just write the same hateful messages towards Ukraine, towards other countries, and we can see that we're not the only ones who have suffered from the Russian invasion. We're not the first scenario. We can see the Transnistria in Moldova, we can see Abkhazia, South Ossetia, we can see the Russian intervention in the conflict in Azerbaijan, between Azerbaijan and Armenia. Russia tries to control the post-Soviet countries, and can we see any good results? No, because anywhere where there are Russian troops, we see suffering, we see loss, we see tragedy, we see death. How can you support this country in this case? I also want to underline that I'm not a political expert. I'm a teacher, so I know a lot about teaching. My specialty is French language and literature. I can talk a lot about Molière or Camus, but you also have to take into the consideration that I'm just an ordinary person who expresses his opinion from the trusted sources, because I've attended a lot of seminars, a lot of courses, because I have been for a long time a member of a lot of NGOs, fighting for the freedom, fighting for the development of the local communities and Ukraine in general. That's why I want to tell you that those are all lies. And if we take a look at Prydnestrovia, Russian troops are still there. They started war. They've basically occupied a third of the country. We support Moldova's integrity as we're firstly a peaceful neighbor, and then as a lot of Ukrainians, people of Ukrainian origin, reside in those territory. What their agenda was, Russian agenda was, they started to give out Russian citizenship, Russian passports, and in this manner they started to say that they want to protect Russophone population. I'm a Russophone, I speak Russian in a daily life, my grandma identifies as Russian, my uncle's wife is Russian, she's from Sakhalin. We do not want any Russian presence within our borders. We do not want it. I have a lot of friends in Moldova that confirm that Russia's main aim is to destabilize the region. In Georgia the same, in Armenia and Azerbaijan the same. Look at their actions. Like in Prydnestrovia, a lot of people speak Russian in a daily basis in Ukraine, and we do not see any hatred. We may be not liked as much because of Putin, actually, because of Russia, because Putin sees that he has a monopoly over Russian language, even though it's not. Russian is spoken even in the liberal countries, like in the Baltic states, where people may speak Russian with their parents, for example, but they do not support Russian propaganda in any means. If we see the Georgian example, they have been doing the same thing. For example, they have been evacuating people to Russia from South Ossetia, like they have been doing in the occupied regions of Donbass and Luhansk oblasts. And what's the aim of it? Not to kill everybody, it seems, because they have always been talking about not shooting the living areas, but guess what they do? In my area, in the Obolon district in the north of Kiev, they have almost I don't know what I can tell you. Of course, I'm not an expert. Another comment, I'm answering another comment that it was not a tank, it was an armored vehicle. You're lying. I'm not lying. I'm not an expert in the military forces. It's not my fault that I may not be able to expertly revise everything that's entering our city. But what I can confirm that 10 minutes of walk from my dormitory where I have been residing for the past 6 months, there was an armored vehicle that ran over just a peaceful car that was running by. It was not running directly at the armored vehicle. It was running juxtaposed. And you think it's normal? They're killing peaceful civilians. Like, for example, in Berdyansk, in the south of Ukraine, one man said that he cannot give his phone to the Russian soldiers so that they could phone their relatives, and guess what they did? They killed him. I have friends throughout the whole country, and they already captured the Chernobyl area. It's dangerous for the whole European continent. They've captured the Novokakhovka, or Novokakhovka, you can read in English transliteration. That's the city where there's a hydroelectric station, so it's very dangerous. It can flood the fall. It can flood everything. It is in the Kherson Oblast, and they aim at providing water towards Crimea, which we cut off since Russia occupied it, because according to the Geneva Convention, if I'm not wrong, the occupant has to provide for the people they have captured. So it's Russian obligation to provide water for Crimea. They can do it from the Krasnodar Krai, so Krasnodar. They are not doing it. They want us to provide for people who they have occupied, and they've also managed to insert a lot of Russian agents, just Russian and pro-Russian civilians from Russia in Crimea. So to say that Russian population has increased. They've been doing the same thing since I don't know how long. It is just simply wrong. And now I just want to say that Russia has been a spreader of fake news since always. They claim that today they have finally admitted that there are some loss from their side, and even yesterday they said that nobody died from the Russian side. And now I want to tell you something. 20 the losses of Russian Federation: 27 flights, 26 helicopters, 146 tanks, 706 armored vehicles, 2 ships, 1 automobile, 30 automobiles. We've also managed to destroy 4 grads. Grad is like a system of shooting. It's like a hailstorm. It's very dangerous for the living blocks. We've managed to destroy 50 Hermates, and we're unstoppable. We're supported by the whole world, by the Western world, even by African countries. Kenya recently decided to support us and light up one of their main buildings in blue and yellow colors, so to say, our flag, which have been banned during the Soviet occupation. Also about their fake news is that Putin actually believes that Ukraine has been created by Russia, even though we identify as the successor of Kievan Rus. So to say, Kiev has been existing since the different estimation, but we have been baptized in the 10th century. Can you imagine that? When we had our golden churches, when during the 10th, 11th centuries, there was this literally mug in Moscow. So how can they say they literally call themselves elder brothers and call us minor brothers? That's just part of their agenda, part of the propagation that has its roots in the Soviet background. It is simply not true. We're not brothers. Even if you look at Hello groups, you can Google about Hello groups, we're different. We are different. If you look at the captured Russians, a lot of them, I'm sorry, but we're just different even by appearance. We're not the same. We're not the same. Ukraine has been constantly occupied by Russia, but it doesn't mean that we want its presence here anymore. We have a lot of loss caused by Russian troops. They have been shooting at kindergarten schools, like in Obolan districts. They have been shooting at school where people were hiding in the basement. How can you ever type something like, "He doesn't look too concerned"? I am concerned. I have been netting, greeting, doing, like, helping our soldiers. I have been informing my friends. I am doing these lives. I'm informing my friends abroad. I'm informing Ukrainians. I'm helping my Ukrainian friends to flee. I'm doing everything that almost every Ukrainian citizen is doing right now. I'm not too concerned. I'm concerned. Now they're attacking Kharkiv, the second biggest city, which counts 2 million people. It may not seem as large from the Chinese point of view, but for us it's unimaginable to think that Russians are so crazy, that the Russian government is so crazy to shoot at us. And also I want to tell that not everyone in Russia believes in Putin. I have been contacted by my Russian friends, and some of them do the protest which they call "Нет войне", literally no to the war. Well, at least they're doing something. Also, I have to admit that a lot of Russians support the Putin's politics. You see, I'm literally telling you the truth. I'm not saying you that everyone hates Putin. Yes, there are brainwashed people who believe Putin, but almost everyone hates him. I really hope that we can do something, and I beg you one more time, please help us by any means. Help us, donate to the Ukrainian army, ask your local governments to cut off space to Russia, close its embassies. We need to do something about it. Please help us, because we need your help.
Hi, I'm CGTN's Yang Chengxi. Let's get back to our conversation with Ms. Wang Dan, Chief Economist of Hang Seng Bank, China, and Professor Liu Zhiqin, Senior Fellow of the Chongyang Institute for Financial Studies of Renmin University. Now, I'm sure you've talked about the economic issues a lot with my colleague Xia Cheng, but let's discuss a little bit more, because we've seen Western countries unveiling a series of sanctions on the Russian economy targeted anywhere from banks to military industries to high-tech industries, ranging from semiconductors, telecommunication, encryption, lasers, sensors, navigation, you name it. And also, one of the hardest hit areas are believed by many experts to be banks, for example, Sberbank and VTB. The European Central Bank said on Monday morning that Sberbank Europe is failing or likely to fail along with its Croatian and Slovenian units. Do you think such embargoes, sanctions on Russian banks, two of the biggest Russian banks, will cause the borrowing rate in Russia to raise a lot, and would that have that much of a substantial impact on the Russian banking system in essence? Let's start with you, Professor Liu.
Yes, I believe that the sanction or any blockade against the Russian major banks, especially for the bank handling the foreign trade, especially handling with the energy and the gas import, export, this could be a serious challenge for Russian economy. As we know that the Russian already built up its firewall that against the so-called sanction. But the sanction nowadays that adopted by the European countries and America, that is so seriously, is so heavy, and including all the business channels try to be blocked and get sanctioned by the Western countries. Of course, they still leave a small room, a small channel that for the Russian banks that not all the major banks were included in this sanction list, but still leave some rooms and possibilities for further business, because they do not want to close all the door and the windows. They leave some, space for fresh air. But for Russia itself, I have to say that since they have already prepared such a serious consequences, when they try to punish Ukraine or try to send troops to Ukraine, they should know what could be happening, because financial sanctions must be one of the tools that will be used by the Western countries. So by doing so, that the Western countries can show their really governance over the world affairs and the global market. So in this way, that why they have to impose such sanctions in the Russian side in order to punish and destroy the foundation and the fundamentally of the Russian business, and especially for the commercial section. And of course, the second is a very important thing, that this sanction not only caused a commercial disaster, but also caused some called this psychological impact, the confidence of the people, because many people in the past years have already used to have the globalization with the if you go to Europe, I mean that in Switzerland, in Germany or Austria, you can see many Russians there traveling a lot. They buy houses and buy luxurious cars, and also they have very enjoyable life there in Europe. But nowadays they blocked everything, especially the financial sector will be blocked, and getting sanctions could be very hard time for the Russia time for shorter term. But for long term, that I think Russia can overcome all these challenges and the problems they are facing, because I think Russia still has its own friend circle. Many friends and countries are stand with Russia to support Russia's core interest. So in this way, that from financial sector, they will get also financial support from many countries, and also will have more assistance for capital market, even from the commercial business, import, export, agricultural product, and also for energy product. That the main parts of the Russian business could be stimulated and promoted with some developing countries because of Russia still have its capacity and the influence in the global market. Still, the portion is very small, 2% or 5% of the global business trade, but the business is still there. People still need, especially for developing countries, they need Russian products, agriculture, and the high tech. So I hope that in a not too short time that Russia can overcome all these challenges.
Ms. Wang, how powerful do you see these sanctions are? I mean, Sberbank and VTBs hold more than half of Russia's banking assets, according to analysts. Do you think these sanctions, plus the SWIFT ban, of course, can single-handedly bankrupt these two banks?
In the financial world, we usually consider those actions as the nuclear options. They will paralyze a lot of the business within Russia, for sure. But one thing I'm also sure is that Russia has seen this coming. They have been preparing for this war with Ukraine for a long time. They're just waiting for the right moment. So there must be some hedging tools and alternative plans. And now we have seen that Russia has already started to strengthen some of the trade relations and investment relations with its neighboring countries. And its domestic reserves level are really high due to the high oil and natural gas prices. So it is not that Russia is running in nude mode. There is a lot of saying that Russia might suffer significantly from this new round of sanctions, which I do not believe so. The duration of those sanctions is very questionable. I do not believe that European countries can sustain for that long because they still rely on Russia for their energy supply. And for the US, there is not much political gain to be had or economic gain to be had if they extend this sanction. In the contrary, because SWIFT is dominated by dollars, if Russia somehow figure out an alternative way and get around using SWIFT, it is the loss of the US in the long term. It's not really a gain, either economically or politically.
Yes, you raised a very interesting point because you said basically Russia waged this conflict from a position of strength because the country has been running an enormous, so to speak, the country has been running an enormous current account surplus and has accumulated a record foreign exchange reserve of about 630 billion US dollars, that, according to some analysts, sufficient to cover nearly 2 years of imports. It is the fourth highest in the world. Well, according to your line of analysis, do you think that Russia can out-sustain Europe in this case?
Well, Europe highly depends on Russia's supply of oil and natural gas. About 40% of Europeans' use of natural gas is imported from Russia. About 1/4 of oil is from Russia. And now we see that the Nord Stream 2 is terminated, but maybe temporarily. The Germans won't issue any new certificate to this project. So basically, this new project cannot be in operation anytime soon. But the old projects are still in use. The pipelines and other long-term contracts with Russia to provide oil is still in use. So I think at some point there will be a lot more talks about the political rearrangement in the European powers and what the role will be for Ukraine and how NATO should proceed with its tradition and maybe a new role in this modern world. But for Russia, it's not in a hurry. So Putin has been prepared this for a long time, as I said. And eventually, I think it is more of a test to the Western countries in terms of their solidarity and alliance, militarily or economically.
But actually, something we have to point it out, because of Putin, the day before, had a meeting with the major industrial entrepreneurs from Russia. Together to the office and discuss the challenges and the problems they are facing. And also he asked the entrepreneurs and the bosses to consider what the ways and the measures will be taken to deal with these sanctions. And also he said very clearly that they are facing, he said, comrade, we are facing difficulties. They have a difficult time. So one thing that they have already well prepared to deal with the challenges and problems and sanctions from Western countries. The other side that still they have something that not well prepared. For instance, for the extent of this content and extent of the sanction, how large, how deep, and will last how long. I think Russia has no a clear idea. They prepared something to deal with the problem, but I believe in normal case, they cannot prepare everything that in a safe way. So that's why Putin already asked all the bankers and all the entrepreneurs that to be aware the serious problem. And he told his entrepreneurs that now you see the Westerns try to make their difficulty, try to make their hard life. So they have to be well, that they manage all these challenges and the problems. Because for instance, the raw materials, whether they have well prepared in the factory in the 6 months to come, and whether they have technicians are prepared to be on work on alert system. So by doing so that Putin, the president already that considered the most difficult time and the difficult measures that they should have in order to overcome the present situation, because still in their mind that they do not know what time the war will end and what real consequences the Western will do to Russia.
The situation is getting complicated, more complicated by the day, and talks are still going on at the Ukrainian border with Belarus. We sure hope that latest progress should be made on that front. Now, when we look at the sanctions levied by Western countries on Europe, a lot of them are focused on the big business, big banks. And if you look at UK's sanctions, it also targets wealthy, high net worth Russian individuals living in the UK. So it seems to give out a feel that Western economies are sometimes deliberately targeting the bigger companies and the high net worth individuals. And on the other hand, Russian officials have said that their sanctions should be targeted to maximize pain for the Russian economy. So do you think going down the road there will be more sanctions that will be felt by smaller businesses or individuals in Russia who do not necessarily do international business, which will be hurt by current sanctions? Mr. Liu, let's start with you.
Yes, I think so. That according to the history, we know that the American side and some politicians in European countries, they do not have any baseline when they try to punish somebody with different political opinions and a different system. They try to, really to make the people very painful, that real punish. So I think the next step and the further step, they will punish the rich person or some person from the Russia traveling to Europe, whether they have already assets and house and personal companies there in the Western countries, and they could also hack all these assets from this rich person. This is already they have done before years that to people in Iran and also to people from Iraq and also from other countries. They punish the person now. That means the pain or painful punishment imposed on the country, they believe that they will not suffering enough or we're not hurting enough. So that's why they have to shift this problem and this pain feelings from the country to personnel or to individuals. And also they were blocked and or sanctioned the individual and the private companies, especially the consultancy business in Europe and the lawmakers and also mediators that for doing business between Russia and the European countries will be also targeted in the future. But at the moment, I think the Western countries, especially the European countries, they still want to have a space, a room that for retreat from the conflict. They leave some so-called free zone that in the future for further negotiation. Before they're taking the further steps on individual sanctions, I mean that they still have to negotiate with the Russian partners what they can get from the Russian negotiation. So otherwise, I think the sanction will be further getting worse and serious, not only for Russian, but also for European economy. It's also not a good news.
Ms. Wang, your estimations as to what could still be in the war chest of sanctions against Russia if this conflict drags on?
Well, I was actually surprised by the speed of the sanctions, although I don't think Russia will be hurt, in particular because they were well prepared, I think. But for example, the Germans just simply stopped to issue the certificate for Nord Stream 2. I would have thought this should be coming as like a second stage of sanction, but it already happened. And then the next stage, I think it will be similar to what the US normally do to other countries wants to sanction, basically by cutting off the technological supplies. When China-US had this trade conflict a few years back, the US has put a ban on a lot of the technology export to major Chinese companies, including Huawei. And for Russia, this can well happen as well, targeting its biggest and most powerful tech companies, specializing in some military-focused technology or nuclear technology, and simply just by stop providing anything that's using the US technology, including the chips. And that could cause major damage to the Russian economy. Now it can still rely on China for the bulk part of its semiconductor supply, but over time, if it wants to develop some high-end technology or have any kind of self-sufficiency in, say, advanced manufacturing, then the next stage of sanctioning technology could be very, very painful.
Now let's talk more about the banning of SWIFT for Russian banks. Ms. Wang, you've said that in your line of profession, banning SWIFT would be akin to what you call a nuclear option. Well, in fact, former Russian President Medvedev said a few years back that banning SWIFT for Russia would be akin to a declaration of war. And that was according to him a few years back, because a lot of the energy import and export from Russia do need SWIFT to complete the transactions. In fact, Moscow Carnegie Center estimated that banning Russia from SWIFT would drag Russia's GDP down by about 5%. So that is a very substantial impact. But this decision really came as a surprise for many when it was announced, because it hurts Europe very badly too. Because one of the reasons why Germany had been hesitant was because it relies a lot of its natural gas imports to Russia. Now with this banning of SWIFT and with the export of energy, exports of crude oil basically halted because of this SWIFT ban, how much could Europe and how much could, for example, Germany hurt? Because there's only so much time that you can find alternative, right? You can probably buy shale gas from the USA, but the production needs time to pick up. And Norway, natural gas is already running at full capacity, transferring to Western Europe. So how badly do you think this could hurt Europe? Let's start with you, Ms. Wang.
So I do not believe this kind of financial ban over energy exports can sustain. Because let's face it, the European countries also have the inflation problem. The domestic politics are getting more complicated over the years. With COVID, no politicians want to lose vote just because they can't control domestic inflation. Guarantee the energy supply from Russia would be quite crucial. Right now, I believe much of the energy product is still in exemption from the current SWIFT ban because it only applies to 2 major banks. And for Russia, it can still use a third country trade to get around to a degree in the sanctions from Western countries. But there is a limit on how much more that the Western society want to tolerate this kind of economic sanction. Because for US and Europe, they can sanction countries like Iran or Cuba relatively easily. Their economies are quite closed and just much less important than Russia. And for Russia to have its economic and political influence now, it is quite skillful in its diplomacy as well. So we don't see the kind of isolation of Russia in the international community. And that would put more pressure for Europe and the US as well. They need to consider how to maintain their solidarity and keep the domestic voters happy without losing their ground to Russia. It's a tricky balance.
Professor Liu, how much could Europe stand to lose? Because according to the Bank of International Settlements, European lenders hold the lion's share of the nearly $30 billion in foreign banks' exposure to Russia.
I think at the moment the exposure of the Russian banks in the Western countries is not so big. As we know that in the past year, the business between Russia and the European countries is not so big and still under control range, limited. So that's why that the risky for the Russian banks at the moment, I mean, for the reserve is not so serious. But the problem is that for the Western countries or SWIFT embargoed central bank, this is really a big problem. Why the Russian 10 years before announced that if they have to sweep Russia out of the SWIFT, that a declare of a war. That mainly means that if expel the central bank of Russia out of the SWIFT, out of the international settlement, that could be really a real earthquake in the financial sections in the global market, because all the Russian reserves and also Russian debts, the loans and the credits only controlled by the Russian central bank. And also this payment mechanism between central bank with the SWIFT and with other central banks will be cut off. That could be really a big problem, a big serious. I think nobody at the moment is willing to do this. That's why the Western countries is trying to have a selected Russian banks that to be blocked and out of the SWIFT, because they have really considered the real consequences that could hurt Russia, but also will hurt the world global market, especially the European countries. And as I know that I have many friends in Russia and also in Germany and Switzerland, yesterday, today, even talking about their price for the gas. Many people, the citizens or residents really have become very consciousness, very upset because of the conflicts between Russia and the European country. And at one side, they do not agree that the operation of Russian army in Ukraine, but also they do not agree the operation and the sanctions that against Russia, because really their daily payment for gas, for crude oil in Germany already increased. So that's what really have a bigger influence on the market. That's why German people and residents and my banking friend in Switzerland and also in Austria, they are a little bit really concerned about the future. They do not see a clear picture of the war. They hope that this problem will be solved as soon as possible. Because such sanctions not only hurt the Russian people, residents, but also directly and indirectly will be also influenced on the residents in the Western countries, especially in Germany, France, Italy, and Spain. These major Central European countries.
Professor Liu, let me ask you this. Well, the SWIFT ban was not a comprehensive ban that many had anticipated. It only targeted certain banks in Russia. So does that not negate the intention of banning Russia from SWIFT? Because many of the bigger companies can SWIFT to banks that were not banned from SWIFT in Russia, isn't it?
That's true. Frankly speaking, from technical point, SWIFT is an important payment mechanism, but it's not the last one. And also, many people in China will say that many bankers, they can do international business without SWIFT. This is the point. SWIFT is only a very, very limited technical tool. So that's why all the countries and the bankers now try to establish the SWIFT connections. The meaning of SWIFT is that the test key of the SWIFT is very important to connect all different banks. For instance, Bank of China has its own test key. This should be exchanged and accepted by the other banks. If we have to pay the trade and the volume, they should do this payment instruction through SWIFT. SWIFT is something that in a very code and key technology, that the key technology is code. That means that nobody can identify, nobody can even change it, so make errors or mistake by wrong payment. So by doing so, that many bankers that they are trying to use this SWIFT system, but also they try to do some other ways of the payment. Like in Russia or in China, we have already our own the payment mechanism in order to avoid this SWIFT. Because SWIFT is only a payment instructions telegram equipment, but has also very close connections with currency itself. For instance, the Bank of China has different currencies payment. From SWIFT system, they should do this payment to different countries. To different countries, the bankers, the major commercial bank is a partner. So that's why we call it the beneficiary bankers. But we do the business transactions with the SWIFT. For those, most of the important companies, oil, energy companies, they have different ways of payment, different channels. SWIFT is the major ones that are accepted by Western countries. That's why many developing countries, they use the SWIFT to connect the Western countries. But for some commercial bankers in the developing countries, they have also the other ways to use it. Recently, we have researched that the basic usage of the SWIFT is that the whole society, the world lack of the high technology for communications. Because SWIFT, in the final sense, is a way of communication. But nowadays, we have already internet. That means the internet technology can be easily used to replace SWIFT payment. So that's why China is trying to do this, and also Russia, Iran, even European, they have already started its own mechanism with Iran business. So this is the same all over the world. I mean that we have to know that all these sanctions imposed on Russia will be, again, reminding the rest of the world, be careful. Be careful, SWIFT. SWIFT is now becoming a political tool, a political weapon. So many countries can be trying to find the other way. This is a bad news for SWIFT.
Thank you, Professor Liu. We know for a fact that many countries are developing their own alternative to SWIFT. Now, Ms. Wang, let me ask you another question. We do need to move on to another subject. Let's talk about commodity, because while crude oil and energy are not the only bulk commodity that would be affected by such embargo. I mean, Russia supplies about 40% of the world's palladium, which is a key component in petrol-powered vehicles as well as electronic devices. It supplies about 10% of the world's platinum, and it is also a very big exporter in nickel, which is a key raw material used in electric batteries, and copper, which is seen as a bellwether for the global commodity. So with these exports being affected, what country or what sectors do you see being impacted the most around the world?
I do think with the current level of globalization, it's not impossible that the supply of those minerals and commodities, other commodities, can be replaced by other countries. Russia is a big supplier, but in those areas, I just don't think it's that major yet. And the world can sustain a short-term pain, because I do not believe the sanctions over Russia can last for that long. But that being said, I think a bigger threat is actually in the food market. Food as a commodity is relatively thin. By thin, I mean it's subject to huge fluctuations if supply and demand in a short period of time change too much. And the impact is quite disproportionate, because for Russia and Ukraine, their export destinations are usually those countries in Middle East and in Africa. And many of them have food security issues. And when we look at a situation, say, in an emerging economy like Turkey, or in some of the less developed economies like Syria or North African countries, if their supply of wheat, say, decline by 10%, then the low-income groups or the poor people in those countries will truly suffer. The inflation rate will go through the roof, and the government do not necessarily have alternative plan in place. As such, I think the world will see the pain mostly in terms of food security. And there's very little that other countries can do actually to help those countries.
Indeed, Russia and Ukraine, they combinedly account for about 25% of global wheat exports, and Ukraine alone account for about 13% of corn exports. Professor Liu, do you think the world will face, at least some regions, face a food security issue?
Yes, I think so. Such an impact will be further worsening in the rest of the world, especially for those developing countries or other semi-developed countries that are not full developed, but semi-developed countries. And also for some Latin America, especially for the south part of America, will have a suffering and hurting from this oil crisis. But we should be more aware that beside this energy crisis, we still have some other crises surrounding. So especially Russia should be at the center of this disaster at the moment, because all the Western powers are now looking at Russia, are trying to punish Russia by their own ways in order to get some benefit back later. So that's why I say that the sanction in the energy, in the crude oils in Russia is something like a news try to stop the breathing of the Russian economy. by the sanction against its oil and the gas and energy industry, because this is a lifeline industry in Russia that could also influence some other countries. For instance, the countries in the Middle East. Many people always say that Middle East is an oil-rich area, the region. But if we see if the price is pressed down to the lower standard, I think they suffered always these countries that who are relying on the oil and the gas export. And also the other countries, we see that Venezuela, and also in the South America countries, they are export rich in crude oil, but they suffered from the market recession. This is a big challenge also, could be forecast in a short time. And I believe that including China, I have to say frankly, we should be also aware that how to avoid this further recession. And also such a sanction against Russia will be indirectly influence China's import of oil from these countries, because all these countries, including Iran and Russia, are on the blacklist of the Western countries. Mm-hmm. And if all these countries and the sanctions will be further worsening, that could really have indirect and direct impact on China's economy. We need a lot of energy. China is the largest crude oil import country. Mm-hmm. And also we know that China's gas consumption is also becoming the number one, number two in the world. Compared to the whole European countries, cannot compare with China's consumption. So that's why I mean that beside what I have said before, China should be the most important country to be aware, to build up its firewalls against sanctions influence.
Right. We see that the prices for wheat and soybeans have hit 9-year highs recently. The price surge of food and also a wide range of communities will surely add to inflation, which is a topic that many people are afraid to talk about, but we'll eventually talk about it somewhere down the road, because inflation is really at one of the highest levels in history in the US, Europe, and many advanced economies, and they've been enjoying easy money for a long time. Ms. Wang, do you think that central banks around the world have enough policy tools to combat that? And do you think investors are concerned that the central banks will be left with no other options but to raise rates, and which will probably bring a recession?
I think the central bank do have the power to rein in inflation because that's what the monetary policy is designed to do. They only need to simply raise rates. But as you said, this might bring the economy into the stagflation period, which many of the politicians want to avoid. So now the question is whether the central bank want to protect the Main Street or the Wall Street, right? If they raise the interest rate now, it will crash the global stock market. And that can have devastating and spillover effect way beyond many people can imagine. Because now it's not just the war situation. There's also COVID. There's also the potential debt crisis in the emerging markets that can be triggered by the Federal Reserve hiking interest rate. So it has become more tricky over time. Last month, a lot of people are talking about the Federal Reserve might raise rates starting from March. And now the feelings are more mixed because the ordinary people in many countries are suffering from this high inflation. If the economy go into a recession, that means unemployment would go up once again. And that's a cost that many people cannot bear.
Professor Liu, your take? Do you think that would make the potential recovery after COVID, let's say, more difficult?
Yes, I think so. That could be a challenge to overcome the challenge from the COVID-19. the pandemic outbreak now in Western countries is without any control. The virus in Western countries enjoy their freedom there, so they can spread everywhere and all the time. The government has no more meaning and even no more enthusiasm or courage to control it. But when we're talking about this inflation or the impact in economy, I have to mention another word, the opposite, deflation. Because nowadays many people always are much more concerned about the inflation in United States. Actually, the United States is now preferring to have some inflation because inflation within a reasonable range could be a stimulation for the economy. But in developing countries like China and other countries, I think we should pay more attention about the deflation. That it means the consumption is coming lower down. The enthusiasm is not as high as before, and the spending of the money and also is limited. So that's why the supply chain and the demand chain, the gap is between will be larger. That could have another challenge, that deflation. Many countries in the past have such experience. When they try their efforts to deal with inflation, and then suddenly they are facing that they are under pressure of deflation. So this is really very dangerous for the smooth and healthy economic development. I believe, my feeling that China is at the moment is really have different pressure at the moment. So from this international market and global market, we should have some more experiences how to deal with this and getting a balancing point between inflation and deflation. And in the international market, I suggest that China, Russia, and other countries should try best to take measures to de-dollarization. This is my word, 去美元化, de-dollarization. That means we should try to leave US dollar as soon as possible. That we should not allow US dollar to convene or to control whole market, because only the dollar hegemony could control the whole world. That's why the Americans in the past 70, 60 years, they are becoming so arrogant, aggressive. The only reason is that they printing dollars. And that just one guy has already said that the Fed already made an announcement every month, every 2 months, that they make a so-called policy survey and what they are discussing, what they are meaning. By doing so, that they also want to maintain their influence on the global market. So I think this is not the best way. We should always follow it. And we should not always try to follow the order or the voice from the American Fed. American Fed is for America, it's not for global market, it's not for China. But many central banks always try to get first the order, first the instruction from Fed, and second they do their own policy. This is wrong. We should try to change the mind.
Thank you, Professor Liu. Now, Ms. Wang, let me leave the final question to you. I want to get some predictions, some of your predictions as to what the market will be like as the U.S. market will start trading very soon. Many of the Asian markets and other European markets have not been trading very well, but at least for the last Friday, the U.S. stock ended actually up. Many have said that a lot of the investors in America have already priced in the cost of war, the risk of war, as seen in the fall in stock prices over